Egentlig ikke, fordi vi vil have flere elever, fordi vi synes, det er sådan omkring 100. Det er godt lige et enkelt så vi kan have sådan, jeg tror det er 108, der er meget.
Men det er jo fint, og det er jo altså, det er også i det, altså de gamle, rigtig gamle højskoler, der var jo sådan nogle foredragssale, hvor der blev holdt foredrag, hvor alle var samlet.
Vi havde sparet lidt op selv. Vi søgte så forskellige fonde og fik 10 millioner på jeg må have lidt om det. Jeg har hørt det der beløb der. Fordi det var nok til at sætte det i gang. Men det var altså ikke nok til at få det.
Men så er det jo de der fondsbevillinger. Men de giver jo meget rundt omkring og er med til at sætte ting i gang. Så det er jo...
Men altså, det var sådan, hvis vi skulle skære ned på, budgettet for, så det er ikke helt som oprindeligt.
Sig mig gang, hvad hedder du egentlig? Jens, jeg hedder Peter.
Men du har ikke noget med skolen som sådan at gøre?
Jo, jeg har været elev. Jeg var faktisk elev i to terms. Ikke?
Ja, hvornår var det?
Jamen, det var i 9, altså enten var det slutningen af 68 og så 69. Eller også var det 69.
Gå med Tony. 68, 69, hun var der.
Hvad hedder hun, siger?
Tony Mikkelsen.
Jeg kan ikke huske det navn. Vi var altså, det var lige under studenter.
Ja.
Og kender du Pierre? Pierre Buffet?
Ja. Han var jo elev først, ikke?
Ja, og så blev han lærer, ikke?
Studenterlærer. Så rejste han til Californien, og så nogle år efter, så kom han tilbage igen og var lærer igen.
Men vi var nede i Paris og interviewede de der studenterledere. Der havde vi sådan en Pierre, og så var vi sådan en gruppe, ikke? Og det var 2-3 danskere, og så nogle amerikanere og så videre. Og vi var der, det var en det var det virkelig. Og så holdt vi jo sådan oplevet og så videre, da vi kom hjem på skolen. Og vi havde jo den der parlament, ikke? Det kan du godt huske, ikke? Den måde, vi lavede beslutninger på her på skolen, det kaldte vi parlament.
Ja, det blev ikke kaldt
nej. Men jeg tror altså, der var sådan en lærer, der sådan skulle komme, skal man sige, studenteroprør heroppe. Men det var bare sjovt. Det var
sjovt, fordi mens vi var her, der skete der jo nogle ting, som det virkede, altså at der var de amerikanske elever nedlagde, det var det der.
Ja, det var mens der var krig i Vietnam, ikke? Og der var faktisk
så var den her episode på Kent State University, hvor der 4 studerende havde blevet dræbt. Og det bevirkede så også, at de amerikanske studerende nedlagde undervisning. Lærerne, de var selvfølgelig smart, de greb den, og så siger vi, nu holder vi til med navn. Men det var også smadret godt.
Det var lige som det skulle være. Jamen, det er jo det, ikke?
I'm not totally sure because they are Adam. Hi, how are you? Good. You're with the camera here. Well, I'm very busy now with other things. I would like to take more photos, but I need to run now because we have
Angelo, this is starting at 10 o'clock, is that? This is starting at 10. Yes, that's right. So he stops now.
Det er jo rigtigt, det har vi også snakket om.
Hello, and my name is Michelly. I'm a former student at IPC, and I'm here back from the UN Hall to start the Peace Seminar, the first event of our 100 years of peace celebration today. We're gonna have a few guests named Mortens, Ellen, then, and Alberto, plus Lars, to discuss how can we actually achieve peace in the ever-changing world. Right now we have a lot of students, former students, a lot of guests from Denmark, from everywhere else in the world, just coming in, sitting down, ready to start, to see if we can actually achieve peace in the world and what they have to say.
Can we use those chairs?
We do have more seats down here, so no need to stand. We have seats in here and also a few vacant seats up here. Hello everybody, my name is Søren Lavnbjerg. I am the principal here at IPC, and I am so happy to see all of you here today. Former students, current students, guests, friends of IPC, all a warm welcome. We will start our big celebration of our 100-year jubilee by this peace seminar and the Peace Festival that will take place on campus in the hours after the seminar. I'm very, very happy to see you all, and you have come to a folk high school, and at a folk high school we sing songs. So we will open this peace seminar with a song composed by Danish composer Otto Mortensen, but the text, and that is the real important thing, is written by Norwegian writer and poet Nordahl Grieg, and he wrote this song in 1936 during the rise of fascism and Nazism in Europe, and you will find it's number 201 in the book. So please sing along, and let's raise the roof in this new UN hall. I hope you can share a little bit. We are actually more than we expected, which is very good news. See Tak skal I have. Og nu vil jeg overlade mikrofonen og podiet til skolerådsmedlem og formand for vores skoleråd, Lars Udsholt.
Thank you very much, Søren. Thank you to everyone who has made it today. Thanks to our panelists. Given their experience record, I can even thank them in advance, but let's see what they deliver and let's offer them new thanks once we have concluded in a few hours' time. So I serve as the chairman of the school council, and I've been requested to moderate today's session. I hope that will be an easy job in terms of making sure that important views are shared. I also hope it will be a challenging job, that we are not just listening to preconceived ideas, but that we are also getting substantive food for thought, issues addressed that might not be easily achieved by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow even. Spring in Denmark is indeed filled with promises. As you arrive here at the school, you are reminded of the so that we also have opportunities to benefit from the rest of the rich program that the school stakeholders have put together for all of us. So, as a moderator, I'm again, as I said to begin with, looking forward to an intense, engaging debate. And we have 4 panelists here who have a lot on offer, I believe. Mogens Lykketoft is our first speaker. He will bring to our room today a rich experience from a life in politics, a life also devoted to serving on the international arena. He has served as a minister in the Danish government, holding key positions such as the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served as the chair of the UN General Assembly a few years back when the negotiations for the Sustainable Development Goals were high on the agenda of all of us. So, followed by Mogens Lykketoft, we have Ellen Margrethe Løj, who is a former director of what we in Danish usually refer to as Danida, serving in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also having worked internationally, not only as ambassador of Denmark, but also serving in the UN Security Council and appointed by the UN Secretary General to lead important peace missions in countries such as Liberia and South Sudan. We have Mr. Dan Smith, who comes from our neighboring Sweden, where he serves as the director of SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. He has a long record of having studied and written on peace and conflict issues, such as nationalism, identity politics, armed conflicts, and you name it. And eventually, our fourth and final speaker today is Mr. Alberto Ferguson, who comes to us from Colombia. He has been deeply involved in crafting the very difficult and challenging Colombian peace process. He brings to us a record from that field, but he also comes with a long-standing efforts of reconciliation, also drawing on his rich experience as a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst. So as you can hear, we have a rich, a diverse panel, and I should not spend more of our time here from the podium. We have agreed with the panelists that when they do the presentations, they come up here. When we have the debate, we'll have them seated there to have a more lively exchange among themselves and with the audience today. Each of the panelists will have 10 to 15 minutes to make their initial presentation. And after that, we'll have an opportunity for a short break before we resume for about an hour, slightly less than an hour of discussion, debates, and maybe some conclusions, who knows. So welcome to all of you once again. It's great to see this hall being packed with people so far listening attentively, but hopefully also ready to engage as we open up the floor for discussion. So thank you so much so far, and welcome to this morning session. I'm happy to invite Mogens Lykketoft to the podium to give his presentation, and we have asked Mogens to talk about the role of the UN in the peace process. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation for this meeting today about the concrete efforts in peace processes, the good examples. You will hear much more from two of our panels here today. I will give some initial, more general remarks about the role of the United Nations. As we all know, it was founded by the victorious powers of World War II and has developed into the first example in human history where we have almost all governments of the world assembled and obliged at least to talk to each other. And before we, in this dark hour of the war in Ukraine, write off the possibilities of the United Nations, I think I will point out what that the ideals, structures and efforts of the UN is still very, very necessary to keep, because never before in human history we had also the key players in international politics assembled and much of the time talking with each other. You may know that in the Charter of the UN it's written that we have founded this organization to free successive generations from the scourge of war. But we also created the United Nations in a way where the Security Council was the only authority we had to implement peace, to stop wars, to order peacekeeping operations, binding for all the members of the United Nations. And we also know, and that's what we see exactly now in a very, very gruesome and tragic way, this main purpose will only be fulfilled in the days where the major powers, having the permanent presence in the Security Council and the veto power, are able to understand that they have more common interests than conflicting interests. That's not a new observation. It has been so all along since 1945. And that gives, of course, the answer of the very disturbing question, how much can the UN do in situations of conflicting interests, which we had all along from 1945-46 until the end of the Cold War. We had a very short period of consensus, so to say, that increased the power, the possibilities of the United Nations, and that now we have, without any clear answer of when will it end and how will it end, the terrible conflict in Ukraine. But there is another peace operator in the UN system, of course, the Secretary General, the person who is in the top of the whole system and administration, the political leader, so to say, with the authority of his own and the moral authority of the organization. And over the years, we have seen consecutive different Secretary Generals actually playing an important role in peace processes. One often mentions the efforts of Heidtmann during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. It was a combination of efforts that avoided the Third World War back then, but certainly the Secretary General of the United Nations also played an important role in the meddling between Kennedy and Khrushchev. And we have had, over the years, a number of UN peacekeeping operations. I think we have still up at the neighborhood of 100,000 people out in the world representing peacekeeping operations, blue helmets and supporting personnel in those peacekeeping operations that was actually created consensus around in the Security Council. We have to remember that when we repeat all the different difficulties and shortcomings that the United Nations has suffered over time in solving conflicts. If I should mention some of them, not to depress you, but to have the whole picture. I mean, one of the most painful one, in my view, is that the only member state of the United Nations that was actually created by decision in the United Nations is the State of Israel. But at the same time, the United Nations insisted that there should be a Palestinian state. But what has happened all over the years since 1948 is that the work of the United Nations has been limited to the very important work of supporting Palestinian refugees. And there has been no breakthrough. There's been several wars in the area. The United Nations has played a role also in stopping those wars, but we never solved the Palestinian issue. And when it has such a prominent place in all discussions inside the bodies of the United Nations, it's also because this was a decision taken in 1947 that there should be two sovereign states in the old mandate territory of Palestine. We've also seen a lot of conflicts unfold without the United Nations having real possibilities to stop them, from the Vietnam War, which was one of the bloodiest we had in post-World War II period. And we have still If you look at the broader Middle East region, we have at least 3 very painful conflicts around Syria, Yemen, and Libya, where the difficulties of bringing the major powers together has been very obvious. And that brings the United Nations role back to something more limited to overcome some of the pain, some of the starvation, some of the human sufferings happening in the region, where Yemen, up to this start of the Ukrainian war at least, has been the biggest humanitarian catastrophe in recent decades. And is now, even in spite of the present armistice in the area, threatened by an even worse humanitarian catastrophe because of the rise in food prices, because of the Ukrainian war. So it's a very mixed picture. We have a lot of conflicts going on in Africa, and what has been the effort over the years, also something we talked a lot about in my year as President of the General Assembly, was how to increase the cooperation between the United Nations and the African Union, so that Africa itself could be more efficient in meddling in conflicts and ending conflicts and delivering peacekeeping forces as they do in Somalia, but in a much more consistent way solve the conflicts inside the African continent. Of course, that will need economic support from outside, either through the United Nations or directly to the African Union, but that is an effort very important to end a lot of painful conflicts going on in the Horn of Africa, Sudan, South Sudan, and so on. And not least, the ever ongoing conflict in the so-called Democratic Republic of the Congo. I mean, we have very little attention to that part of it because it's not involving in such a big way the major powers in this world, but it's involving a lot of neighboring countries also. And it has been a more than 60-year-long conflict with, I suppose, millions of human suffering and death in this huge and basically very rich, fertile, mineral-rich country in Africa. So there's a lot more that could be done if we were able to give the United Nations much more authority, and it should be, in this part of the world, the ever existing ambition to support the strengthening of the United Nations, both economically, politically, and militarily, to be more effective in peace, creating and peacekeeping operations. By the way, talking about what else can support peace. Of course, I think that the existence of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization has been the essential, basic reason for that peace actually has existed in this part of the world for many decades. But I remember back in 2001, when I was foreign minister, we had a meeting among the foreign ministers in Brussels, as we had every month. But it was a meeting where Kofi Annan, as Secretary General of the United Nations, was invited to take part. And it was in that moment of history where there were ambitions of creating a European expeditionary force Chirac and Blair had discussed it and brought it forward as a proposal. Didn't come much out of it, but it's in another version. It's coming on the agenda now. And I just remember tell you about what Kofi Annan said about it at that meeting 21 years ago. He said, if you do that in Europe, it will be the, up till now, best contribution to the United Nations effective peacekeeping missions, if we can connect your effort and the United Nations. Understood also in the way that, well, yes, we have peacekeeping contributions from many countries. They are not all of them so disciplined and so well equipped and well educated as the contribution that could be brought forward from Europe. I think we should think about that also, in the connection of the present Danish discussion. Are we still having outs towards European military cooperation? Maybe it would, for Denmark, be a much more suited role to be part of European expeditions than the coalitions of the willing we have participated in, not so successfully in the past 15, 20 years. I just let that remark be in here also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mogens Lykketoft, and that was indeed a cliffhanger for our subsequent debate. Huh? So I'm happy now to move on and invite Ellen Margrethe Løj to the podium here. She will speak about working for peace as a member of the UN Security Council and in the field. Welcome, Ellen Margrethe.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. It's a pleasure to see so many people being interested in peace outside our own borders. As it was said in the introduction, I represented Denmark when we were last a member of the Security Council in 2005 and 2006, and I don't know what I did, because in 2007 the Secretary General wanted me to become head of the peacekeeping mission in Liberia, and I said yes and served there for 4 years. And then I thought I was retiring, but then in 2014 he wanted me to become head of the peacekeeping mission in South Sudan, and I served there for a little over 2 years, but now I'm totally retired. I would like to share some of my experiences from both from the field and from having been in the Security Council. And let me start with the mission in Liberia, UNMIL, because UNMIL was established, or rather, after a very horrific civil war in Liberia for many years, a peace agreement through the facilitation of the regional organization ECOWAS. It links to what Mogens was saying about the African Union, but there's the African Union and then there's the sub-regional organizations that have important roles to play. And ECOWAS, the West African organization, facilitated a peace agreement in 2003, and then the UN peacekeeping mission UNMIL was established. And the main task of the mission was, to say very broadly, to support the implementation of the peace agreement, of course, to protect civilians, to support humanitarian and human rights activities, and to assist in a national security reform, including training of a new national police force and in the formation of a whole new restructured military. And then we should, as it was said, keep the security of the country, both internally and externally, until they were ready to take over. In short, we should keep the peace while the peace was being built, while the policemen and the officers were trained. And UNMIL completed its mandate in 2018, and I myself left at the beginning of 12, and did not go back to Liberia for 7 years, but I went there I was in Ghana, so I went up to Liberia in March 2019. And it was good to see, not having been there for 7 years, there is peace in Liberia. And there's also peace in Liberia today. But I want to say that sometimes we forget the long haul, because the peace is not fully consolidated, neither economically or politically. And so there's good reason to monitor the next year's presidential elections in Liberia. Then the second mission I headed was the mission in South Sudan, and that's a total different story. The mission was established after South Sudan, after a long war for independence, became independent from Sudan in 2011, and everybody were very happy. And therefore the mandate of the mission at the time was to establish conditions for the development of South Sudan and strengthen the capacity of the government to govern effectively and democratically. So that was a capacity building or peace building mandate the mission had in 2011. But then, a little over 2 years later, in December 2013, the president of South Sudan and the vice president of South Sudan, their supporters got into fighting in the capital, and very quickly that fighting spread to the whole of the country, because the president was from one of the big ethnic groups, and the vice president was from the second largest ethnic group. So that led to fighting all over the country, and it also led to a strengthening of the size of the mission. They gave us more soldiers, and we got a totally different mandate with a focus on protection of civilians and underlining how important it was that we didn't take side either with the government or the vice president, who was sitting in Addis and later in Khartoum, running his forces on the ground. Again, a regional organization, this time for the Horn of Africa, IGAD, played a role in brokering peace agreement in July, in 2015. Very weak peace agreement, but it was there, and they were trying. The first vice president, who had left the country after the fighting in 13, came back, and so on. That lasted less than a year. Then fighting broke out again in 2016, and again the fighting spread to the whole country, and the vice president left the country. So there was, in other words, no peace to keep in South Sudan while I was serving there. And even today, I will say there is a second peace agreement brokered by IGAD, and it is very slow in being implemented. There's not as much fighting today as there were when I was there, but it's still very fragile. And that is the same situation that missions like the one in Mali, the one in Central African Republic, and the one that Mogens mentioned, Democratic Republic of Congo, big missions where there is no peace to keep, and therefore they have serious challenges, because where is the political solution? And I'll get back to that. I had wanted to say something about the Security Council, but that Mogens already did. So let me say that very often in Denmark, but also in other countries, there is a lot of discussion about the success and failures of UN peacekeeping. And we do have examples of those. No secret about it. We remember Balkan and so on and so forth. But a lot is being done internally in the UN after the Balkan and the Rwanda crisis. There was the Brahimi report. There has later been the Hippo report, and the present Secretary General in 2018 launched a plan for action for peacekeeping. But all the proposals coming in these reports and from the Secretary General, they need the support of member states to be implemented. And that is what not always is forthcoming. When I was appointed SISD for UNMIL in Liberia in 2008, I remember that many of my colleagues said, oh, but you have served on the Security Council, so that must be a tremendous advantage when you go to the field as SISD. But I quickly learned, as I jokingly said, that it would have been an even bigger advantage to have headed a peacekeeping mission before you serve as a permanent representative of the Security Council. Because I really feel that the distance between the field and New York in the years I have been involved has grown bigger and bigger. One challenge is the mandates the mission get. For bigger missions, they are normally 13 to 18 pages long, just to make sure everything is covered. And if you compare mandates for various missions, you get the feeling that what the members of the council are using is the copy and paste buttons. And in my view, there's no one-size-fits-all solution to conflicts around the world. Every conflict and peacekeeping challenge must be reviewed and the solution adjusted to the specific challenges in the country or in relating to the conflict. One of the most important goals for any peacekeeping mission is protection of civilians. Yes, we all agree, okay? But how to address protection of civilians has to be addressed differently from mission to mission. For instance, in Liberia, the threat to civilians were from other civilians with stones and machetes and so on. While in South Sudan and in many other missions today, the threat to civilians comes from armed groups or competing military units. So country-specific challenges must be taken into account from the outset and applied accordingly. And then also, everything cannot be done overnight. There is a priority setting that is needed. And sometimes there are tough things that have to be done. I mean, donors like to say, oh, we have to make peace so children can go to school. Who is against children going to school? Nobody. But the children have to be able to go to school safely. It doesn't help that you build a lot of schools if the road to the school, there are armed groups and so on and so forth. And another thing I always had a discussion with donors about in Liberia, we were going to train the national police. Fine, we did that. But I'm sorry to say, do you know a police officer in any country who can function if he or she doesn't have vehicles to move around, means of communication, and last but not least, a prison that they can put the suspects in before they can go to court? And find me a donor who, or find me 2 donors who want to finance a prison. So this thing about being mission specific, I think, is important. When the Secretary General in 2018 launched his action for peacekeeping proposals, it happened to be in New York and attended the meeting in the Security Council, and I must say his speech was music in my ears. He, for instance, said, Security Council members have to sharpen and streamline mandates. Please put an end to mandates that look like Christmas trees. Christmas is over. And he also called on member states to sustain their political engagement and push for political solutions and inclusive peace processes. And he said, a peacekeeping mission is not an army or a counter-terrorist force or a humanitarian agency. It's a tool to create the space for nationally owned political solutions. And then there is, of course, also the challenge of unity in the council. Mogens has already touched upon it, so I will skip it, but the council was very united in the 90s and the beginning of this century and acted on a lot of things. That is going slowly down the road. I want, however, to say that in 2003, when the Allied forces intervened in Iraq, the council was heavily divided and the Western countries were divided, but that did not have a spillover effect on other conflicts. But now we have seen it not only with the Middle East, but also with Yemen and Syria, and even on South Sudan sometimes they were not. But we will come back to that. I will conclude by saying, when you are head of a peacekeeping mission, yes, it's about creating peace in the country and support, and that is our ultimate goal. But one should never overlook that being head of a peacekeeping mission also have a lot of challenges, regardless of the mandate that we have been given. Because a peacekeeping mission is not a national army. It is a multi-dimensional mission. That means that they have a military component, a police component, and a civilian component. In South Sudan, for instance, we had something like 14,000 military personnel, about 1,500 police, and about 2,500 civilian staff. And furthermore, they come from around roughly 100 countries in different parts of the world. So there's it's multidimensional, it's multicultural. And as a head of peacekeeping mission, internally your main challenge is really to get them all to work together to achieve the common goal of the mission. Yes, there's a 3-star general who's the force commander, there's a police commissioner, there are senior civilians, head of civilian units, but the SRSG happened to be the boss even over the general, which he doesn't always like. I remember when I was appointed to go to Liberia, a female civilian deputy from Ghana had just arrived in the mission, and when they heard that now the SRSG would be me and a woman, the whole military command floor of the headquarters didn't do anything that day, but ask each other, what have we done to the Secretary General since he's womenizing this mission? So being civilian and then a female to head uniformed as well as civilian units is a challenge. And the cultural diversity is a challenge. I want to conclude by giving you an example of how many of us make mistakes, especially us coming from the developed world. We think that we know everything because we are more developed. And we have better structures in administrations and so on. But I have to tell you, our African colleagues in the 2 missions I have observed actually know much more about how to deal with some of the problems. I remember in Liberia in 2011 when there were presidential elections, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was stepping down, and there was a lot of tension, and there were 15 or 20 candidates, and they get higher and higher. So we decided that the mission leadership had to talk with the candidates. And I sat down with my deputy, who was in charge of political affairs. He was from Mali, and we very decisively decided who is going to have the tough talk from the white woman from Europe? Who is going to have the African brother to African brother talk? And who are we going to meet together? And that was the way we had conducted the meeting, and I remember one of the former warlord, who is now a member of parliament and who wanted to be president, we met together. And he never once looked me in the eyes. But he was looking at my deputy, Mustafa, across the table and telling him 20 times, I'm a man of peace. So we have to utilize these challenges, multidimensional, multicultural, to the advantage of the mission and achieving our mandates. And I could say a lot about, Mogens was talking about it towards the end, I could tell a lot about Western countries' involvement in UN peacekeeping. They speak loudly in New York, but we don't see them or hear them very much in the field. I think Denmark has today 12 or 13 military officers in the UN.
As director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the views of many, commanded quite some authority within the ministry and outside. Personally, I had some years later a chance to visit El Magrede a year after she had arrived in Monrovia in Liberia. I can tell you she commanded authority. Let's move on.
That was a secret between you and me.
Next on our list of panelists is Mr. Dan Smith. I welcome you here to speak on the topic, a global overview of conflict areas, and still only 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Like others, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for coming. It's very encouraging to come, you know, all this way down to the warm south where spring is actually happening, and be greeted by so many people interested in peace issues. I fully agree with what Margrethe was saying about the importance of understanding that each conflict is different, and that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. I first met her actually in Monrovia when I was going for the UN Peacebuilding Fund to carry out a kind of a review of projects that the fund had been supporting in Liberia. And maybe I just take a minute of my 15 to drive home one of the points that she was talking about, because we visited a police station. And the police in this police station, they did have vehicles, actually. They had one motorbike. So if they wished to arrest somebody far away from the town or the prison, they kind of had to persuade him to climb on the pillion of the motorbike. So they could take him to the prison, where actually on one of the cells there was only a rope across, there wasn't a door. On another of the cells there was no roof. Quite a few people discovered that. But then, to take the laughter away, there was no light there either. So that when we went in, the prisoners being held in the cell were pressed literally like this against the bars, trying to get as close to the outside light as they possibly could. So that what we saw there, and this was the situation in which the UN is trying to build peace, in which from within Monrovia the effort is being made to push out, in which the local peacekeeping forces are trying to help the police to maintain peace there, maybe sometimes even going a little bit beyond their mandate in order to provide practical assistance. But the conditions are both kind of ridiculous. You know, you were right to laugh, we who were visiting laughed. And also inhumane. And your stomach was right to turn over, and our stomachs turned over when we saw that. So these are very often these are the conditions in different places that have been created by the conflict, which has torn through the country, in that case, for the previous, 15 years of war in Liberia? There was, for about 20 years, an untold, more or less untold, good news story in the world. There were about 50 armed conflicts in 1990, at the time that the Cold War ended. In 2010, there were about 30. That's a tremendous reduction in the number of armed conflicts. And it was achieved in part because the UN was freed up from the restrictions of the Cold War and that confrontation and that rivalry. More peace agreements were made during that 2-decade period than had been made in the previous 200 years. Now, some of those peace agreements, as you were talking about, failed. I think the one that succeeded in Liberia was the 12th peace agreement that had been arrived at. Right? But some of them succeeded, and there was more peace. There were fewer armed conflicts, they were on average shorter, and on average they killed fewer people. In 1990, at the time that the Cold War ended, world military spending was 1.5 trillion US dollars in today's prices. Try to hold that number in your head. In 1998 or thereabouts, the amount of spending had come down to 1 trillion. In other words, it had been cut by 1/3. All right? So, key numbers: 1990, 50 conflicts; 2010, 30; 1990, $1.5 trillion being spent on the military; 1998, a mere 1 trillion, just 1,000 billion US dollars. Today, there are about 60 armed conflicts in the world. The number has doubled in the last decade. And total military spending, if you were reading your newspapers and read the small articles which covered CIPRI's release of the arms spending data on Monday of this week, you will have seen that for the first time in 2021, world military spending went above 2 trillion US dollars. These are signs that we live in an insecure world. We live on an armed and warring planet, and it has become more armed and more warring in the last decade. And that is the challenge that we're all now facing together. But force and violence, their use and the threatened use, are only one of 3 major categories of big challenge that we face to our safety, our security, our well-being. The second category is climate change and the rest of the environmental crisis. And the third category is the risk of further pandemics. I am here, since I come from Sweden, which, as you know, is a very unhappy country. I'm here to depress you. The second and third of these risks, climate change and the environment and the pandemic, kill far more people than armed conflicts do. The COVID-19 pandemic killed at least 6 million people, right? But that number is probably a severe understatement, and The Economist magazine, using its model and taking other factors into account, has a best guess or a best estimate of about 20 million people killed, died as a result of the pandemic. And as for the environmental crisis, well, just to take one category, air pollution, which is made worse by climate change because particulate matter hangs around for longer in warmer, moister air. Outside air pollution kills about 4.5 million people each year. Conflict risk arises from both climate change and the environmental crisis and the risk of pandemics. The unfortunate history of epidemics and pandemics tells us that there is all too often major conflict happening in the 2 to 3 years afterwards. Now, I'm not making a causal connection between Ukraine and the pandemic. Right? What I'm warning about is that that number I gave you of 60 armed conflicts is all too likely to be looking relatively modest in 4 to 5 years' time. And how do these effects play out? In some ways, it's similar to the effect of climate change. It has an impact on social inequality. It has an impact on the quality of governance and on the quality of democracy. And what we're seeing amongst those agencies and organizations that monitor the quality of democracy and social inequality is that the quality of democracy has a downward trend at the moment, and inequality has an increasing trend. Now, Ukraine is a very different case, and I don't want at all to understate the horrors of what is happening in Ukraine. Nor do I want to understate the importance of figuring out how to respond to what is happening in Ukraine, and to try to respond in a way that does not trigger an even wider conflict. But there are two things that I would like to stress to you about Ukraine. First of all, yes, the immediate victims of the war in Ukraine are Ukrainian people and, of course, not only Ukrainian soldiers, but also Russian soldiers. But there will be further and wider consequences because Ukraine is one of the breadbaskets of the world. And for example, Tunisia, which is one of the few countries that emerged from the upheavals of the Arab Spring with a functioning democratic system, where that democracy has unfortunately become dysfunctional in the last year and a half and the president has suspended parliament, Tunisia gets about half of its wheat from Ukraine. So that's about half of its wheat that it's not getting this year, right? And that's not, in the first instance, a matter of, okay, starvation. That is a matter of, in the first instance, price rises. Russia is also a major exporter of wheat, and it's going to be feeding into the world market much less in the coming months and maybe next year as well. And so food prices are going to go up. Energy prices are already going up. Who pays the biggest price when that happens? The poorest do. It feeds upheaval, it feeds instability, it feeds grievance about the government. And if somebody comes along with what sounds like a solution and some weapons and can recruit some, to begin with, usually young and youngish men, then they can get an army going, and then there can be something worse happening. So that's one thing that we need to think about to do with Ukraine, is the knock-on effect. And the other thing, the other area that I want to just direct your attention towards is the other armed conflicts which are going on. Right? The other 58 armed conflicts that are still underway, some of which we've been talking about. Democratic Republic of Congo, it's neither democratic nor a republic, not really, but anyway. The war is coming back, it's exploding again. India and Pakistan are having violent clashes every year. Yemen, it still goes on. Libya, it still goes on. Mali is in chaos. Last year there was what the UN Secretary General referred to as a pandemic of coup d'etat. A violent overthrow of democratic governments by the military. Asia last year was the region with the largest increase in the number of casualties, of deaths as a result of war. That was partly a result of the explosion of violence in Afghanistan. Sub-Saharan Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia continues, Nigeria, the fighting there continues, Yemen, Libya, Syria, which we've been referring to already. And one of the issues with some of these wars is that it kind of becomes a way of life. And I was referring earlier to, you know, in some places the threat to civilians is from other civilians. It's true. With machetes and stones and so on. Or the odd random gun. In some areas it's from militias, better armed. It's true. In some places the main threat to civilians is from the government. All too often in these chaotic, protracted war situations, the government is part of the problem. And then the UN can find it really difficult to be arriving at a solution because it is based on a kind of it's an organization of member states, it's an organization of governments. It's kind of based on the understanding that it can work with the local government, can even strengthen the local government. And that sometimes locks it into a corner where it's really, that's where I think one finds the bleakest stories about what the UN has been able to do. And it's not, in some sense, it's not the UN's fault, right? The UN, often it stops being an actual real organization in people's minds, and it becomes a kind of blurry concept, a thing. Why can't the UN do this? Why can't the UN do that? I've heard that so many times in the Balkans or in parts of Africa where I've been to. What's the UN doing? Well, you know, the UN is an organization of member states. And sometimes the UN becomes the alibi for why the government is failing to fulfill its responsibilities. So how are we supposed to address this? I didn't really come from Stockholm to depress you. I just think that if we're going to talk about solutions, sure, if we're going to talk about solutions in 3 minutes, then we need to begin by by understanding the reality and by trying to understand it calmly. This is the way the world is. I'm going to take half of one of those minutes to tell you something I told my wife recently. She was saying to me, and we have a young child, and she was saying, you know, isn't it terrible? What kind of world are we bringing Felix up into? You know, a world of Ukraine and climate change and pandemic and so on. And I said, yeah, well, you know, in 1983, cruise missiles were deployed in the United Kingdom, in Britain, where I was living. And they were actually to be deployed on roads. Right? Cruise missile carriers were taking armed cruise missiles around the roads of Britain. And I was working with the anti-nuclear campaign at the time, and one weekend I had the duty to be running the telephone system because we maintained a cruise missile watch. And so while I was doing that, through came the report that there had actually been a road accident and that a cruise missile carrier had gone off the road. So what I said to my wife was, you know, well, we've lived through some, okay, I didn't use quite this word, I said, we've lived through some stuff before. In the 1990s, the number of armed conflicts came down dramatically. Military spending came down. A way was found out of confrontation. We've lost that path. What we need now, when the great powers are confronting each other, is for the middle-sized governments to step up. The lesser and middle powers, like Sweden, like Denmark, like Norway, like the Netherlands, like Mexico, like Malaysia, like Indonesia. These are the ones that we need to step up. Secondly, we need the UN agencies to be working hard. I think the UN leadership at the moment is really as good as I have seen it be for the past kind of 30 to 40 years. I have a lot of respect for what the Secretary General has been trying to achieve, and many of the senior personnel in these different agencies and so on, they understand without needing to be told a lot of what Ellen was talking about out of her experience. And thirdly, we need people. People's movements in civil society, organizations, working together as well. And that means both people in rich countries and people in the countries that are conflict affected or on the front line of climate change or most at risk from the future of a pandemic. And that, to finish off, is why I think that something like an international college like this is so important. I hope that you make networks and connections which allow you to be working together with other people in faraway countries for a common goal of a more peaceful and safer world. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you so much, Dan Smith, also for equipping us with a very sharp 3-point agenda to pick up after our break. We've come to the final presentation in our session before the break, so I'm happy to invite Alberto Ferguson to come here and to talk about peace processes and do note the plural, I guess. Talking from the Colombian perspective, we're eager to learn what you can share with us. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, thank you very much. This is an ever-changing world, no doubt. 3 months ago, probably 2.5 months ago, I was giving a conference in the United States, and I had to apologize because I went into a meeting, everyone was wearing a mask, and I didn't have one. I had left one. So 3 months ago, I had to apologize for not having a mask. Today I have to apologize for using a mask, you know. In a country like yours, which is, I kind of feel envy because of that, where you've been able to get rid of masks. That hasn't happened in my country yet, although it's not in a serious situation. I'm okay. Some people think that because I have a mask, I have COVID. I don't. I've had 4 vaccines, Pfizer vaccines, and I'm not in a special risk. But I have to apologize because I'm doing something different from what you're doing. So please apologize. Please forgive me for that. The second thing I want to say before talking is that I feel very secure today for 2 main reasons. I see several students, and I've been a university professor for 40 so years. And also I feel secure because I have people who have been close to the United Nations. And why is that? You know, the main victim of wars, and we forget that, is the truth. You know? Wars kind of hide the truth, and the truth is one of the main victims of any war. And students, young students, are especially good people to really feel the truth and not to accept lies. They kind of understand when somebody is being sincere. And the United Nations, in my opinion, is also among its mission, in my opinion, I think it's not written down, but it's to gather the truth, to really understand what's going on. You know, when the Secretary General a few days ago was in Ukraine, one of the important things is that he wanted to see what's going on here, what's the truth, you know, which is the main victim, or one of the main victims of any war. So that's why I feel secure with students, with people that have worked close to the United Nations. And I must say that Colombia is very grateful with the United Nations. United Nations played a very, very central role in all that we have been able to achieve in Colombia, which is not all that we would have wanted, but it's been quite an achievement. I'm going to use a few minutes I have talking about basically, I would say, 5 topics. I'm going to tell you how the experience we had in our program, with the people, with the team I work in Colombia, with mental health before all the peace process was very important. I would like to call that how we understood, thanks that we have been working with people with severe mental illness, mainly homeless people diagnosed with schizophrenia. Understanding those minds allowed us to understand a lot of other minds and to work out how to go about the peace process in Colombia. The second thing I'm going to mention is how the word peace is a dangerous word. It's a complicated, let's say, complicated word, peace, which sometimes can become dangerous, and I will try to explain why. I'll tell you a bit about the Colombian so-called peace process. I'll tell you a bit about the Colombian Truth Commission, which is what I'm doing right now. I used to be actively involved in the peace process, but now that's kind of in a different state, but I'm actively involved in the Truth Commission of Colombia. I want to tell you what I'm beginning to learn about, what I'm beginning to learn from IPC, from this institution. I had read about it, but now that it's been a few days here, talking to its principal mainly, but also to a few students I've been able to talk quickly, I've understood how this philosophy of the IPC is so important in peace building. So to talk about the first point, with the group I work in Colombia, we worked for about 22 years with homeless people diagnosed with severe mental illness. And it was really sort of, let's call it, although I'm a psychiatrist, I must say, I have been always very critical about the psychiatric system as such. And we developed a place and a philosophy and an attitude that really kind of allows people to recover from the so-called mental illness. And that's very important. And something very special happened in Colombia, not very well known. And that's that because I had the two hats, let's say, I was in this mental health field, but also in the peace process, we began to pair lots of the people who were recovering in our program from severe mental illness. We began to pair them and have them accompany people who were coming, let's say, down from the mountains after the before and after the peace was signed with the FARC, you know, the biggest guerrilla leftist armed group in Colombia, with which the peace was signed. I also worked very actively with the other group, with the Elian, the National Liberation Army, which we were not able to reach an agreement in those conversations. That's something that we have to achieve in the future. But what I want to emphasize is that the role played, which is something quite unexpected, right? The role played by the group of people who had recovered from mental illness, accompanying people who were kind of reintegrating into society after years and years of war. You know, the war in Colombia has been going on for 50, 55, close to 60 years now. And many things have happened in those times. So this is something important to emphasize, and that's how we kind of develop a concept which is globally useful for us, which is the concept of mutual recovery. The concept that only those people who accompany others in a process in which they are suffering, only if they themselves change and they allow themselves to really move forward and grow in a concept which we call mutual recovery, can the process really be successful. And that's what we're seeing in different levels of the peace process in Colombia. And let me give you an example which is quite far from what I'm saying. Only if the people in Colombia, let's say the people who have enterprises, wealthy people, people who have companies and are able to give employment, only if they change, if they grow, will it be possible to bring peace to Colombia. If we're only expecting people who used to be part of the armed groups to become, change and grow, and other people in the society don't change and don't change their attitude towards the other, we're going to repeat and repeat, which is what's been happening for the past 50 years in Colombia. And it's at this moment it's difficult to say. It's a very risky moment in Colombia because we have signs that the thing could be repeated once more, but we also have signs that this time the peace process with the FARC was quite, let's say, quite strong, and it did make a difference, but it's still very weak. You know, it's still very easy to go back. You know, it's still not something that we can really say, okay, it's mission done, we made it. The second thing I said I wanted to mention to you was this thing about peace. We take for granted that peace is something we should struggle to obtain. But what sort of peace? When you live in a country like Colombia, it's not so obvious that you need peace. And what do you mean by peace? Because, you know, in the world, I think it was after September 11, it became close to impossible to have, let's call it a fair war, right? Every war is kind of unfair, illegal. No, it's very difficult to find a legal war or a just or a fair war. But the history of humankind has shown that only thanks to certain wars for a certain time and a certain kind of a quantity of war has been the only way to really move forward in certain societies. So, well, when I'm here in Denmark, I kind of understand that the word peace means something different than when you're in Colombia. I mean, when you're here and you feel and you think that, I think that most of the main needs are taken care of. People have what they need basically, and the only thing that we have to do is kind of improve each time more and more. Then you understand how you want peace in the sense that there's no dramatic change, no? And that you're basically in the same situation, only that it's improving. But in Colombia, and countries like Colombia, you really see many situations in which you have to ask yourself if some sort of conflict, and even conflict with certain armed conflict, is needed, no? And you realize that we cannot probably yet get rid of what we call, the legal term, I think, is the right of rebellion, right? And that certain situations give people the right to rebellion, including armed rebellion. So that is something I want to, our moderator told us that you wanted some things to think about, so I'm giving you this, right? And to really think if there's no way that if all wars are unfair and if we really are anti-war in all its sense. It's easy to say that in certain situations, but not so easy in others. So I would be satisfied if just raise a doubt about that and invite people to think that it depends on which country you are. You see, if I look at, when I listen to the people, we talk in the Truth Commission, who belong for 50 years to the FARC, or 40 or 30, and even also to people who were part of the paramilitary, and even people who were in the armed kind of struggle, you understand, it's not easy to tell them, okay, you were absolutely wrong. You must have never used arms. But that's not realistic. They say, well, but in Colombia we had, it's not completely like that, but we have some examples of a state that sometimes has been the problem, no? And a state that sometimes has used violence unfairly towards the population. And you've heard probably of all these horrible things that we are discovering in the Truth Commission. It's something called the falsos positivos, which means people, absolutely innocent people, innocent teenagers mainly, who were killed by the military, and that's been recognized and acknowledged recently. About 2 weeks ago, very, very brave military people, in my opinion, confessed, they made a confession that they did that. No, but this is what, only 2 cases. We now know more than 6,000 cases of absolutely innocent people in a sort of a body count, no, to kind of that were killed without having any involvement, just to show results and kind of demoralize the FARC in the struggle. So when those things happen in a country, when you hear the word, we want peace here, you begin to think, what sort of peace? Under what conditions? Is it really possible, to change this sort of thing without arms? So probably what I round up that point is that I still think that the right of rebellion and the idea of a fair war, we still have to accept that that can happen. Sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes it's not a fair war, of course. And you just have to get rid of that. But it's something to think about. In the peace, one of the things you have to ask yourself is, who benefits from peace? The same that you ask yourself who benefits from war, who will benefit from peace, no? And who needs another thing different from peace. the main deal with the FARC when we signed that peace in Colombia was to change the use of arms for the use of political democratic activity. That was kind of the bargain, no? The deal. You get rid of your arms, no? And then you come into the political ground and you begin to fight politically. That was kind of the deal. But you know that after the peace was signed, many of those people, I don't know today's number, it grows every day. There's 300, 400 people who signed the peace have been killed. You know? So, I mean, who ex-FARC people. So the agreement was, okay, you leave your arms and you begin to struggle politically in the democracy, and you win an election and you become president or whatever. No? But those people have been killed. So some of those, a pretty significant number of them, have been killed. So how can you go about that deal if they left their arms, they played cleanly in that sense, and then some of them are killed? So there are very complicated issues rising from that situation in the Colombian process. You know, that's why a big group of ex-FARC who had demobilized are now in arms again, and that's how the cycle could begin again to repeat. There again, no? The United Nations has been active in that. They have condemned all these killings, of course, and they insist that the agreement has to be taken through. But the thing is not so, it's more easy to say than to achieve it. The Truth Commission, two more things I want to say. The Truth Commission is, I hope that the Truth Commission, you know, it's led by a very important guy. I worked next to him, which is the Father Duru. He's a Catholic priest, a Jesuit, and his moral standard has been very important to achieve what has been achieved with the Truth Commission. But, you know, we are all very scared that as soon as this report comes out, which I know the report that's coming out, or at least I know the first draft of it, on the 28th of June, this is going to be very complicated because of the things that's going to be said. And in Colombia, that's where I ask myself, what do we mean by peace? You know? We know that immediately many of the people who work with the Truth Commission can be in great risk in Colombia, you know, because Colombia is still a very dangerous country in that sense, because the society is not necessarily prepared for the truth. And that's something I also know because of my psychiatric and psychoanalytic training. Let's say that human beings, you can't just take a person and give him truth, you know, a big dose of truth, and hope that the person will tolerate that. You have to prepare people for the truth. Like with a patient, like with a client. When I'm working in my room, I can't just come with the truth and attack him with the truth. It has to be a big process. We're working on the same thing now. No? How do we prepare Colombian society to really be able to so that chances are that they are able to process the truth in a better way. No? And we have to give it time for the people. It's a process. No, it's not something you have to you can give to a people and imagine that they're going to take it immediately. So that's another of the challenges we are facing in Colombia. So, okay, fine. That was 3 minutes, and probably I'll make it 2 even. One concept I don't want to go without sharing with you is that we've been able to understand in the Truth Commission the difference between knowing and understanding. One thing is to just know what happened, the fact that happened, the horrible thing that happened. But unless we're able to understand it a bit, to explaining a bit, it's going to be impossible to really achieve non-repetition. You know that many people look at understanding with certain doubts, right? Because people fear that to understand is necessarily to forgive. I remember after the, well, I don't remember, I read about it, that after all the Nazi period, many groups, Nazi groups say, don't understand the Holocaust, please, just condemn it. No? And it was looked with suspicion if someone tried to understand what happened in the Holocaust. I don't agree with that. I understand that, no, because of the suffering of the people. But unless we also understand what happens, and not only know what happened, it's going to be very difficult to really arrive to non-repetition. And thank you finally to the IPC, and I think I'm going to use what I've been learning here in Colombia, no, and to really put together different people throughout Colombia, sort of the age of the people you have here at this institution. I don't know if it's okay to call it an institution, maybe it's wrong, I don't know. To really kind of follow the philosophy of the founder of IPC, that to put together young people who have been enemies, or the countries have been enemies, or their social groups, to talk together as the best way to probably stop violence and stop war. Thank you very much.
Some people over the past 2 years have said that these face masks prevent us from understanding one another. And in meetings like this, it's another common saying that you can't relate to something that is so far away. And I guess for many of us, Colombia is far away, mentally and geographically. Thank you so much, Alberto Ferguson, for your statement, for your input to bringing your reality so close to ours. Thank you. We now have in the schedule a short break, 15 minutes. I'll leave to Søren to help me with the logistics of that, but I appeal to you to be back here at 11:45. Thank you. Søren?
Yes. Feel free to get out and get a little bit of fresh air. We are still preparing in front of the school the different venues for this afternoon's Peace Festival. Feel free. You can also go upstairs to see the new facilities upstairs. So be back in 15 minutes and see you soon.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
There's coffee out here.
There is coffee out here.
It's out here.
To the left. Thank you very much.
And you will also find washrooms out here. Thank you so much.
We on the string here will take this opportunity to show you a little film produced by IPC. It's a small mockumentary where we will take a trip across time, through time, talking to various students from different time periods about how it is to be a student at IPC. Enjoy and see you back for the seminar in 15 minutes.
After working in the fields all day, I like all of my classes. Classes are kind of a luxury and a reward after our work. Especially like modern languages and human geography. But Mr. Manneke, our principal, is still deciding on the curriculum right now.
In general, people like English, French. Everyone wants to learn French. It's a very important language in the world. And I really enjoy drama and journalism classes.
Well, I'm more into intersectional studies because I want to know more about sexual diversity. And I'm also interested in green activism because I'm concerned about the environment, and choir as well because I'm a good singer.
Favorite classes? Oh, since the occupation, I just worry where to live. Mr. Manik has said to wait down here until he finds a safe house. Right now I'm just hiding here in the basement. You see, I'm from Poland, so if the Germans found out I'm here, I don't know what would happen to me. I can't go back home either. I don't even know if my family is still alive.
I like to go to movie room and watch some movie from Netflix, and we often party hard on the basement at night. And I also like to work out in the gym, and I also plan a short trip to other countries on weekends, like Iceland or Czech Republic.
We can go to Copenhagen or just downtown for some milkshake because the food in the school is awful. And we have a lot of party in the common room. We can drink at the bar in the center. And also I spend a lot of time in my friend's room, like listening music on the radio, smoking good stuff. And, yeah. The teachers don't really care about that, so that's very good.
To be honest, I really came here for the journalism class. A few of us have been secretly printing a newspaper, Voice of Youth, to tell people what's really happening without the propaganda. But sadly, the Gestapo found our office and destroyed everything there. I'm also writing letters to my family, back in Poland.
Usually I just rest or help my roommate with her hand calluses. Unlike the rest of us, she's not from a farm family. I also would love to go to the big city of Copenhagen more often, but we're just so busy here. Yeah, we're working on a new dining table right now because right now we're eating on a door, laying on 2 chairs. So, yeah.
Here in Denmark, women can be educated, so it's very exciting. They don't just have to stay at home and take care of kids. They can go to work, to study, and yeah, I think that's awesome. There's also a youth revolution in Denmark because we still have some teacher too old school, like too traditional. They don't let us go to the boys' room, and why? I mean, it's not fair. So we want. What's the problem? We want to go, but we also have some new teachers, and they are like they feel like more like friends. So that's very good. Oh yeah, and we also talk a lot about the wars in Africa and Vietnam, of course.
You know, as a woman, I don't really know so much about these things. But we have 5 students from foreign countries here, and I really like to listen to their stories. But over 100 students are from Denmark, and they came here because they couldn't find work. It's a really tough world out there.
I'm scared, because I hear the Nazi troops come to the school for their big dinners. I hope they go somewhere else and leave us be. This is a school for peace, not war criminals. I just need to keep my head down and wait for better days.
It's hard to guess how the pandemic is gonna have an end. Here at IPC, we are trying to manage the restrictions to keep going with the classes. And you know, at IPC we discuss the many conflicts happening around the world, such as Afghanistan, the floods, and Brazil, and sadly the war in Ukraine. I think IPC has done a lot for students with peace study for the last 100 years. Yes.
I hope you enjoyed the film. After the Peace Seminar, we will be taking a look at the Peace Festival, which is happening today from 1 o'clock. We will be visiting different locations. So right now we are in the United Nations Hall, but we will be both going to Big Hall, where we will have student presentations and workshops. We will also be going to the debate tent, where we will see various debates on Ukraine. We have a director coming to talk about his recent film, Flucht. This is Jonas Poor Rasmussen. He is the grandchild of a former student, Heidtmann Rasmussen, the famous Danish poet. And we will have a debate on climate change with Extinction Rebellion. We will also be visiting the exhibition, which is happening in Lecture Hall, so you can get an idea of that. In the common room, we will also be looking at the new book, which has been published and presented yesterday at our inauguration ceremony. There will be a book presentation also today, where the authors and editors of these books will be talking about them. Finally, we will also be visiting the Global Goals tent, where there will be debates and talks on topics as peace and sustainable development by the Danish UN Association. The Ukrainian Danish Youth House will be visiting us, and we will have Dr. Samai Hamed, who is president of the Afghan PEN organization, coming to give talks, as well as some Free Haven artists. So tune in to see that from 1 o'clock, streaming until around 6 in the evening.
But you're not in doubt it will happen.
Oh, of course it will happen. I'm pretty sure.
Then can I ask you your opinion on the NATO?
You have got that. Right or wrong.
Hvad er det ved at gå ud og gøre? Og så den anden side, så der er nogen deroppe, der er nogen, der sidder deroppe.
We're not really taking a position. What I think is clear is that something important in international politics will be lost if Sweden goes into NATO. Because even with the NATO partnership having been
Jeg kender ham, og hvad hedder det, Preben Lund også, jeg kender ikke bogen. Ja, bestemt. Er det godt? Godt at se dig. Hvor flot, at I har fået det blot der. Welcome back, everyone. Please find your seats. Yesterday, a couple of us had the privilege to be part of the official ribbon-cutting ceremony here, carried out by Her Royal Highness Princess Benedict. And I can assure you that the timetable was adhered to. Every second was planned. However, talking about authority, you may say, and you will say probably, that the royals command a certain authority. But from the panel today, I can see that experience also commands authority, because you're all back here in time. So thank you so much for that. In our previous session, the first hour, slightly more than an hour, I had, as you probably discovered, a small note saying 3 minutes left. I don't have a literal note saying 30 seconds left, but I will appeal to everyone, the audience, the panelists, to be short and brief in presenting issues, questions, or comments. I'm inviting now comments from the floor, 3 at a time, and as you speak, please make sure, if you have a particular comment to one of the panelists, to make sure to address or say that this is in relation to this or that statement. You may also give your names. We don't necessarily need your CV. I would encourage the panelists, as you get the floor over the next hour, to also relate to one another, so that you pick up issues that provoked you or that inspired you coming from one of the other panelists, so that we have a discussion, probably not covering all of the issues that were raised over the previous 4 presentations, but at least some of them. So we have an hour left. I'm happy to invite the first 3 to take the floor. I'm certain that there are people wanting, and in fact, this is a very disciplined audience, so one of you have already asked for the floor in the break. So Peter Lyngse, yes. You're the first one.
I'm a citizen of Elsinore. We have a lot of information and knowledge here, but sometimes after all that information, you have to make decisions. And I, as any other citizen of Denmark, have to go to a popular referendum on the exact topics we're discussing today. And I'd like to hear some comments from the panel. We know we have a big war in Ukraine. We know it's going to end somehow, but no matter how it ends, Russia will still exist in Europe. We'll still have the discussion for Danes to say, should we join the European Union's peacekeeping and international structures, or should we not? Where Dan says, well, when the big countries fight, all the small countries have to make the decisions and take part. So I asked Dan for that, and especially also Mogens, what should we think about as Danes when we discuss the future peacekeeping structure of Europe and the European Union's importance in Africa and Middle East in the same peace?
Thank you to the first question raised. Others? Yes, please. Second row there.
My name is Hanne Christensen. I would like to inject a note into the debate here.
Loud, please.
We all know that Russia has vetoed the attempts of the Security Council to condemn its invasion in Ukraine and its attack on civilians. A few days afterwards, the General Assembly got together and passed a resolution that obliges the veto casting power to address the General Assembly and sit for a hearing from the General Assembly, UN member states asking sharp questions on what was the motive for the motives, why did they do it, why attack civilians, and so on and so forth. So this touches on the importance of small member states in the peace process. Now there are divided opinions on whether this General Assembly resolution will actually have an impact. Some say it won't, the veto powers will just continue as usual. But there is doubt, there is hope that the pressure from the General Assembly will push the veto holding power to at least amend a little bit its proposal. This was done by Liechtenstein, one of the smallest UN member states in terms of population and so on. And within a few months, they collected the support of 83 UN member states to pass the resolution. So next time there is a veto situation evolving, keep an eye on what's happening. Hopefully they will diminish the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanne Christensen. A third comment, yes. What would that be? Fifth row?
Yes.
Yeah.
My name is very Danish. I'm Rasmus. My question is, there has been voices talking about reform of the United Nations, including the Security Councils, having a permanent African member, having more members from the Global South as permanent members. How likely do you think these reforms are, or proposed reforms? Because to me it seems like a loop that needs, you need to make the reform in order to have a system that can reform itself. So it seems like an impossible task, but how would such reforms be implemented?
Thank you so much to Peter, to Hanne and Rasmus, bringing up issues such as the Danish referendum on the reservation that this nation has had for, what, close to 30 years in relation to our relationship to the European Union. A question or a comment on how to use the UN General Assembly for democratic efforts, democratizing efforts, and finally the likelihood of UN reforms. Anyone who would like to go first? Mogens, you're welcome.
Yes, exactly those issues I think I have some observations on. The last one first, on Security Council reform. I mean, there's been a very, very long effort to change the composition and regulations on the Security Council. But we have to remember, according to the Charter, it's only possible if 2/3 of the member states, including the permanent 5, accepts the Charter. So, very small steps could happen. I don't think they will include changing the veto power as such, or the number of countries having the veto power, but I think that there will be, along the road, an increase in the numbers of member states in the Security Council, and maybe also the possibility that there could be what you call semi-permanent members, because countries could be re-elected to the Security Council. that at least was what I observed of possibilities in this very long drawn out discussion back in 2015, 2016. On the other issue, pressure from the General Assembly on the Security Council, it has been an ambition all along. Liechtenstein and many other countries have tried to give more authority to the General Assembly because of the blockade of the decisions in the Security Council already back in 2015. That was also a big issue. But knowing that you cannot change the basic rights to veto, this new initiative is very useful, could be very useful, as well as other initiatives haven't been taken in order to say that each and every member state should abstain from voting against, including the permanent file voting, making vetoes in the Security Council when it's a question of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide. Of course, it's not the solution because Putin will probably, in the short run, do whatever he wants. But it's very important to put pressure. Third question, which was the first one by Peter, on Denmark in the new security situation in Europe. Of course, we all have to think what should happen after Putin, after the war, after Putin. How are we able to return to the efforts we had around year 2000, a little before, a little after that, of integrating Russia somewhat in a partnership, both the European Union and NATO, and accepting that Ukraine, probably sovereign and undivided, will be in a kind of arrangement with those two parties in between. That's very important to tell the Russians that there is a way out of this self-decided isolation which is taking place now. But when you ask a specific question of NATO, European Union, defense cooperation, I think the answer is it's not in a competition between NATO and European Union, but more or less a division of labor. Probably much of the security policy of the West in the Middle East will have to be managed by the European Union more than by the United States, and hopefully better managed than the direct military interventions we have seen under American leadership. And a lot of other things will be on the European agenda in a combination with NATO, not in competition with NATO. The interesting thing for Denmark right now is that we will most certainly have a NATO including Finland and Sweden over the summer. And that means that all Nordic countries are under the same helmet. We have already a defense cooperation on specific issues inside the European Union, including Norway, which has opted into, in spite of the fact that they are not members. And I think the basic reason for Denmark going away from the opt-out on the 1st of June is that we have finally, within both the European and the North Atlantic structure, a possibility of a Nordic bloc that can make imprints on the security policy, both in Europe and inside NATO. And I say to those who oppose, specifically my friends on the left in Danish politics, what I tried to say also in my initial remarks. Do you think it's better to be forced to coalitions of the willing under American leadership after all we have experienced than to be inside the European Union where it's natural that we go together with all our Nordic friends in a coordinated way under the European Union? And I see two main reasons for going out of the opt-out blockade. The one is the war in Ukraine, the other is the risk of return of Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mogens. I have El Margrethe and subsequently Dan on my list.
Thank you very much. Well, on the EU, I thought I wouldn't say anything and leave it to the politician, but I totally agree with him. We have a tendency to forget that we might have Donald Trump back,
yes,
or somebody of his liking, and he would not really want to strengthen NATO unless it was a very specific American interest. And I would say, I mean, we are not about, I don't think EU has been putting troops or contingents out yet, we are not there yet, but wouldn't it be nicer to be sitting around the table if such decisions would be taken in the future and be able, because we can say no in that case, and to be part of the decision-making process instead of sitting outside and waiting for them to decide, and especially Finland and Sweden, Finland and Sweden would probably like to participate in those decisions. So we would be outside like Norway is for the broader EU cooperation. That's it. Reform of the UN, again, I agree very much with Mogens. We will not see the Security Council reformed overnight. There is a working group, as you said. It's called the Open-Ended Working Group of Reform of the Security Council. It existed when I came as ambassador to New York in 2001, and we called it jokingly the never-ending working group, because no veto power will give up their veto. But, and Dan will correct me if I'm wrong, I think the veto is used slightly less than it used to be. China used to use the veto in Central America resolutions and so on. There is a little bit, not an agreement, but still an understanding that you only use it if it's your own national interests that are really, really important. And secondly, I would say to you, you talk about representatives from other continents, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. I think everybody agrees on that. And next week, I understand the Indian Prime Minister is coming to Denmark, so I'm sure there will be discussions on it. But don't forget, while we can maybe agree there should be one or two from these three continents and not change the veto power. The problem is that all three continents cannot agree on who it should be. And the case in point, next week, when the Indian Prime Minister comes, do you think India and Pakistan can agree who it should be? And then lastly, the resolution Hannah was talking about was adopted, I understand, I actually have it, not the text, but a report about it, on Tuesday this week. I think it is very important. It's a slow process. We don't know how it will work, but it's a little bit along the same side as what Mogens did when he was president of the General Assembly, when the Security Council were going to elect the new Secretary General. It was the Security Council that elected the Secretary General, but Mogens arranged hearings in the General Assembly where member states could ask questions to the various candidates. That did not happen when Ban Ki-moon was elected, because there we were on the Security Council. It was all the secret things and so on. So it's a process that involves the member states at large to a higher degree. And I see this resolution
as a step in that direction. And yes, it's Liechtenstein and it's a small country, but don't forget that the permanent representative of Liechtenstein, he was permanent representative when I came to New York in 2001 and has been there all the time, so he has a lot of experience.
Yeah.
We are moving on to Dan, please.
Yes, thank you. I won't comment about the Denmark and the EU, but I did want to comment on the question of the General Assembly resolution, because I think that the important thing is not what direct impact it has to affect behaviour right now, because it won't, right? But is the moral pressure that can be exercised, and I think that's very important. And I've often been in discussions with people about, oh, something is just a piece of paper. You know, it's not practical, it's just a piece of paper. But wouldn't you rather have the piece of paper around to be able to wave it and say, look, this is what you should be doing, or this is what you agreed to, why aren't you implementing it? And that pressure does have an effect. It has an effect within the bubble in New York, but it has an effect more broadly as well. So I think it's very important. The other thing is just briefly about the veto. I mean, I think in gatherings like this, we always feel pretty bad about the veto because, you know, with the veto, some state, the US, Russia, China, or indeed Britain or France, can stop a good thing from happening. And moreover, the veto allows them to veto a change in the system that would take the veto away. Sure. But in my view, it's probably the veto which is a large part of the explanation of why the United Nations have survived for so long and why it will survive now. It's worth remembering how the veto came about, because it was a very specific part of the discussions in the formation of the United Nations that Stalin said the Soviet Union is not joining anything like this, where the imperialists of the world will be ganging up, unless we have a veto. Right? Now, the odd thing is that the USSR didn't use the veto when it came to the UN Security Council resolution about the war in Korea. It left the Security Council chamber, declaring the whole discussion to be illegitimate, leaving the Security Council to be able to vote through a resolution in which then the United Nations was at war with North Korea. But they were never so naive again. The very fact that there is the protection of that status, that prestige, their interests, not just for the Soviet Union, for them all, is why they don't need to walk out, why they don't need to blow it out of the water, as happened with the League of Nations. So I think, oddly, paradoxically, the veto has historically been a good thing, even though it really is hellishly irritating.
Alberto, do you want to come in now, or you reserve your opportunity?
Yeah, reserve it, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So,
if I may add just
can you switch
one single remark to what David said. Namely, even if we didn't have the veto power, it's still obvious that no permanent progress on the basic questions of peace, climate, and economy can happen without the consensus of US, China, Europe, and at least in military terms, Russia. It will not happen. Even if you dismantle the veto power, it will not happen without a convergence of interest between those major players.
Thank you. I have a question from Gava at the very back.
Yeah, I have a microphone, Gava.
Thank you very much for the inputs and all the learning. Really, really good. My question is a follow-up what's been discussed now about, as Dan mentioned, I think about 58 conflicts around the world. And if you look at this conflict, almost each and every one of them involves the big countries. So in one way, one can say they are proxy conflicts. Therefore, maybe we have to try to reform the UN and, of course, make it more democratic and more representative. I think what happened in 1945 should be renovated, should be improved to involve other countries. So I would very much like to hear your comment. Then the issue of understanding for Alberto. Why do we understand less now? Why we have problem of understanding when we have so much knowledge? Thank you very much.
And there was another request, yes?
My name is Ole Rasmussen. I have a question related to the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. There are some who argue that this conflict could have been prevented. For example, George Kennan, warned against sort of provoking Russia too much, and others have sort of advanced the same arguments. So I'm coming back to some of the issues, about understanding your opponent, understanding what are the interests of the opponent, in this case Russia. And my question is really, could somehow this terrible conflict have been prevented if one had somehow accommodated, some of the concerns from the Russians? I'm not trying to defend Putin in any way. He's a terrible dictator. But, the question is how much, what should I say, injustice is acceptable in order to prevent real, violent conflict from emerging.
Fine. Yes, please. It's going to be difficult for the microphone. Maybe you can speak up.
I want to say thank you, first of all, for everything. I want to focus mostly on Mr. Bergson and on Mr. Sløy. How do you feel, because I'm Dutch myself, and our Prime Minister, due to public opinion, starts sending more and more weapons towards the Ukrainian front to support the Ukrainian fighters, which on one hand I'm very positive about, because I believe that we should help those people there, and that from a European standpoint, because it is so important that we protect the European ideals in Europe. But on the other hand, I feel really concerned about the fact that we maybe get a free flow of weapons inside our continent, as much as also maybe happened in Africa, and also happened in Colombia, where we don't know where those weapons are. And I just want to ask you, you people, how do you feel about the fact that we are going to send so many weapons, and where we, in a conflict where we don't know how it ends, and we don't know what happened with the weapons afterwards, and what happens if a chaos will break out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So 3 questions. First one, picking up on the discussion about UN reform and the architecture that we are left with back from 1945. Second one, can we learn anything from the Ukrainian crisis and conflict and war in terms of what could have been done in hindsight to prevent this? And thirdly, also related to the conflict in Ukraine, is this leading to a militarization of the wider European space? So this time it was Margrethe and Alberto and Dan and then Mogens.
First, I'm not an expert on these issues. First, I don't agree that, but I haven't, sorry. I haven't seen Dan's list of conflicts, but I would doubt, if you go through them, that all of them are proxy conflicts. Some of them are, but not all of them. That I think is important. I mean, I don't think the crisis in South Sudan is a proxy conflict. Necessarily. I think maybe the conflict in Mali, the French plays a much bigger role, and so on. So, and I totally agree, we need to reform the UN, but we don't do it by throwing the charter out of the window and starting fresh. We need to do it step by step, like we talked about the selection at the Secretary General and Liechtenstein's resolution and so on. I think that is the way to move, because I'm strongly believing that if the UN didn't exist, in the world today, we would have to reinvent it. So don't throw it out with the water. Free flows of weapons. Yes, I hope that those that are providing, especially heavy weapons, are feeling some kinds of responsibility for where they're going. But if you look at the whole world today, you know there's a lot of weapons moving. And again, in South Sudan, it took the security a very long time to adopt a weapons embargo. And when they finally adopted it, they only had the necessary 9 votes against for it, and Russia and China and a few other countries abstained. They didn't use veto, Russia and China, but they abstained. And furthermore, South Sudan is a landlocked country. The only neighboring country to South Sudan who at that time was a member of the Security Council was Ethiopia. They abstained. So how effective do you think that weapon embargo would be? And the respect for the weapon embargo from the government side was of course not very high, because they said, yeah, you got 9 votes, but what about the other 6? So I think in general we have to do better on this trade worldwide of weapons. I'm not seeing it as a specific problem in relation to Russia and Ukraine. On the question of Russia and Ukraine, could it have been prevented? I don't know. But I was at a meeting last week where security and military experts were presenting, and I at least left that meeting with a feeling that we in the West have not, over the last 20 years or maybe more, sufficient intelligence about the capability of the Russian army. I think we have been seeing those medal parades and the big parades in Moscow and think that, because when I heard this expert talk about the loss Russia has had, their problems with producing more tanks and supplying their troops and so on, I think it came as a surprise. And it was interesting when I was driving up here this morning, there was something on the radio about how come that Ukraine is able to react so relatively efficiently against the Russian forces, because otherwise we would have thought when the conflict started that Ukraine would have been taken over very quickly. But there was somebody from a university somewhere in Denmark saying that the United States were providing them with a lot of intelligence operations, so they knew where the movements were. And I think we have been a little naive in relation to Russia in having details about their military capabilities. And also the number of Russian generals and officers that have been lost and so on. It was quite a surprise for me, but I'm not an expert on Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Moving on to Alberto Ferguson, please.
Thank you. Just to comment, probably 2 or 3 of the questions in one block. Yes, many wars are happening at the same time, but bear in mind also that this has been the case for many years. I mean, there are many wars that have happened and ended in many areas of the world. So it seems like, to return to one of my points, that wars and armed wars is something that kind of has to happen somehow in the process of development of countries. Only that certain wars, they don't receive so much media attention. When we hear the same thing happens within Colombia and in the world. In Colombia, there are many areas where there are local conflicts and local mini wars. Mini wars, probably the word mini is not right for any war, but I mean, in the media it's mini, no? It's not visible. They're not shown in the media. So this is something we have to bear in mind, how to see the importance of a war, dependence on how much it's in the public, it's in the media. I mean, I was thinking every time I think it's horrible what's happening in Ukraine, no doubt about that. But it's also true that was what has happened in Ukraine and what will end up happening in Ukraine has happened, let's say, in Colombia, but nobody knows about that. It happens every month somehow, or every year at least. So there are different kind of standards to where the world gets concerned or not about the wars that are going on. Colombia has 10 million of victims, and probably more than that. This is an understatement of all that has been happening. And the influence of others, this is the last thing I want to comment related, I hope, to the question, is that we've only been able to understand within the Truth Commission how the war in Colombia, but not only in Colombia, in a small town in Colombia, is a consequence. We've been able to show that between the big nations, no? How the big conflicts between, let's say, the Cold War, for example, no? We've been able to understand what was going on between the US and Russia, let's say, the Soviet Union, to call it how it was called, how all that ended up in lots of killings and conflicts and wars in small regions and towns in Colombia. So this connection between what happens with the big countries and the war that's developed as a consequence of that in small countries is something that we bear in mind. In Colombia, we have a saying that what is discussed in Bogota, in the parliament, which is the discussion between parties, ends up in the killings in the territories. Right? In the Congress, they discuss it, but any discussion that happens there ends up in killings in small territories. I think something of this also happens in the world. All that we've understood of how the big geographical, conflicts in the world influenced the war in Colombia. Thank you.
Moving on to Dan. Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to comment on a couple of the questions. One is on the question of the proxy war. I think that it's a much more complicated term than than it seems at first. Ukraine, right? I want to really touch on a sore point and something that could be quite controversial here. Ukraine is a war in its own right. Russia invaded, Ukraine is defending itself, the outside is supporting Ukraine, right? Sending weapons and so on. And I'll come to your point, which is a very important one, in a moment. But at the same time, you can look at this and see, especially as you read the things which are said by Biden or by Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, or by Boris Johnson, or by one or two of the other politicians in Europe, but which Macron, France and Scholz of Germany have steered away from, you could see this as being a proxy war. That outsiders have got themselves into a position where they're able to give Russia, a beating, give them a bloody nose, without actually committing any of their own forces to the fighting. Committing equipment, of course, sending equipment, money, resources, but not having to have the problem of the boys come home in coffins or body bags, which is always what makes war in Britain or America unpopular. And this could be seen, if one were being really both skeptical and historical about this, in the light of the US strategy in Afghanistan during the 1980s, where there was a group in the US State Department which called themselves the Bleeders, right? Which in British English is an insult. But it was because what they wanted to do was bleed the Soviet Union by supporting the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. And of course, by supporting the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, they supported a force which got stronger, which came to power, which has inflicted chaos on Afghanistan for the 30 years after the USSR withdrew. But the bleeders probably thought at the time that they were really pretty successful, because they did indeed bleed the USSR. So proxy war is a subtle term, right? And I think that sometimes when one uses it, it's almost like it doesn't give enough credit to the war itself, where there may be people who are fighting for what they see as being social justice, or their rights, or their national rights, or fighting against repression, and they take external support. Of course they do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they are completely and only the instruments of the outside power. yet the outside power is also instrumentalizing them. So these relationships are actually quite complicated. I just wanted to say that. In terms of NATO and, basically the question about whether or not the war could have been prevented, it can be seen as being a question of, what could NATO have done to behave differently? Is it really true that NATO's expansion is a cause, in some sense, of this war? Now, I was always a critic in the 1990s of the way in which NATO was enlarging, but I want to avoid using the word expansion, which sounds like NATO did it, and rather go for enlargement, because what was actually happening was that the people in the governments in newly democratic countries in Central and Eastern Europe wanted to join the Western Alliance, and they wanted to join it because of their dislike of and fear of Russia. Now, I think that NATO could have handled that situation better. So I have a certain amount of sympathy with Russian friends at the time who saw that as being a threatening process. However, on the other side of it, first of all, there is nothing that defends or justifies that invasion, let alone attacking civilian targets, attacking hospitals and schools, attacking humanitarian convoys, mass graves, apparently torture, systematic use of rape as a weapon of war, the looting and the vandalizing which has been going on, and so on. Nothing can justify that. But in addition, one of the problems is that Russia traditionally has a concept of security that from the outside looks all too much like a concept of power. And this is partly because there's a real investment in the idea of what we call buffer states, right? Buffer zones. And Ukraine was to be a buffer zone. And it was because Ukraine was, of course, it's a buffer zone, yes, but it's a place where real people live, and they have aspirations, and they get things right, and they get things wrong, and there's some corruption, and there's some good government, and there's some bad government. Of course, it's a real place, and it wants to lean towards Western Europe. And that would take it out of the buffer role for Russia. So at that point, that becomes, in Russia's perception, or in Putin's perception, a threat. I do think that it is genuinely seen as a threat. But the way in which to sort that out is to project power and do something as awful as what's happening now. So ultimately, in the end, in terms of Russian political psychology, could this have been prevented? I'm not sure. I think things could have been done differently. I definitely think it was a mistake to offer NATO membership as a prospect to Ukraine and Georgia in 2008. But would that in the end have made a difference, given that Ukraine public opinion wanted to lean towards Western Europe? Sometimes I think that the real problem that some countries face is the neighborhood they live in. For example, Lebanon faces two big problems in its life. One is its ethnic division and the politicization of its ethnic division, and the other thing is that it happens to live next door to Syria and Israel. And if one could, one maybe as a Lebanese would choose a different neighborhood.
And finally, Mogens Lykketoft for a brief response.
Yeah, it can be rather brief because my arguments are in family with those of Dan just mentioned. To be more exact on what I think was the most wrong decision taken by NATO was the 2008 decision of giving Ukraine some expectations on NATO's membership because George W. Bush had it among the number of failures he had in his political judgment, and in spite of the fact that Germany and France would never have accepted the idea anyway. So you can say that kind of decision can easily explain some of what happens afterwards. I mean, on the other hand, if you agreed in NATO to bring Ukraine inside NATO, you should have done it exactly at that time, not a minute later. Well, that was one thing. The other thing was about the UN reform. A lot could be said about specific small steps, and we have tried to do some of them. I think it's important to say, or also after my experience, the 1 year I was president of the General Assembly, what went in the right direction, particularly the Paris climate agreement, was because it was the moment within the last 10 years where you had the strongest consensus between the United States and China. Any reform of the UN will have to be built on the understanding that China will have a bigger role in the international structure. Because we want to include them. And I think also they want to be included, but not on our Western terms only. And we know, well, we have the conflict in Ukraine, it's terrible, it could be more terrible, but we also know that when it comes to peace, economy and climate in the 21st century, the most important thing is that China and the US realize they have more common interests than opposing interests. And that's a huge task for Europe to try to bring forward, because it's moving in the wrong direction on both places. There's too much continuation of Trump policy in the US handling of China, and there's a lot wrong with China. But anyway, the conclusion is clear. If we don't manage to do that competition between those two in a peaceful way, we're out. We're out. And the UN has to be, the reform efforts in the UN has to be built on that understanding of things. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm now, on my watch, left with about 10, 12, maybe 15 minutes. I see a hand from Björn. I have a question myself, and then I'm going to close because I'll give the chance to the panel to wind up their interventions this morning. Björn first.
Thank you, Björn Förde.
Björn, would you like this?
Okay. Thank you. Obviously, we need an international peace-building system. I'm just wondering, listening to the perspectives you're giving on the overall system, if we should not also focus a little bit on the community-based level. I'm not talking about Ukraine here, I'm talking about probably more about Colombia and similar situations, where we know that there are lots, at least many, community-based peace builders. And I'm just wondering how you see them fitting into this reform thinking of the international system, because I think they're being underutilized. Maybe they don't have the right fit into the international system, which may be crowding them out. Maybe they don't always have the right resources. I know it's a small corner of it, but maybe for some of the many conflicts that Dan is mentioning, it might be relevant to discuss it a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Björn. And that actually links well up to what my question focuses on. Just to do a little bit on this framework, we are here at IPC, a 100-year-old institution which has, over the years, had continuous involvement with civil society. Civil society in our home country, Denmark, but also civil society movements across the world. Now, as an institution, we have constantly been confronted, could we issue declarations? Should we send letters in the names of IPC students at a certain cohort, of IPC staff, of the IPC Council? Should we act, or should we mainly see ourselves as a venue of people from civil society using the facilities, the space here? Now, intrigued by the presentations and the discussions which so far have, as Björn also hinted, has focused by and large on sort of the movements, the positions of major powers. Dan called for greater attention being paid to the middle powers. I would like if the panelists could give a concrete, specific example of civil society making a decisive role in a peace process. And I mind you, not necessarily a positive role, but an example from the real world where a civil society effort has influenced the direction of a peace process. That would be interesting, and I think hope to a large extent in line also with Björn's comment. So I'll hand back to you. I'll suggest we start with Mogens and move To my right, Mogens, Elmargrethe, Dan and Alberto, so as to conclude this very fascinating, very intense morning session. Mogens, you're first.
First of all, civil society, both at the local, national level and internationally, is very, very necessary in order to improve also the international organizations, foremost the United Nations. I think the example I have seen is that when we got the ambitious global goals in 2015, it would never have happened with only the governments involved in the process. The ambitions of the Sustainable Development Goals were made out of the very strong impact from civil society on the process. There are in the UN systems a lot of opposition against involving civil society anymore, especially from those member states who haven't got such a thing as a civil society. But anyway, also in the process of electing the Secretary General, which you mentioned, we actually managed to involve civil society in the discussion much more. And I think every progress depends on that process being brought further. Not to answer that civil society cannot be the other way around. I mean, I nearly don't dare to say civil society in Rwanda, 1994, was a terrible factor in the genocide. So it's not all kinds of civil society movements we're interested in, but those who have been engaged in the UN system should be engaged even more, and we should help them being heard there. Okay.
Marie?
Well, I think when I talked about the UN peacekeeping.
Please.
Oh, sorry. I'm not good at this. I was talking about a peacekeeping mission, keeping the peace while the peace was being built. Part of building the peace is to make sure that the peace is not only something that the politicians have decided in the capital, but that it is owned by the population. So I think it's very important that while you are building the peace, you do, and UN missions, both in Liberia and South Sudan, we did a lot out in local communities to get the local people together and discuss what the peace agreement meant and for them and so on to create ownership. So I totally agree, but I also want to say, as Mogens was alerting to, we have to engage with the right local communities. It was, I was struck when I was in Addis Ababa, and the first peace agreement after the conflict in 13, that was the one, the first one was from 15, was signed. There were so-called local communities and women's group and so on, but that was local communities who had forced their way to Addis. They did not represent the local community and the women in the society. They lived in Nairobi. There was even one of them who, in the follow-up, asked me if we couldn't do something, the UN, for the Sudanese diplomats abroad who didn't have money to put their kids to school. And I was looking at her and said, you know, look how they're suffering. So it has to be the right local communities you engage with. And then to your question, are there concrete examples? Yes. I don't know if you can remember, before the peace agreement in Liberia in 2003 was signed in Accra, President Charles Taylor was not too happy with it, and he was about to leave the country and so on. And there was, and one of them actually got the Nobel Peace Prize. There was a huge group of Liberian women who had had enough, and they dressed up in white, and stopped him on the way to the airport where he was leaving and forcing him. So there are local groups who have played a role. And I happen to know that at the final discussions in Accra on the peace agreement that the parties in to the Liberian conflict eventually signed, at a certain point Charles Taylor was about to leave the room, but the leader of the negotiations from ECOWAS was a former Nigerian president. He managed to get the women's group who were outside of the room to block the doors so he couldn't get out. So no, I'm saying it jokingly, but there are examples that we can laugh about, but where the local have taken an interest and engaging themselves, because we have to make sure that the peace is not just for the presidents and the next president, but for them to be continue on corruption and so on and so forth. And for them to ask for services from the government, because don't forget, in many, at least African countries, many of the conflicts are based on the fact that the government is not taking care of them. We talk about the jihadists moving from the north of Mali to central Mali, but sorry, if the government in Bamako is not providing schools, education services to central Mali, then it doesn't matter when the jihadists comes and they make a Muslim school. One Muslim school is better than no school. So you have to work with the local communities to get that ownership to peace. Otherwise, you're not successful. Or it's not sustainable.
Thank you so much. I can invite those in the audience who are interested in the Liberia case to watch a very interesting documentary made exactly of the women's group that influenced the peace process. I've forgotten the name, but I'll come. Bring the devil back to health. Pray the devil back to health. Yeah, good. Thank you for that. Dan, we're moving on to you. I may put on your shoulders important issues that has been overlooked to some extent, as far as I recall from my notes. The question of the militarization risk in Europe because of the inflow of weapons to Ukraine currently.
Yes, and that was the first thing I was going to comment on, because I realized that in my previous answer I said I would, and then I'm old, so you have to forgive me. I just passed on. Experience says that if you throw a lot of weapons at a conflict, then as that conflict dies down, many of those weapons will still be around, they will still be functional, and they will often get sold. I had a friend of mine, in order to make a point, he was Pakistani. I say was because he's long since passed away, but he went to the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan in the late 1980s, and spent about $250 and came back with a surface-to-air missile. So it happens. And it happens with, obviously it happens with the smaller weapons and with the ammunition, grenades, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns and so on. But it also happens with much heavier equipment. So there are second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand tanks and artillery pieces around the world in different places. So it's really, you're raising a really important issue, which, to be fair, I would imagine that those NATO country militaries, well indeed, and also including Sweden, which has been sending military aid, and others, are attempting to track. They will have marking systems on those weapons which will allow them to track them and to have a certain amount of control. But there is always a danger that in the chaos of war, the auditing processes can go wrong or be forgotten about, or weapons can just be left behind as forces move this way and that. Yeah, so you've raised a very important issue, and it does need to be looked after. In terms of peace building needing localization and community-based activity, although we've been talking primarily at the kind of the governmental and the international level, my perspective would be that actually most peace building happens at the local and the community level. It should be supported by, it should be facilitated by, and sometimes some parts of it need to be led by authorities, whether they're municipal or city or government or sometimes they're international authority. But an awful lot of what is really required is about what people do, especially as the time after the peace agreement, if you like, after the peace, you know, John Lennon used to, or he sang that you should give peace a chance, but I've always seen it the other way around, that peace gives a chance. If you get the agreement, you get the possibility to start doing really good things. And as you move further and further away from the time when the agreement was signed, you find that more and more, and you want it to be, that more and more, it is a real local ownership, not a kind of a paper local ownership, or the way in which sometimes in aid agencies they refer to a local ownership and they mean, you know, local politicians. Really people, ordinary people, driving it forward. But you asked for some sort of making a difference moments. Well, in 2006, Andalan II, the Second People's Movement in Nepal, essentially changed the political system and created the conditions in which the Maoists could stop fighting, open up an office in Nepal, start being a political party, and things could move forward. In 1986, a popular movement, completely peaceful, in the Philippines, overthrew a 20-year military dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos. So, yes, you get civil society movements doing decisive things, but an awful lot of what they do is local and small, and it doesn't get the headlines, but it goes on, and it's absolutely fundamental.
I need to say thank you there, and move on to Alberto Ferguson, please.
Thank you very much for asking this question about the community-based solutions, and thank you for asking for specific examples. One of the main findings of our Truth Commission is precisely that. There's a big chapter, about 2,000 pages, that's going to come out in June, showing more than 200 examples of very specific peace-building, community-based solution. We call it resistance, right, to war. People, communities that have resisted for 50 years, the leftist armed groups, the right-wing paramilitary, the drug traffickers, the state abuses of the military from the state, you name it, no? And so we are absolutely convinced that those are the only long-standing achievements in peace, is when a community, as someone mentioned, they become the owner of the peace. It's their peace. They protect it against whoever. Each time I see more and more, we see that government and the United Nations, they have a role, I would like to use the word, of accompanying these processes, and are very useful, but it has to be led by the community and by the people, and hopefully accompanied by international forces. So I think that's a very nice way to have the final message, and I think that we all agree on this. No, and it's, I would dare say it's kind of a conclusion of this beautiful and very interesting meeting.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you to the panelists who have fed us with their analysis, with their experience, with their personal reflections. It has been a great morning, very intense and limited in terms of time, but expansionary in terms of thoughts and ideas. So thank you so much to Mogens Lykketoft, to Ellen Margrethe Løj, to Dan Smith, and to Alberto Ferguson. And I believe we could all stay alive and kicking for quite a while with the ideas and the perspectives shared, but some of us may also need a little more of a substantive meal or something to drink. This is being available as the afternoon program is opening up, so come back to the central square at the IPC. Outside you'll have the tents where all the afternoon debates will be going on, but also where you will be taken good care of in terms of availability of different food. So thank you so much for this morning session. Enjoy the afternoon as well.
So as everybody is filing out of the new UN hall, they're going to the opening ceremony, and we have a team. We have Michelly out there reporting for us. She will be back with material very soon. And while we wait for her to come back to report to us with some video material, we will be watching from area number 6, the common room, where Gertrude, one of our teachers, has been collecting testimonies from former students of the development management class who have been talking, who will talk about their projects on film. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Gertrude, and I'm a teacher here at IPC. And for the last 20 years, I taught a class called Development Management. In that class, we are designing, we're simply producing projects using a management tool called Logical Framework Approach. We do it this way that the students form their own groups, so like groups of 4, and they choose a problem that they would like to find a solution to. And in each group there has to be a person from the area where the so-called, the problem is supposed to be, or the project is supposed to be implemented. So we make an analysis of the problem. We identify all the different problems leading to the situation that we would like to change. We find solutions, and then we simply design a project. And from this term here, one example could be a small group with some Japanese students and some other students as well, doing a project, how can we reduce the number of suicide among young people in Tokyo. Another project that we also had this term here was a project about how can we educate more girls in Helmand, Afghanistan, and the group members were a guy from Afghanistan and a girl from Germany. What you're going to watch now is a small videos made by former students who actually designed a project here in IPC and then went back home and implemented the project that they had designed here. We have Fatau from the northern part of Ghana talking about his project. REAP stands for Rural Education for Empowerment Program in Ghana. He will explain about all the different activities that they do. Then we have Leo from South Korea also explaining about his project. Actually, they started something slightly different here, but then went back actually made a Danish folk high school or a folk high school with the same principles as a Danish folk high school in South Korea, in Seoul. Yeah? Then we have also a very interesting project from Vietnam. It's Lee who is telling us about that. They were 2 Vietnamese here and then went back home, did a sustainability program with recycling and all that, but it has also during the years turned itself into a kind of folk high school. You'll hear more about that. The last project, that's Rahman, also from the northern part of Ghana. It's a huge cultural center for young people in Tamale, which is the biggest city in the northern part. And around 200 students, or not students, but 200 young people from the city are coming there each day. They have, as Rahman is a drum master, he's a drummer and a dancer himself, a big part of the activities actually teach young people the traditional dance and the drumming, and they are performing around whole Ghana, making money out of that. Then also they have a course, many young people do go to school, but they don't really learn how to read and write properly, so they actually have a course for that. They have a tailoring school where they're producing clothes that they are selling, sort of traditional clothes. When I was there, there were activities around blind young people playing football. and other activities for them. But yes, that's, yeah, I hope you will enjoy the videos.
Hi, my name is Abdul Fattah Abukari, a past student of IPC from autumn term 2011 to spring term 2012, half of autumn and half of spring, so I was there for 6 months. I would like to share a little about what my stay at IPC has been doing for my people back here in Ghana, in the northern part of Ghana. First of all, I would like to say a very big thank you for the opportunity given that time to earn me the scholarship of being a student, to be a student at IPC. My stay at IPC gave birth to an organization called the Rural Education for Empowerment Program, REAP for short. REAP is supporting girls' education by creating possibilities and giving girls hope for education. Not only girls, but we give more emphasis on girls' education. REAP has been doing a lot when it comes to supporting rural education. First, we try to ensure that people understand the concept or the importance and the need for girls' education especially. So we mount community platforms or community forums where we use drama to try to, as a tool, to change the perception of people regarding girls' education in a positive way. We also use radio as a tool to amplify our voices or to reach out to the people to understand the need for girls' education. Aside changing the perception of people, we also support girls with bicycles. And from the last 10 years, we have supported over 300 girls with bicycles, which they ride from their homes to schools. And we only give them to girls who are walking for like 3 to 5 kilometers every day to school. We also support girls with scholarships, where we pay for girls to have education, girls who are from a poor background. Right now, we have been able to support up to 100 girls where we have given them scholarship to get high school education and also to continue to tertiary level. And right now, we can count up to 100 girls who have been, some of them are still in the tertiary, studying to become nurses, others studying to become teachers. And we also have a lot of them who are working as nurses already, and those who are also teachers already. Aside this, we also have girls clubs in high schools, which we try to support them by empowering them, building their capacity, trying to make sure that they become positive role models for their youngsters in the basic level of schools in the northern part of Ghana. REAP is doing all this in partnership with 100% for the Children based in Denmark, which has their partners or their counterparts in Ghana and in Kenya. We also currently supporting with a project called the Great Project, which supports in building capacity of girls and also building capacity of what we call the school mothers, that is working hand in hand with the school clubs to support them with household mentality and the culture of the people here, which is what the school mothers is doing for the girls in the clubs. We are also, as a supplement to the activities, we have a project called the Recycling for Development, which we do bring recycled items like computers, school furniture, medical items to support local schools here and local hospitals or medical centers to facilitate their work. And I would like to say that all this that is happening here during the last 10 years is the inspiration I derived from IPC during my time in autumn term 2011 and then spring term, half of spring term 2012. So REAP is 10 years in 1st of April. In the 10th of April, REAP will be 10 years existence as an organization. And I would like to say a very big thank you to IPC for this opportunity, and also to say a very big thank you to our partners, 100% for the Children in Denmark, my longtime friend Camilla Nelson English, who is now my wife, who has been my backbone in this 10 years of NGO work or development work in the northern part of Ghana. I would like to say that with all these 10 years of existence and making change in the northern part of Ghana, credit is given to IPC for the support, enemy students, and also supporting with inspiration. Gertrude and all the staff and the school council for giving me the scholarship. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Hello, I'm Leo Park from South Korea, and I was a part of IPC in the autumn term of 2016. With friends I met from my time in IPC, such as Min and Haegyeon, Ijan from Krogerup, Munhwa, Jiyeon and Anderson, who were interested in Danish 4K school system, we together opened Jayu Skole in Korea, which was our own version of IPC back in 2017. In my application for IPC, I wrote down I not only want to be an IPC student, but also a partner in the future. And now, after many years, I feel like that wish came true. Commemorating the 100th anniversary of IPC, I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Jayu Skole that was established based on the philosophy of 4K Skole. Jayu Skole's motto is a safe laboratory for rest and transition. Our mission is to help people to find and work towards their own reasons for living away from the competitive educational environment. Our main target persona is young people over 20 years old, as well as those who just left work, who are figuring out what path to take in their lives. When designing programs for Jayu Skole, we mostly refer to our experiences at IPC. Our first principle is living conversation. No matter what space we use, we create a common room in order to foster an environment where people can talk comfortably with one another. Our second principle is horizontal relationships. People who run Jayu Skole are called facil, not such titles like instructors or teachers. No matter what field of expertise we may have, we are committed to remember that we are here to support others' growth. Our third principle is community. We also sing together in the morning, ask each other how we are, and take care of ourselves for building community. Lastly, we did not forget including Hwige throughout the program. If the principles that I just shared are the reflection of the experience from IPC, the following is the part that has been adjusted according to the cultural context in Korea. First, we use horizontal language. In Korean culture, where age is such an important value, it is not easy to speak informally to one another. But our participants from all ages gather and try to have a horizontal conversation with each other. In this way, Jayu Skole tries to eliminate age discrimination and authoritarianism. Second, we spend time together from the day after Christmas to the New Year. We usually take this time to cherish our efforts and struggles of the year and plan for the new year. Of course, we shall not forget about the end of year party. Jayu Skole has devoted its time and effort to spread the Korean style of 4K Skole by running Chuncheon Citizens School with Chuncheon City for the past 2 years. We think that is just the beginning of 4K Skole in Korea. Our future plans include establishing the Korean 4K Skole Association and building a further partnership with IPC and the Danish 4K Skole Association. We will do our absolute best to fill Asia with self-consciousness, enlightenment, and growth through cultivating living dialogues. Again, I'm very pleased to have a chance to introduce Jayu Skole to IPC community. I hope to do something together in the near future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, hi all beloved teacher from IPC. I'm Lee again from Vietnam. 5 years ago I went to Denmark and studied in IPC, and I think it's a milestone of my life. When I came back to Vietnam, I and my friend, we opened a space called Vietnam Sustainable Space, and there we implement a lot of activity related to environmental environment issues. We have a club where we collect rubbish in a river, on the street, together.
Vietnam is now my country now, so I have to do something to help the environment. Okay?
Yeah, help the environment.
Yeah, and the children.
And the children.
Future. All your children in the future.
Yeah.
Everybody's.
Unfortunately, because of COVID, we have to close that spaces. But later on, we open a school here. We call it a Carnation Art School, where people come here, gather here, and study about art, music, drawing, and to play, to have relax, to be happy. And now I will make a tour to show you what we have here. Mr. Buddha and a chair for someone who want very tranquil afternoon, and after classes they can stay here just to rest. A second-hand shop of Du, where she encourage people use old stuff. Like me, now I'm wearing a second-hand shirt. I think it's beautiful. Du and I bought a house in the mountain. Here is Kontum, and we make some classes very similar to IPC, like a gardening class, a ceramic class, drawing class, like art and craft. And of course we have, because we're musician and a songwriter, so we have a songwriting class. Here is a corridor for students to stay in school, like IPC. It's a small IPC in Vietnam, and we're very proud of that. We have a greenhouse, small but enough to keep the seed inside. Here is where students from gardening class, they work here. They work with the soil, work with the seed, and they're waiting for the seed become a plant. And we have a common room, and same like IPC, where people can study, work, play music. And now I will take you to a drawing class. Du, say hi to Soren and Gertrud.
Hi Soren.
Here, teacher, drawing teacher. Here is where we study, we learn choir, and we learn some instruments, it's like piano and guitar. In here we only have 20 students per courses. This school enrich us a lot. So far it's 3 years already, and although the thing we do is just small, very, very small, little and small, but I think partly we contribute a bit to a happier world. Because when people come here, they feel happier, they laugh much more, and they like a child again, and that makes us very happy. And we think it's meaningful to me personally, and hopefully this school brings happiness to the others, to our students. And I send you love to all the teachers, and my gratitude, my thankfulness for you. My teacher, Gertrud Tanin, the teacher who in charge in development management. I learned from that class a lot. And thank you, Soren. Thank you, all the teacher. And see you again in IPC. I hope all you be happy and healthy.
is Rahman. I'm from northern Ghana. I'm a former student in IPC. I was there in IPC 2001 to 2002, and which has benefited me a lot and the entire country. I'm a former student from IPC, and what I have learned in IPC, I really use it a lot when I return back home in Ghana. I have established organization around Tamale Youth Home Center to give skills training, project management, organization structures, and etc. And which has worked perfectly for the entire country. And I'm standing here to encourage my colleagues who never had opportunity to go to IPC should try and go to IPC, and they can also learn a lot. After learning, you make sure you go back also implementing it into your country. And I'm telling you, IPC is a place everyone supposed to go and visit. And IPC is a place you can go and learn a lot. And IPC is a place you can go and your life can change in many ways. So I'm standing here to really tell the whole world that I have been in International People's College in Denmark, which I have learned a lot, which I have benefited a lot through what I have learned in IPC. So IPC, thank you so much. It's a good place to be. I wish to come back with my people there again. Bye-bye.
Hello. So we are going to move now to the big hall, area number 3, where the teacher Selassie will be giving a African drum and dance performance, as far as I know, together with some of the students, perhaps also a solo performance with his group, and we are waiting for them to arrive. And I will then hand over to Shubhra in Big Hall.
So you need to get close to the window. The connection is lost.
Oh, okay.
So they didn't get in? No, we got looking in, but then as soon as you got to what you said. Last, need a hand with anything? Need a hand with anything? Yes.
100 years, yeah? 100 years is not a joke. Think 100 years. This house has been accommodating a lot of students, old and young, and I would say also from different continents and different places, and also, I would say, here in Denmark as well. So in that way, we have to sing together and dance together to celebrate it. And the dance that we're gonna dance is very simple. And it's like you are taking something very precious here, and then gathering inside something precious here. So let me see your hand, your left hand, taking something, and then you gather from the precious thing here to the right here. Is that okay? Now it seems that it's perfect. So we sing as well. When we go left and right, and we're going to sing yo, 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 yo. It would be nice if you all sing together. I know you guys have some solo going on, but we say yo, 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 and here you remain yo, 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 yo. Okay, I go yo, 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 yo. Again, yo, 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 positive thing to IPC, the IPC can hold on again 100 years, then we all have to meet it here again in 100 years. So now we have the hands up here, and then when you have the hands, then you go with this, with the stamping, and then you go here. Hookah chaka, hookah chaka, hey, hey, hey. Hookah chaka, hookah chaka, hey. You can do things in different ways, but together. We all different, do things differently, but to do it together as well. So here we go, here, divide here, from here go. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo.
Was African drum and dance in the big hall. Thank you to Selassie for that performance. We will now be heading over to the main stage outside of Manor House, where just some minutes ago we had the opening ceremony of the International Peace Festival. So we will go over to Michelly, who will tell us about the Peace Festival.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying your day at the IPC live streaming. We're here waiting for the open ceremony to start. It's going to start at 1, and we are here at the entrance of IPC. I hope you all remember. And here we have some coffee, and we have a lot of activities about to go on. And right after the open ceremony, we're also going to have some debates in the debate tent right behind the camera. And we're going to have some debates about the situation in Ukraine. We're going to have some debates about a movie from a very important Danish director. And I hope you guys are all going to enjoy, and we're going to try to show as much as we can for all of you. Hello everyone,
that many
this is the open ceremony
citizens of
starting right now, and I hope you
Helsingør,
all
citizens
enjoy.
from Copenhagen, people from all over the world will find their way to IPC again today to celebrate 100 years of being a folk high school right here at this piece of land. That's something, isn't it? Should we salute IPC with a big clap? Thank you. So very, very happy to introduce a full program of activities taking place all over campus within the next 6 hours. Later on, Dorte Lykkegaard, member of the board, will sort of on a running basis introduce what happens where. But I also hope that you have equipped yourself with the brochure, with the program, and with this you can actually find the different venues for the different activities that you choose on this afternoon. So we hope that you will have a good time with us, and that we will see you back again next year at IPC and next year again, and whenever you like to come and visit. A warm welcome to IPC and congratulations to the school on its 100 years jubilee. And now it's my privilege to welcome on stage, representing the municipality of Helsingør, the chairman of the Committee for Culture and for Tourism, Mr. Michael Mathisen. Welcome on stage, Michael.
Thank you very much, son. Dear IPC, dear students, dear everyone, thank you for inviting me to this International Peace Festival. I will not steal your time with a lot of words, but I have to say that I love to be here. Not just today, but every time that IPC invites. I have to give a large and warm vote of congratulations to this fantastic school. It is not often you can congratulate such an old institution, so it must be done in style. And I'm happy to do so on the behalf of the municipality of Helsingør. One of the things I love when I visit IPC is your smile. There's a lot of smiles at this place, and it is wonderful. Hopefully Helsingør can adopt the IPC smile, because it brings people closer together. Shipping brought Helsingør close to the world. The ships also brought new types of music, new words, and new ideas. And they all contributed to the multicultural life that we benefit from even today. This has taught the citizens of Helsingør to be responsive to the sentiments of others, and we have maintained our openness to the outside of the world. IPC has been an important friend of the city in this regard, helping us to focus on the positive dialogue between people for 100 years. Openness and dialogue are more important than ever before, and I know that it will be keywords today. So dear friends, let's have a passionate and dedicated festival for peace, friendship and respect among people. Only our imagination set limits for what we can do together. Yesterday when we opened the UN Hall, we sang a beautiful song that I am sure you all know, and I hope that you will bring along with you throughout the day. The song was "What a Wonderful World," and I will end this speech by saying, what a wonderful song, what a wonderful school IPC is. What a wonderful moment this is. And what a wonderful day we will give each other in the name of peace and love. And don't ever forget that love conquers everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mikael. And now I would like to pass the microphone to Dorte Lykkegaard, who will be hosting this day from this stage. And we are looking forward to hearing more about the coming activities.
Yes, and first of all I would say if you haven't got the program, you should go to the info station to get the program. It's both in English and in Danish. That might be a good thing. And now we are going to start the activities taking place all over IPC. As you can see, there is a debate tent over here. Lecture hall is over there. Common room is down here. Big hall is over there, and you have, most of you maybe have been in the UN hall. The Global Goals tent is on the other side of the Yellow House, Manor House. But you just ask. We'll be supporting you all with staff t-shirts, or the students with the gray t-shirts. They will guide you all the time. At 1:15, the Danish UN Association will discuss peace and sustainable development. It will take place in the Global Goals tent over there. At 1:15 as well, if you want to dance, it might be that you need to exercise a bit. You can go to a big hall to African drum and dance. And at the same time, 1:15, there will be a frirumsdebat about Ukraine and military support and peace. It's a debate between Laila Stockmar and Mogens Lykketoft, who you might have met just before. And 1:45, we have a Syrian refugee back to Syria, Asem Swide. It's in the Global Goals tent as well. But we will all the time put on the board here, the whiteboard here, what's going on for the next time. So I hope I won't say more now. I'll be back and guide you. But yes, I'll say a little bit more, because you should also visit the food truck over there. Lagoni is there. The art and crafts people who are down here. You can buy arts from the students at IPC. You can get information. You can buy the 2 new beautiful books about IPC and the founder, Peter Mannicke, and they will be presented later on today as well. But look in the program, ask us, and have a nice day, and I'll be back.
Thank you to Dorte for presenting the program of today. So we will immediately be heading down to the Global Goals tent, which is number 6. Oh, not number 6. It's number 2, the green number 2 in the tent behind Manor House, where Sanjit, former student from 93, will be presenting the Global Goals tent, and we will also see Suzanne introducing one of the speakers there.
Yeah. So we're coming to you live from the Global Goals tent, where a discussion here is kicking off. There's several NGOs represented, including the Danish UN Association and the Ukrainian Danish Youth House, the Afghan Pen, and Free Haven Artists. The discussions are going to be largely around the immigrant experience in Denmark, peace and sustainable development, and of course the cultural identity of Ukrainians now with the war, and human rights and freedom of speech. And we're just getting ready for the first speaker, who's from the Danish UN Association. Good.
without sustainable development, and there is no sustainable development without peace. And if the sound is too stupid, then we'll take it off, I think, okay? But you tell me. And I will do it in English, because some of the participants will be English speaking. And maybe somebody will wander in, and if they expect something happening in English and it's not in English, they will say, oh, the Danes, they always ignore us. So I will continue in English.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just thank you for the introduction, Susanne. And if you wonder what the Danish UNA is, I will end by explaining about it. But the Danish UNA, in a nutshell, we are the cheerleaders of the UN. So that's who we are. And as Susanne introduced, there cannot be sustainable development without peace, and there cannot be peace without sustainable development. And this is how the SDGs, when you read the SDGs, this is what is written in the introduction to the SDGs, because that is at the core of the SDGs. And it's comforting to think how far we have come since the United Nations was established back in 1945. Back then, the important issues of human rights, peace, development was included in the UN Charter. But the world was completely void of sustainable development, and environment as well. That was completely ignored in the UN Charter after the Second World War. This had to change, and luckily it did, but very slowly. The first change happened back in 1972, when the United Nations had a conference in Stockholm called the UN Conference on the Human Environment. And if you had the time this summer, there will be an event in Stockholm in June where this conference is being commemorated and celebrated and sort of reinvigorated during 2 days in the beginning of June in Stockholm. And there's a long process where you can get involved, so check out the website about that. The next thing that happened, that was that the UN World Commission on Environment and Development issued a report called Our Common Future. And in this report in 1987, they defined sustainable development as being development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. This report and this commission is also referred to as the Brundtland Commission, because it was the former Norwegian Prime Minister, Gro Harlem Brundtland, that was the chair and the head of this commission and who issued this report. And the report became the foundation of the Agenda 21, that was the result and the plan of action that came out of the next big conference in the UN, the Conference on Environment and Development, that was organized and held in Rio in 1992. But good as it was not good enough. On paper, this linked the environment with development, with economy and social issues, but it was mostly treated as something to do only with environment, and completely separated from the issues of human rights as well as peace. So we had to wait another 23 years before we finally arrived at the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And if you were present in the debate tent just now, then you could listen to the person who was actually chairing the meeting in the UN when the plan was adopted, that is Mogens Lykketoft. Maybe you were here this morning and Mogens Lykketoft was in a debate about the UN together with Elian and others throughout the morning. But he's still carrying on, so when we finish, you can maybe have some time left, then you can hear him if you have not already had the opportunity. Anyway, the SDGs includes some of the old stuff from the previous Sustainable Development Agenda, namely environment, development, social issues and economy. But it makes the agenda universal. For instance, take goal number 2, zero hunger. It's not just about avoiding hunger in developing countries. When you read the full title, this is of course a PR tool, so you make the headlines very short. But if you read the full title for the goal number 2, it reads, End hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture, being just as applicable in Denmark as in the Central African Republic. The 2030 agenda also mainstreams the human rights throughout the goals. For instance, if you take goal number 5, being gender equality, this includes a target to end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere. Or take goal number 8, up here, which full title reads, Promote Sustained, Inclusive and Sustainable Economy, Full and Productive Employment and Decent Work for All. This goal includes a target that states to take immediate and effective measures to eradicate forced labor, end modern slavery and human trafficking, and secure the prohibition and elimination of the worst forms of child labor, including recruitment and use of child soldiers, and by 2025 end child labor in all its forms. So maybe you can get the idea. One thing is the slogan title, then you have the full title, but then when you read through the targets, followed by the indicators, there's actually a lot more under the surface than it meets the eye in the beginning.
We will now be heading over to the debate tent number 4, where we will have Mogens Lykketoft speaking together with Laila Stockmar about the Ukraine conflict and military support and peace in Ukraine. And we'll have a song as well. Enjoy.
Slowly in Danish sounds good. Yeah, so we can hear each other. Exactly. And I will keep an eye. If many students are starting to come in, then we will change the language during the debate so that it matches the audience. That's the whole idea, to have a dialogue going so that we can understand each other. The whole idea is to get better understanding. So what we would like to do is, of course, to invite you into the heart of IPC, the heart of the folk high schools, and of course start with a song. And we have asked our panelists to recommend a song that is close to their hearts. So the first song we will sing is Imagine, that we have here. So those of you who have a cell phone, you are welcome to find the lyrics right now. We did have a discussion about whether to print or not. We decided on not printing, and then let's see how it goes. We can also sing along on the chorus, etc.
Be Yes, there's a little high tone on me. And we'll do it in English now, or?
No, English.
Vi gør det på dansk. Udmærket. Ja, tak. Tak. Tusind tak, og velkommen til. Hvor mange af jer har prøvet at være i en frirumsdebat før? Der er et par stykker, 3 stykker, som måske ved, hvad det drejer sig om. Det drejer sig ikke kun om, at vi er ude i det fri. Det er simpelthen et nyt debatkoncept. Men vi kommer så langt til at præsentere mig selv. Jeg er nemlig debatpilot, men det giver kun mening, hvis man ved, at det er et helt anderledes debatkoncept. Helt nyt. Det minder ret meget på nogle punkter om, hvad I har oplevet før, men vi prøver at lave nogle små twist undervejs. Jeg er uddannet debatpilot for 4 år siden. Jeg er højskolelærer. Det er sådan en efteruddannelse, jeg har fået mig til at prøve at styre os igennem nogle forhåbentlig mere konstruktive samtaler, men hvor vi også kommer hurtigt ind til kernen. Så det hedder en frirumsdebat. Og jeg er glad for, at den her del, jeg kan tage den på dansk, fordi det giver ikke så meget mening på engelsk, men de 3 første bogstaver, FRI, det er også de 3 første de 3 elementer, vi skal igennem i det.
So we are going to go back to the UN hall now, and we have a children's storyteller coming to us today, giving us the story of something with apples. So enjoy. We're going to go to the UN hall now, where we are also sitting.
Kom nærmere, kom nærmere. Det er jo en fantastisk sal, der lige pludselig er her, med masser af lys alle vegne. Og når I kommer igennem næste gang, så kan det være, at der er græs, har jeg lige hørt. Både for oven og for neden og rundt omkring. Og så kan det være, at man kan hoppe på nogle trapper herude på et tidspunkt. Ligesom hele vejen ned. Jeg synes, det er ret flot. Det må jeg nok sige. Kommer man helt op og står der på kanten, så kan man se skoven på den anden side. Og en sø har jeg jo lige hørt. Men, vi venter lige til de sidste, vi har fået sat sig. Jeg ved ikke, om der er æbletræer. Nu kigger jeg lige på nogen, som har noget med noget at gøre. Er der æbletræer her?
Det er der.
Det er der.
Og de blomstrer lige om lidt.
Lige om lidt. Jamen altså. Så kan I komme tilbage og se på blomstrende æbletræer. For det, jeg skal fortælle jer om, det er nemlig æbler. Og hvis I kigger, tager jeg lige en af dem herinde fra min lille kasse her. Så står der, så vil jeg lige synge en lille sang for jer. Jeg tror, de sidste får lige sat sig. Ja. Det er rundt. Og det er saftigt. Det er grønt, gult, rødt og blandet-agtigt. Det er et æble. Må jeg byde dig, værsgo. Det er en gave her fra mig til dig. Æblet er den allerældste gave fra Evas have. Det er smukt, og det fra starten. Det er vidt, vidt. Når floret tager den, mang den maler, har forgrebet sig og forsøgt at få det kunstens vej. Æbletræet er så skønt at se på, at vi bare må. Det er sundt, og som det smager, det er sødt, surt, salt, som man behager. Der er et æble til hver og en, men pas på, for der kan være en sten. Sluger man den, får man træer i maven, i mavehaven. Det er sprøjt, og det er svampe, det er melmuggen, most og dampet. Æblet er den bedste frugt, vi har. Gør jeg lige sådan her. Knuppe, knup og vugtig, spise klar. Kokke verden over, de har smagt det. Og sagt det. Jeg tror, alle her i salen har deres helt eget favoritæble. Og I må gerne sige det på én gang. 1, 2, 3. Hvilken farve er det, som er det bedste ved et æble? 1, 2, 3! Ja, og sådan er det. Hver enkelt person har præcis det æble inde i deres mave, som de synes skal være, præcis som den skal være. Nu skal jeg fortælle jer en historie, for der var engang en gartner. Og den gartner, ja, han var helt fantastisk. Han var høj og tynd. Og så var han alligevel så stærk, så det han kunne gøre, ja, det stod der 3 andre gutter og tænkte, hold da op, det skulle vi være 3 om, hvis vi skulle klare. Og ved I hvad, han kunne slå koldbøtter. Brum, 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 brum. Lige så hurtigt som børnene, der var i den have. Og i den have, ja, der var der fugle, og der var nogen, der holdt hinanden i hånden, når de kom der i haven. Og så kan det være, at de også lige kyssede hinanden. Ej, var der nogen, der sagde, det er ikke noget. Men nogle gange, så var der nogen, der var rigtig, rigtig mange år. Han har haft så mange fødselsdage, man slet ikke kunne tælle det. Og de var startet med at være hos gartneren. Gartneren, han var helt speciel, fordi han kunne både, ja, han kunne kigge på blomsterne, og så kunne han forstå, hvordan han skulle passe dem. Fuldstændig lige meget, hvilken blomst der kom i hans have. Og alle dyrene, der kunne han ligesom tale dyrenes sprog. Og der var ikke, ja, I ved godt, der er nogen, der kan have travlt, ikke også? Ej, meget travlt. Men ved I hvad? Gartneren, selvom der var så mange ting, der skulle gøres i hans have, så kunne han altid lige lægge en arm om en, og så kunne han gå en lille tur ind i hans have og lytte til nogen om det var et æren, der kravlede rundt på skuldrene, eller om det var et lille barn med blå øjne og en lyst hår, som godt kunne lide æbler. Nu skal jeg sige jer noget. Når skyggerne bliver lange, når solen er ved at gå ned, så stoppede alt grinen og latteren og bæremøllerne, for så gik gartneren hen, og så satte han sig med ryggen op af et stort æbletræ.
So we're right now listening to a children's story. It's about a gardener in a garden has a lot of children in his garden. And there's beautiful apple trees, and he is telling stories to the children. And the children, they want to listen to the stories of the gardener. And then the gardener is telling these stories.
Så var det ligesom op skuldrene. De sank engang på alle de andre. Det er jo ikke nogen hemmelighed, sagde de. Det ved vi da godt. Og så var de ud af paradisets have. Ja, sagde gartneren. Men før de røg ud af gartnerens have, eller paradisets have, den store have, der havde de spist af et andet æbletræ. Der stod lige ved siden af det forbudte æbletræ, og det var lykkens æbletræ. Og det havde blomster og æbler på samme tid, hele året rundt, og man måtte spise lige så mange æbler, man ville, for hver gang man spiste. Så blev man helt lykkelig indeni. Og Adam og Eva, de havde spist rigtig mange af de her æbler. Og så havde de haft stenspytningskonkurrence, det ved jeg ikke, om I kender. Det der med... Så der lå simpelthen så mange æblekerner rundt om det træ. Og da de så fik at vide, nu skulle de afsted, så var det hovedet ned, boink. Og så gik de, og lige under Evas fod listrede der sig en æblekerne fra lykkens æbletræ fast under hendes fod. Og ved I hvad? Ja, det kan det være, at I kan sige det, sagde gartneren til alle børnene og alle de voksne, der sad der. Hvor tror I, at Eva...
We're now going to go over to a video showing you the construction of the UN Hall. And this is was made halfway through the construction. And please note that Søren at this time was still recovering, so don't be surprised when he has no hair. So enjoy this video footage of our new UN Hall.
So back in 2017, we realized here at IPC that we were now running our long courses with full houses. more than 100 students at the time. And some needs came up. We needed bigger classrooms. We needed a big hall for morning fellowships and for bigger events at IPC. We needed a bigger party room. We needed a new music room. We started raising funds for this project, and we managed to get 10 million kroner from den AP Møllerske Støttefond, and we're really happy for that. We also have some savings at IPC. We've been saving up for several years, approximately 7-8 millions. And then we got loans for 15 million kroner as well. So the totality of the project will be between 33 and 35 million kroner once it's finished. In 2020, we started the project. And the first thing was actually to mark where we would have a road for all the builders coming into the area. So it was marked in the lawn. And then they started digging. They started digging to create a hole for the fundament of the new buildings. And the next phase was actually to put a layer of concrete just to create sort of a solid workplace for the workers to work. Once that was done, they started preparing kind of a steel and metal network for the fundaments. And there were some big graves also created to ensure the stability of what would become the big building. And after this big network of metal was created, they could actually start putting the concrete for the fundament of the new buildings. Once that was established, they started raising the walls of what would be the underground part of the new buildings. So walls were raised around what would be the new music room, the party room and the lounge area. Once that was established, they established the walls of the technical room where all the ventilation, the electronics and so on will be situated. Then finally the walls or the beginning of the walls for the big building, containing the UN hall, as we call it, the auditorium. Once that was established, the walls were there. They put a lid on some of the walls that is to become sort of the underground buildings, the underground rooms. Then we raised the skeleton of steel to carry the big building. It was done in the summer, in July 2021. And once that was raised, and that happened really fast, we started adding wooden parts for the outside of the big building. On top or outside of the cassettes, there will be another wooden construction. At this point, we are sort of closing the big building. We are working on the floors to the area. And now we are September. In mid-October, the windows of the big building will be in place, and little by little the buildings will be closed, and then there is still a lot of work to be done indoor to finish our buildings, and they will be ready by the end of April 2022. We are looking so much forward, and it's going to be great.
We are going to take a look at the Global Goals stand, talk with Asim Saweed, titled Back to Syria.
So back in 2017, we realized here at IPC that...
Yeah, that's right. As a refugee from Syria, and in this short time, you have made
to Denmark, and I've been active with the Syrian revolution against the regime to aim the democratic change in Syria before I came to Denmark, and I continued what I was doing here also in Copenhagen. In 2018, I established with the group of my friends. We are half Syrians, half Danish. We established an organization. We usually do like social and cultural activities, such like Syrian Dog Days Festival, which is a documentary film festival dedicated to stories from Syria. And also we have a weekly event called the Finjan Cultural Cafe, which is it takes place in Bluegrass Bibliothek in Copenhagen as well. So mainly we concentrate on Syria, but also we do something about other Middle East countries, and for sure about Denmark. And I'm gonna talk about why people still afraid to go back to Syria. Even Denmark say that Syria or Damascus area is safe, and which is not true. Actually, due to my work, I'm meeting too many Syrians on daily basis, and I've helped a lot of them to secure their residence permit here in Denmark after they lost it in the immigration services for like such stupid reasons. They give it in the immigration services, and we have like focus group also with many Syrians in different cities in Denmark. All of them, they are afraid of being tortured or afraid from deadly persecution. In Syria, they are afraid from the regime and other militias in Syria, like the Iranian forces, Russians, American, Turkish. There's too many too many parties are playing inside Syria right now. So I'm personally, I'll talk about my experience. I remember in the end of 2018 when they have the financial law in Denmark, the agreement of the financial, and they say we will make this what they call paradigmeskifte. I had the nightmares every night that they send me back to Syria, and the regime arrested me and tortured me. So that was my dream, my nightmare every night. So, and for me, there's no, I'm not at risk at all.
And we'll go back to our to a mockumentary that we have produced, where we are interviewing imaginary students throughout the history of IPC. Please enjoy our little film.
After working the fields all day, I like all of my classes. Classes are kind of a luxury and a reward after our work. Especially like modern languages and human geography. But Mr. Manneke, our principal, is still deciding on the curriculum right now.
In general, people like English, French. Everyone wants to learn French. It's a very important language in the world. And I really enjoy drama and journalism classes.
Well, I'm more into intersectional studies because I want to know more about sexual diversity. And I'm also interested in green activism because I'm concerned about the environment, and choir as well because I'm a good singer.
Favorite classes? Oh, since the occupation, I just worry where to live. Mr. Manneke said to wait down here until he finds a safe house. Right now I'm just hiding here in the basement. You see, I'm from Poland, so if the Germans found out I'm here, I don't know what would happen to me. I can't go back home either. I don't even know if my family is still alive.
I like to go to movie room and watch some movie from Netflix. And we often party hard on the basement at night. And I also like to work out in the gym, and I also plan a short trip to other countries on weekends, like Iceland or Czech Republic.
We can go to Copenhagen or just downtown for some meals. The food in the school is awful. And we have a lot of party in the common room. We can drink at the bar in the center. And also I spend a lot of time in my friend's room, like listening music on the radio, smoking good stuff, and yeah. The teachers don't really care about that, so that's very good.
To be honest, I really came here for the journalism class. A few of us have been secretly printing a newspaper, Voice of Youth, to tell people what's really happening without the propaganda. But sadly, the Gestapo found our office and destroyed everything there. I'm also writing letters to my family back in Poland.
Usually I just rest or help my roommate with her hand calluses. Unlike the rest of us, she's not from a farm family. I also would love to go to the big city of Copenhagen more often, but we're just so busy here. Yeah, we're working on a new dining table right now because right now we're eating on a door, laying on 2 chairs. So, yeah.
Here in Denmark, women can be educated, so it's very exciting. They don't just have to stay at home and take care of kids. They can go to work, to study, and yeah, I think that's awesome. There's also youth in Denmark, because we still have some teacher too old school, like too traditional. They don't let us go to the boys' room, and why? I mean, it's not fair. So we want. What's the problem? We want to go, but we also have some new teachers, and they are like they feel like more like friends. So that's very good. Oh yeah, and we also talk a lot about the wars in Africa and Vietnam, of course.
You know, as a woman, I don't really know so much about these things. But we have 5 students from foreign countries here, and I really like to listen to their stories. But over 100 students are from Denmark, and they came here because they couldn't find work. It's a really tough world out there.
I'm scared, because I hear the Nazi troops come to the school for their big dinners. I hope they go somewhere else and leave us be. This is a school for peace, not war criminals. I just need to keep my head down and wait for better days.
It's hard to guess how the pandemic is gonna have an end. Here at IPC, we are trying to manage the restrictions to keep going with the classes, and at IPC we discuss the many conflicts happening around the world, such as Afghanistan, the floods, and Brazil, and sadly the war in Ukraine. I think IPC has done a lot for students with peace study for the last 100 years. Yes.
And we will return to the UN hall where we still have the story going on.
Og ved I hvad? Lige pludselig så sagde det duk, 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 duk. Det var mærkeligt. Det var jo blød jord. Duk, 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 duk. Og lige pludselig så kom der en kiste. Og i den kiste var der penge. Der var guldstykker. Masser af guldstykker. Han kiggede ned, og så sagde han, nu er jeg blevet rig. Og hunden fik en dejlig kæmpe stor knogle. Og fuglene, de fik ikke lov til at flyve ind i huset, men de fik deres eget hus på træerne udenfor, som de kunne bo i. Men det allerbedste, det var, at alle børnene og alle folk fra byen, de kom op, og så sagde de, må jeg fortælle dig en drøm? Og så sagde han, ja, det er sådan en drøm, der holder dig vågen og får dig til at gøre mærkelige ting til midt om natten. Ja, det er det faktisk, fordi det er noget, jeg rigtig gerne vil. Ved du hvad, hvis det koster noget, så skal du bare gå ud og gøre det. Og hvis det er en drøm, der fylder inde i dig, så skal du gøre det. Og tænk engang, den lille landsby, som var meget fattig. Lige pludselig så var der nogen, der havde fundet på noget, som de holdt meget af. Der var nogen, der fandt ud af, at de der drager, som de var gode til at lave, jamen lige pludselig kunne de bruges til noget. Og tøjet og gaver, og nogen kunne jonglere, og nogen kunne trylle og gøre alle mulige ting. Og landsbyen voksede, og folk blev glade, for de fulgte deres drømme. Da han døde, så blev der lavet sådan en stor skulptur, som blev sat midt inde på torvet, hvor der nu var smukke huse alle vegne, og folk var glade, for de gjorde det, de havde allermest lyst til. Nede under statuen, så stod der, ja, nogle gange kan drømme blive til guld. Kære venner, jeg håber, at de drømme, som I har inde i jer, en dag vil give jer det guld inde i jer, som vil få stjerner frem i jeres øjne, og give jer glade dage, lige meget hvad det er, I finder på. Nogle gange kan drømme blive til guld. Tak for nu. Gå ud og nyd det dejlige solskinsvejr. Kom tilbage, når æbleblomsterne blomstrer på æbletræerne, og kom tilbage måske, når der er æbler, man kan plukke. Ja, så kan det jo.
Har I fundet klovnen?
Hej, se ham.
Er det rigtigt? Er der nogen af, ved I, hvad han hedder? Han hedder spinach! Det er næsten ligesom spinat. Kender I spinat? Sådan noget grønt, sådan noget man kan spise. Ja. Spinach, så gå ud og find ham, så skal han nok lave noget sjovt med jer.
Ja.
Okay?
Sæbebobler, den kan man blive helt hypnotiseret af. Ja.
Nå.
Og så har vi også lavet
Er det rigtigt? Det var godt.
Men en rigtig god dag til jer alle sammen.
Ha' det godt.
Ha' det godt. Hej, hej.
Har du slået det? Nå. Ah, det var godt. Den er rigtig flot. Ja. Hvor er det?
Så må vi lige
Fordi det er sgu sag at holde deres fokus. Det gjorde du rigtig godt. Det var sygt.
Men der er noget, vi voksne også skal snakke om den første, ikke? Og det er der også et andet.
Ja.
Den der fornemmelse af, at så...
Jeg var lige i London nu her, apropos London Bridge, og gik under London Bridge, som jo er, det er nok den kedeligste bro i hele London.
Fuldstændig. Jeg er nedefra også, ikke?
Ja,
Altså,
ja, virkelig.
Dengang har det været fantastisk.
Ja.
Det hele har jo levet, og...
Det er jo det.
Altså.
Men det var, altså, når det ligger der lige ved siden af Tower Bridge, ikke, og man har sunget London Bridge rigtig mange gange, så tænker man, er det det? Ja, det er det.
Men det, der er sjovt, det er jo Themsen.
We are now gonna go outside with Shubhra, who's gonna take a look at how the building looks like.
Okay. Yeah. Is the mic on? Okay, it's on. Okay, so here we are in front of the newest building. It's called the UN Hall. It is a great, great building. We just had a bunch of conferences in here, and there's actually a theater show happening right now. On top over there, we have actually classrooms, so we can start expanding the school. We have so many classes that we want to fill, and so it's going to be really exciting to see all of those classes up there with a great view of the lake and the forest behind us. Right now, it's actually not finished. This is going to be a very luscious field of grass, but as you can see right now, it's just a lot of dirt, but we're really excited to see this grow and develop. We're actually staying on top of the party room, the new party room. These windows lead down to the party room, and it is incredible space. There are lights, and it's a really, really fun environment, so it's very exciting. And yeah, we're very excited to see this entire space develop into the dream school that we have planned it to be. And we can see right here that there's the lake, and we've got a great view of the lake, and we're going to do more renovation here just to fill out the space and make it a little bit more lush and green. We've got the gazebo over there. And it's really going to become a transformative space for students, a healing place, a place of nature, but also a place of learning, and a place really conducive to having conversations. The UN Hall, actually, they've worked a lot on the acoustics to ensure that it's a place where it's not a lecture hall in the sense that one voice takes over the whole room, but a place where a lot of voices can coexist, and so it's very conducive to discussions, which is really centered on IPC's core values. So yeah, that is our overview of the new building in the UN Hall, as we call it. We're really excited to see it just expand from here.
While we wait for the next performer, we're going to take a look at the lecture hall, which has been turned into an exhibition, historical trip over the years. And IPC through the ages. In the upper part, we have some historical moments since the birth of the school in the 20s, established by Peter Manneke. And in the bottom, there are some world events happening during that period. And this was put together over a few terms, actually, by students, by teachers, who went through the archive of IPC, which is located under the Manor House, kind of the most historical building we have. So from the guts of the Manor House, we were able to find photos of the past and the faces of the terms, the students, the teachers, the different principles that have led the school through. We are now going through the 60s and the 70s. So it's something worth spending time looking carefully. All the production that has been put into this. We are now going through the 80s, new principles, new faces, of course different challenges around the world to be debated. We are arriving to the 90s. I can see photos are becoming colored, and the 2000s. So it's a really rich and interesting timeline that has been created and is now being exhibited in the lecture hall. Finally, there's a space that people can use to write, to put post-its about what will IPC be in the future, what's going to happen. And we will take a short break while we see what's the next stage. What's the next stage we can take a look at, and which activity, workshop, or debate is of interest to us. See you soon. So we're going to take a trip back to the lecture hall. Now a little explanation by the teacher who actually prepared the exhibition in the lecture hall, who took all the resources. So Sanjit will interview Julie to get an overview about the exhibition, what has been prepared, and maybe we'll see some people already visiting.
Yeah. We're here with Julie, who's a teacher at IPC, and she's organized this wonderful exhibition of the last 100 years of IPC, right, starting from the first year right on to the latest batch and the new building that's been added yesterday. So Julie is now going to run us through this and give us a perspective of what all's on display and what are the highlights of this fantastic exhibition she's put together.
Well, thank you so much. You give me a lot of credit, and I'm not sure all of it's due. There's actually many people whose work and heart and soul and sweat went into the exhibition. And so there's a lot of different displays. So our centerpiece is this right here, called a Chronicle of a 100-Year Journey. And it's basically the visual representation of the last 100 years of IPC. And the upper level, and then down below is what was going on in the world at that time. So it actually parallels one of the stories in the Jubilee book that's just come out, and it's on sale today, and I'm sure for many days to come. So this was, I think, a 2-term project led by our principal and many volunteers. Also our teacher Rod Lee was involved. They did a beautiful job. And my group's work was basically to kind of put the exhibition together, to kind of put it up, we have it on a lovely platform, and to display it. But this is kind of their display that they were working on. We had another group also building off a story in the Jubilee book. And this is actually right around the corner. The first one is here. So this is a story, and the first of 13 student stories that over the last 100 years, more or less one per decade, not quite.
So this lady was here in 36?
Exactly.
From China?
And she's a poet from China, actually. We have her book in our archive as well. So it's a poem she wrote while she was here. And each of these kind of chronicles what IPC means to different students. So here it's a century of stories, mostly student stories that they've written down, but also I think 1 or 2 staff stories as well. So this is another, I must find out who one big is. So this is another story kind of looking at internationalizing the folk high school movement, taking something very Danish in many ways and creating it for the world. So a very visionary idea. So all along the outside you find these stories, so this is the first kind of one we drew out a little bit more. We have some like this one over here, humanity, love, and socialism, which kind of stands on its own. And then these others who really kind of touch upon another key theme of the school. So as you go through time, you find others.
1936 seems to be
there was quite a few of 36, so they're not exactly chronological, but more or less. Here we look at the story of the dining hall, the kitchen staff, the kitchen itself, how that has changed over the years. So highlighting the work that's gone into that, our old bell that used to stand up in the manor house. Here we have our age-old tradition of working for peace. So literally, with a shovel and a rake and all these things. All the work people have done over the years. And over here we have a number of, it's our scrapbook corner. So we have a number of scrapbooks put together. This is another brainchild by Rod Lee and a number of volunteers. So you can come and look at, I think these are, pardon me, the term T-shirts, 2005 to 2017. And then we have, I think, also media. Is it international media? You have T-shirts as well. Yeah. We have another one of our standalone posters, the Finding the Lust for Learning at IPC. An anonymous student in 1969 wrote that one. It's actually really quite a good article in the archive. And then actually right over in what is normally a storage room, we've made a little film screening area. So we have a 1970s video of Peter Mann, our founder.
Coming out from IPC, aspire to become an agent of social transformation.
I wish to continue with enrollment.
If they want to, they can do as they like. So here, this is a number of our student volunteers had kind of different ideas of what they wanted to contribute. So this one builds off of this student story. A student, I think 1995, he talks about the 50th anniversary of the UN. And just like we'd done for the Jubilee, they had to throw a big party and they were working really hard and cleaning and doing all these things. And at the end of the day, after all that hard work, relaxing with his friends in the common room, and as it says the last line, this is the most cherished memory that I take with me. So here, kind of inspired by that, we have our most cherished memories of IPC. We have a few more of the student posters, and this is one's about sustainability at IPC, learning to think ecologically, and also grassroots activism. And then
wish tree.
Oh, wish tree, yes. So this is one of our favorite traditions. So just whether it's for yourself or someone you love or the world, take a leaf, write your wish on it, and tie it onto the tree, and hopefully it will come true. And then, of course, IPC could not be IPC without the teachers. So that's another theme we've kind of expanded out with a full list of all the teachers who have been here at the school, where they come from in the world, highlighting Dani Nabugere, a teacher from Uganda in the 1880s and early 90s, who was actually in political exile from his country while he...
I think he went back once they were...
He did eventually.
He was staying Idi Amin actually.
Yeah, exactly.
He was there when I was there last year.
Okay. Yeah. What term were you?
Spring 93.
93, yep. So he's also quite a well-known academic. He has written an incredible, book on Marx and Marxian economics. So really quite an inspiring teacher. And all of our teachers have different stories. So we have a few quiz questions as well. So, who is the longest and things like that. And then, of course, highlighting the teachers that are here today. This student poster, Journalism as a Means of Peace, came out. It was an article that came out, 2001, about a program called Crossing Borders. And it's an NGO that started here by, if you look actually at the timeline, in the 90s, Shubhra, who I believe is here today.
Yes, he was also a teacher.
Yeah, so he was a teacher in the 90s and early 2000s. And he started the project, and it just really took off. And so he now has their own organization, their headquarters in Copenhagen. Yeah, they're doing really quite well. And so it's kind of highlighting in the 90s, early 2000s, a really inspiring project looking at Israeli-Palestinian peace initiative and things like that. And then we kind of conclude as we come around the timeline with the Alumni Association. So, although it's not a new organization, a new association here at IPC, it is one that kind of keeps growing and kind of is a hopeful note for the future, which is why, even though it's from 1925 when it was established. Yeah, exactly, right. So it started as a student union, and then...
So then we need to have the 100 years of the alumni.
Yeah, exactly, right. And this was actually written in this student story is written by Mary Waite, one of the first of the alumni, well, the student union at the time, on the 50th anniversary of the Alumni Association. So she's reflecting backwards on why start an association, what's the point of it, what do people get from it. And so we kind of built off of that, looking at the history. And in particular, because this building here, you see a beautiful homage to what was known as the hut.
Yes,
old student
that is there.
home. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's far more wooded.
So yeah, it was a beautiful, student home, essentially, where alumni would stay when they came to visit. And I think it was built in the, started in 1925, they started construction, and they completed it in 1930. And students stayed for many, many years, loved it and all that. But unfortunately in 2006, it was burnt down. I'm not sure if it's vandalism or what exactly started the fire. But as it so happened, the insurance paid out quite handsomely as a result of that. And so the Alumni Association now find themselves with quite a bit of money. And so this, what you see here, is a quiz of what, or a voting booth, a bean station, of what the public thinks the Alumni Association should do with the money.
So does every person get one student more than one?
Just one. I don't know if it says it up there, but so number one is donate to Friends of IPC for scholarships. Number two is rebuild the cottage, which looks like it may be winning at this point. I think I'll put mine in there as well. I haven't voted yet. So, 3, have an IPC festival or a union party. 4, donate it to another good cause. And 5, invest it wisely.
I think you need a candid camera here, so who put that?
Yeah, right. Invest it wisely. And if you are an alumni but you're not part of the association, you can join today. So.
I need to do that. The future.
Exactly. So just as the timeline has been following IPC in the world over the past 100 years, it's fun to imagine what the next 100 years will look like, both at IPC and the world.
So how long is the exhibit up, Julie?
Basically through next weekend.
Okay.
So,
and then we all take Sunday. It down. They should get a permanent spot. Yeah?
Well, thank you. I agree. But we'll see. We were thinking about perhaps we'll talk to the local museum if they're interested in furthering the exhibition.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. It's just a wonderful tour you've given us. It gives a huge perspective.
You're very welcome. My
pleasure. So much hard work and just it's come out fabulously.
Well, thank you. There's many, many hands went into this.
Oh, I'm sure.
I do not take the credit.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We are coming back to the UN Hall for a sing-along that will start in a few minutes. It's a sing-along led by Isam B from Outlandish, as I'm told, a pretty famous Danish band from many of my colleagues' youth, and another famous singer who happens to be the principal at IPC, Søren Lambjerg.
so cute that we now have English version.
Hej Søren.
Hej.
Jeg henter lige en lille forsyning til den øverste række.
Ja, det kan godt. Der er 2 pladser deroppe over. Det mindste af dem. Jeg kan gå en trappe op, så det første klasse på den. Ja. Do you want me to help him?
More people keep coming in, so. Hi. Hi.
That's actually super annoying. What if I stop? Why are you saying that? What did I do? Was that bad? No, it was really good. Whatever. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wanted to hear it. I played it on my friends and they were like, you honestly think this is I checked that and I'm trouncing. I'm sure that you're
Hello everybody. Do you hear me? Yeah, me too, me too. Hello everybody. This little session will be partly in Danish, partly in English. We will sing some songs in English, songs in Danish, but all songs from the Danish Folk High School Songbook. So, and we still have one copy, no, we have 6 more copies down here. So, if you feel like it, come and get your copy. I'm very happy and honored to present Isam, who is here with me today, and we have agreed that we will present a bouquet of songs from the Folk High School Songbooks that we like very much. Both of us have been involved in the process of creating songs and choosing songs for the new Folk High School Songbook edition, the 19th edition. So, so we have that here, you have it in your hands here. And Isam, shouldn't we get started?
I think so.
I think you chose the first song.
Yes. First song is song number 320. I believe it's 20, right?
Yes.
320. It's called Se de sommer er sol.
Over Engen.
Over Engen. Yeah. And it's a song of spring or early summer. So I hope you feel the vibe when you sing it. Have that intention that this song is supposed to be in the air right now.
Yeah.
So
let's do it. Here we go.
Se de sommer sol over engen, honningbier fylder sin kurv, og der pusles ved bordet og sengen, er det færdigste skilsmærskur. Og der jubles hele dagen, men mod kælden bliver altid så syg. Våren synger sin sang, det er sagen, og mit hjerte bliver vokset i mit bryst. Der er sølvklang i mig, bækkens råbe, gylden skær gennem aftenen lang. Hver en grøft bliver blomstrende skove, langs den kornrige bølgende vand. Disse bølger, de stiger med min sjæl over solskyens strand. Rundt i verden er dejlige riger, ingen bor som i mig i vort land.
Kom, gør det. Mange tak. Se, ligesom i tv-køkkenet, just like in the TV kitchens, when they cook on television, they always cheat a little bit. And I've been cheating because I've pre-recorded the piano parts. Then I can more freely sort of sing along with you guys. But it is me playing, I can tell you that for sure. You will hear it with all the mistakes being made as well. Yes, so this was an early summer song, and I thought I would also present an early summer song, or actually a spring song. And that is a song composed and written by Knud Christensen, better known in Denmark as Sebastian. He wrote Vårvise, and it is number 317 in the book. And originally this song was performed by Norwegian singer Dømmestrup. And it's such a nice light-hearted song.
basically portraying falling in love, you know, but also in the last verse feeling a little bit sad because what you expected would happen didn't necessarily happen. So here we are, Song of Spring called Vårvise, and almost there. Are you ready?
En lille børnesang. Ja, sang 93. Jeg ved en lærk hvad. Ja.
Ja, det er jo spørgsmålet. The question is, now you're going to hear a Danish children's song. And this particular song didn't get into the Folk High School songbook till the 18th edition, so 14 years ago.
Okay.
And there was a very special reason for that, because it's such a well-known children's song that anyone can just sing it without the book. That's one good reason. Another book is that the writer of the song, he was actually an artist. And after the Second World War, despite the beautiful songs that he wrote, he was basically not in Danish media.
Yeah, they cancelled him.
They cancelled him basically for several years. But the song survived, right? And all Danes know it and have sung it for their children in generations. So this is a typical example of these Danish songs that sort of are shared across the country and are in the hearts of more or less everybody.
Yeah. If I could just say something.
Yeah.
This is I thought it was a children's song, but the what's it called? Formanden for højskolesangbogsudvalget.
He was the chairman of the committee who decided on the songs.
Yeah, what's his name?
Jørgen Carlsen.
Jørgen Carlsen, yeah. And he corrected me. He said, "This is not a children's song. This is a song about the heart It's a song about the heart. And the lærkerede, the home of this bird, is the heart. Okay? So when you read it, just have that in mind. It sounds like a children's song, but it's not a children's song. Now you know.
Now we know. Let's go.
Are you feeling okay? Is it very warm up there? Let's open some doors. Then.
So did you understand the poetry of this song? Did you understand why he didn't tell about this bird nest? Because we all have to protect our hearts. So that's the beautiful message of it. And I thought the song became actually more beautiful when you told me that.
Yeah. So sometimes it's nice to have people sort of opening up for these perspectives,
Yes,
other perspectives
yes.
in the song.
Yeah.
Great. Now we're going to sing a peace song because you have come to a folk high school built with the purpose of creating friendships among people. And that is what this song is about. You find it's number 201. The text is written by a Norwegian poet called Nordahl Grieg back in 1936. In 1936, Franco in Spain threw over the democratically elected government, and there was fascism. And at the same time in the 30s, we had Nazism moving forward very, very quickly in Germany. So due to these political turnovers in Europe, he was inspired to write this song called Kringsat af fjender. So number 201. And for the non-Danish speakers, we are sorry that there will be some songs in English as well. But at least we will try to introduce these songs in English so that you have a feeling of what they are about. So, coming up.
Under en blodig storm, vi dig
This song had sort of it was sung a lot in connection with the terror acts that happened in 2011 at Utøya in Norway. There was this terrorist attack by one person who killed, was it more than 90 people up there, and this became sort of that song to reunite the Norwegian population. As you can see in the book, it's from 1936, but the melody is composed by a Danish composer in the 50s, in 1952, I think. And not up until the 1980s, they actually discovered this melody in Norway and started using that melody also in the Norwegian versions. Yeah. So it's very, very nice. Otto Mortensen, the composer, is a composer behind many, many wonderful Danish songs that we know also.
This is one of the songs that I remember from my childhood. That actually, you just remember this melody. This is a very strong, just very strong melody, and the theme is just powerful because through human history, there's always been wars and tribulations and brandpunkter, and to this day it just reminds you of what's going on around the world. So it's a really beautiful song and a very important song as well. So.
A humanistic manifesto, almost, right? Yeah. Yeah. Let us continue to one of the good old guys.
Yes. Yes, we song 79B. 79B, udrundende af de gamle dage. And we're going to sing a new melody composed by Ida Venue in 2019. And the reason why I chose this song is because this song was written, the lyrics were written by Grundtvig in 1833. And he wrote it because one of his friends opened a school, and in this school they had Christian boys and Jewish boys, but they didn't have any songs that they could sing together that captured, them as a school. So they had mostly Christian songs back then. So he spoke with Grundtvig and told him, is it possible to write something for this occasion, for this. And I think that's a really beautiful story because I can relate to that today. As a Muslim who is the first to be welcomed into this book. So I was really intrigued when I heard that story. That was, and Grundtvig.
And Grundtvig,
got the job to actually write that.
Yes.
And he actually wrote 3 poems because of his friend in this school. And this is one of them. So, and we're going to do it in the new way. And do you know this, the new way? So so starter we're going to do it. I think it's going to be 2 sentences, and then you will repeat, and then we'll do the next 2 sentences. And
so we take the time to learn it, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
then we sing the whole song afterwards. It starts and goes like this. Udrundende er de gamle dage, som floder i det store hav.
Your turn.
Udrundende er de gamle dage, som floder i det store hav. Og så kommer, og hvor sig hviler nu den svage, der fandt den stærke og sin grav, men lovet være himlens Gud. Oho! Og hvor sig hviler nu den svage, der fandt den stærke i sin grav, men lovet være himlens Gud. De ældste dør aldrig ud. Tør vi prøve den nu?
Lad os lige tage den en gang til, sådan ligesom
Så tager
vi
vi
har gjort
lige
det.
lidt i sammenhæng nu. 1, 2, 3 og udrunde er de gamle dage, som floder i det store hav. Og hvor sig hviler nu den svage, der fandt den stærke i sin grav. Men lovet være himlens bud, den ældes ægt, dør aldrig ud. Godt. Nu gør vi det simpelthen. Udrunde er de gamle dage, som floder i det store hav. Og så hviler nu den svage, der fandt den stærke og sin grav. Men lovet være himlens bud, til ældes ægt, dør aldrig ud. Mens graven kastes på gynger, og livet sletter dødets sår, så limer sig igen for yngre hver ædelslægt i sydens nord. Og mindet om Guds miskundhed forplanter sig i tusind led. Så lad jer gå, der synders bedste, hvad ædle kaldte livets lyst. Ja, lad os kappes med de bedste, og våge kæft med død og en dyst. At bytte den og graven trods, kan med Guds hjælp og lykkes os. This melody, of course, is not very typical for the time where Grundtvig, the founding father of the folk high schools, lived. But this particular song was basically not sung at any folk high school. We who worked in this committee, we had some statistics coming in from the different schools. Which songs do you actually sing, and which songs do you never sing at all? And this particular song was basically not sung anywhere. So we thought that we would give it a try and ask some current composers if they would be willing to try to give it a new melody. And Ida Venø did, and this is the result. The old melody is still in the book though. Yeah. Good. I would like to sing, I would like us to sing a song that was originally written in Swedish. It is also translated into Danish, and it's also been made, translated into English. And actually we have these little booklets. So maybe we should just pass these around and then sing it in English. Is that okay? Can you send these around? It takes a little, but I think it's worth it. We need more copies of it. If you can pass it up, we need quite a few up there. I wasn't sure if we would sing it in Swedish or in English. But actually this song is a very simple song. The way the lyrics are written is very, very simple and easy to understand. The composer is Swedish-Finnish, and he's called Bengt what's he called? Engfors. See it here. Are there songs to be sung? Bengt Alfors is his name. He was a theater man, and he wrote this song in 1968 in the hippie times. And at that time, there was a lot of talk about when is it too late, and that was basically the threat of the atomic bomb in the back of his head. So he started sort of thinking about his life in connection with this. And it's basically, there are sort of three themes. The first one is, of course, the singing, the songs. Sing them now while you can, right? And then later on, it's love. Love now when you can, when it's time, when it's not too late. And then the last verse is about life. Live now while you can, before it's too late. Yeah. So this is the simple message, but a very, very nice reminder to all of us that we have to find those little delusive moments of happiness when we have the possibility. Did you all find it? Yeah. Good. Then I will see if I can find it here. That's a bit more doubtful. Comes here. Here we go.
Do we do it in English?
We do it in English.
We do it in English.
Yeah. You have it?
Yes.
Yeah. Are there songs to be sung, sing them do? For time has come for the songs to be ringing, and who should be singing but you? Tomorrow is maybe too late, my friend. How sad for the songs if there's no one to sing them. Don't talk to me about all you intend. Let the songs do the talking, my friend. Is there love in your heart? Let it through. For time has come for both loving and sharing, and who should be caring but you? Tomorrow is maybe too late, my friend. How sad for the longing that never has gambled. Talk to me of a love you pretend. Let love do the talking, my friend. Is your hunger for life overdue? Remember now is the time to be living, and who should be living but you? Tomorrow is maybe too late, my friend. Who cares about what you were hoping and dreaming? Wait for anything, for in the end, it is love you are living, my friend. Thank you so much. These Danish, Swedish, Norwegian folk high school songs have been translated quite often, or attempts have been made to translate, and it's not easy. So therefore, I thought it was worthwhile singing this translation because it actually works. Because the song is as powerful in English as it is in Swedish, as it is in Danish, because of the simplicity of the song. In the old version of the folk high school songbook, there were some 5-6 translations that went out in the new edition simply because we couldn't make it work. And when we asked the principals at the different folk high schools, do you sing these attempts
of translating Danish folk high school songs at your schools? They said, no, we never sing them. Or if we do, we only sing them to demonstrate that it's impossible. Right? But with this one, I think it works all right. Yes, and now to something completely different.
Yes, now this is the song that me and some of my friends have written, and it made the book. It's song 164, Ramadan in København. And before we sing it, I would just like to, I brought some books with me from my biography. It's unfortunately in Danish. It's still only available in Danish, but one day hopefully it'll be in English as well. I just want to read a little passage from the chapter called Ramadan i København. And hvis jeg må sige det her på dansk, en af de vigtige ting for mig med at lave den her bog, er at fortælle min fars historie. Min far er fra gæstearbejdergenerationen, og er måske den første fra hans generation, der fortæller sin egen historie i første person. Ellers så har vi talt eller fortalt meget, eller fortalt om den generation. Vi har aldrig rigtig fået dem i tale. Der skulle også noget overbevisning til for at få farmand til at være med til det her projekt. Og han havde faktisk planer om at tage sin historie med i graven. For som han sagde, hvorfor skal jeg fortælle min historie? Nu hvor jeg har levet 50 år i det her land, under radaren, og uden at nogen spurgte til os. Og han taler om sin generation. Og sådan er der faktisk rigtig mange fra den generation, der har det. Men dernæst, anden vigtig ting er, at jeg som dansk muslim faktisk sætter ord på, hvad det vil sige at italesætte det liv, man har levet her. Og som jeg siger, jeg har fejret ramadan hele mit liv i det her land, men jeg har faktisk aldrig delt den glæde med sådan nogen som jer. Og det har noget at gøre med den måde, jeg er blevet opdraget, det har noget at gøre med den måde, mine forældre har levet deres liv her. Og 50 år er lang tid. Men jeg har gået i folkeskole her, og der får vi at vide, at vi skal være os selv. Og det lærer jeg også mine børn, og derfor synes jeg ikke, der er en grund til, at vi skal gå og gemme på, hvem vi er.
Og hvad vi glædes over.
Ja, og vi glædes over, præcis. Så jeg læser lige lidt op her, og så synger vi Ramadan i København. I Guds, den nådiges, den barmhjertiges navn, er en sætning, jeg tit hørte min mor og far hviske. Fra min mors mund, før hun lavede mad, og fra min fars, inden han skulle oversætte noget eller skrive et brev. Sætningen er fra de første linjer af åbningsverset i Koranen, og det første, vi får at vide om Gud. De få linjer gemte på flere lag og betydninger, som med alderen langsomt viste sig for mig. Men i min barndom var det de ord, som man sagde, inden man kastede sig over noget nyt, uden at jeg kendte betydningen bag. Kulturen blandede sig ofte med religionen hos os. Et godt eksempel er den første nat i fastemåneden Ramadan. Om aftenen lagde min mor en klat hænder i hænderne på os. Vi knyttede næverne sammen, så neglene ramte den mudderagtige hænde, hvorefter hun rullede et stykke stof over vores hænder. Til sidst fik vi en sok over hænderne for at dække stoffet. Næste morgen var vi ellevilde efter at få sokken af for at se mønstret, som hændeanden havde efterladt på vores hænder. Vi undersøgte hinandens hænderstreger og syntes, det var spændende, men i skolen var det svært at forklare, hvorfor vi mødte med orange negle og hænder på hænderne. Jeg prøvede, men min viden var begrænset. Meget blev gjort, fordi det var tradition, og spurgte vi til det, lød svaret, sådan havde man altid gjort. Vi fik ikke lov til at faste for mine forældre i hverdagen i ramadanen. Børnene undtaget, sagde de altid, men i weekenderne, fordi vi ville, fik vi lov til at faste en time før den reelle faste blev brudt. Det man kalder børnefasten. Og på den måde blev vi en del af det, som de voksne lavede. Vi brød fasten med en dadel, før vi gjorde parat til bønnen. dadler er vigtige i ramadanen. Derefter bad familien sammen, inden vi kastede os over hovedretten. Ramadanen afbrød normale rytmer på grund af fasten, og min far kunne finde på at samle os for at fortælle historier om profeterne. Lad os synge en sang.
Ja, er der noget særligt om opbygningen af sangen?
Yes. Jamen, altså sangen har 5 vers, og det har den, fordi der er 5 bønner i løbet af de 24 timer. Og den ligger altid ud med at beskrive himlen, fordi det er på den måde, vi kender forskel på bønnerne. Så vi starter med daggrysbønnen, nymånens skæve smil, og så går vi ind til middagsbønnen, solen når den når sin top, så går vi ind til eftermiddagsbønnen, som er når skyggerne er længst, og solnedgangsbønnen, himlen er aftenrød, og til sidst aftenbønnen, stjernerne kigger med. Og så går vi sådan set mere og mere mikroskopisk til værks, hvor vi så ender altid ind i hjertet, og prøver ligesom at sætte ord på åndeligheden og fasten. Så, er I klar?
Ja. Skal vi bare tage den, synes du, eller skal vi tage lidt?
Jamen, skal vi lige tage de 2 linjer ad gangen? 2 linjer ad gangen?
Ja, det er meget
godt. Skal vi gøre det? Yes. Jeg kan se folk, de ligger.
Den lyder sådan her.
Så er det jeres tur. Så fortsætter vi. Tegner lige på gardin, hvilket er nat og gade. Jeres tur. Så går den ind i omkvædet. Lys på lys, brænder mildt i mørkets farve. Jeres tur. Lys på lys, brænder mildt i mørkets farve. Hånd ved hånd, Ramadan i København.
Så er det jer.
Hånd ved hånd, Ramadan i København. Og det lyder smukt.
Det er så godt.
Så tager vi den forfra.
Så tager vi den simpelthen forfra. Her kommer den.
Så.
Skæve smil, lyset på fjerde sal, tegner liv på gardin, hvilket er nat og gal. Lys på lys, brænder mildt i mørkets favn, hånd ved hånd, Ramadan i København. Solen den af sin top, cyklerne i en strøm, varmen i byens krop, hvilket er fyldt af drøm. Lys på lys, kæmper for at finde vej, hånd ved hånd, Ramadan i København. Når skyggerne er længst, samler vi os igen, skumridset så i seng, stemmerne er igen.
Lad mig høre jer.
Lys på lys, ja. Øjeblikket strækker sig, hånd med hånd, Ramadan i København. Himlen er aftenrød, glasset der fyldes højt, dadler og mælk og brød, glæden der følger trop. Lys på lys,
også sige Ramadan i Helsingør bare. Ramadan i Helsingør. Aller sidste gang. Ramadan i Helsingør. Det er den nye version.
Jeg ved ikke med jer, men jeg synes altså, det er en rigtig, rigtig dejlig sang, og jeg bliver sådan varm om hjertet, og kan genkende en hel masse, også fra højtider i den kristne og det synes jeg er skønt, at vi kan have den her sang med, og at vi kan bruge den her sang til at fortælle, at lige nu, der er det faktisk Ramadan.
Ja, det er det faktisk, ja.
Ikke også?
Jo.
Lidt endnu.
Ja. Og det er jo også det, fordi jeg tror, at hele mit liv, som sagt, så har man fejret Ramadan, og man er gået i skole, og man har vidst, det var Ramadan, men man har ikke sagt det til nogen. Og de fleste af ens klassekammerater har faktisk ikke vidst det. Og der har ikke været så mange, som altså nu lige den skole, jeg gik på en skole i Islands Brygge. Der var ikke så mange tosprogede, der var ikke så mange muslimer. Men jeg ved også i dag, at nogle af de steder, hvor der er mange muslimer, der er ramadanen faktisk en elefant i rummet. Det bliver gjort til noget politisk. Og inspektøren er svært, ved ikke, skal jeg gå ud og sige glædelig ramadan, eller skal jeg ikke? Og så bliver det lidt til en individuel ting med den lærer, der nu er i den klasse. Jeg synes, det er synd. Jeg synes, at det burde italesættes, og
og det har vi gjort.
Ja, så nu har man en sang i hvert fald, man også skal synge.
Ja, det er simpelthen, det er så godt. Og det er jo fuldstændig rigtigt, at det bliver politisk, og jeg skal love for, at det også bliver politisk, da det overhovedet blev luftet, at den her sang var ved at finde vej ind i højskolesangbogen. Og det blev så voldsomt, og det er det sikkert også blevet for dig. Ja. Det har jeg faktisk, den historie har jeg ikke rigtig hørt i sammen, men højskolesangbogsudvalget. Sorry for speaking Danish. I'm saying that the committee choosing the songs for the new book, we actually received all kinds of threats on social media simply for considering this song, and it's basically the word Ramadan that caused it.
Yeah.
And it's such a shame because it's a joyful thing and something that happens every year.
Yeah, I think it's more than just the word, unfortunately. And but there is people out there who, you know, it's just against the religion in itself. So therefore, I think it's really important that we address these things and we talk about it and we see the everyday life. Because the more we do that, the more we have a reference point. You know, like prayer, you know, or fasting. Because we used to fast in this country. I mean, I know the Christians fast 40 days, or fast long, supposed to. That's a long time. But, so, yeah. So we have some work to do, and hopefully...
yeah, it's a longer journey.
It's a long journey.
We will continue, and that's really.
Yes.
I'm afraid that we are approaching the last song.
The last song.
Yes, we are. And
wow.
Yeah, because we have the local youth school will be here at 4 o'clock.
Ah, okay.
30 people standing here singing, so we also have to make it ready for them.
Yes.
So, so is it okay that we do this one?
Yes.
Which is maybe also related to this.
Yes.
Because.
Shall overcome.
Yes, exactly. So let's find number 551. The song is called We Shall Overcome. And I don't think we need to practice this one because this is a song that most people will know. The interesting story and a part of the reason why it is in the folk high school songbook now is that it's actually a story involving the folk high schools. Back in the 30s, there was a guy called Miles Horton who came to this school. He was American. He had heard about the folk high schools and what folk high schools do. And he said, wow, that sounds interesting. I would like to create something similar in the States. So he came to IPC. He also attended the Workers' Folk High School in Esbjerg. And then he went back to the States and created the Highlander Folk School. And that became the cradle of the civil rights movement in the States. So people like Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Pete Seeger, many other famous Americans who were fighting for the rights of the colored people in the United States came to this place. And there, Pete Seeger and the wife of Myers Horton, who was here at IPC, sat down together and rewrote a spiritual called We Shall Overcome. And that became the song of the civil rights movement in the States. So we think that we can call it a folk high school song. And we would love to sing it here at IPC, because I don't think that this song had existed without this place. Maybe it's taking it too far. I don't know. It's the principal talking, sorry. So number 551, and I will just play it, won't I? I don't have to have the machine playing this one, I think. I know it's here. Yeah. Det var ikke så flot. Here we go. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. We are not alone. We are not afraid. We are not afraid The truth will make us free. The truth will make us free. The truth will make us free. The truth will make us free today. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. And we'll walk hand in hand as the last verse. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall
Thank you, Isam.
Mange tak. Tusind tak til Søren også. Må jeg bare lige sige... Ja.
Sorry, I should take 3 minutes of your time. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I would like to sing Happy Birthday in Arabic. It takes 3 minutes. It's very, very simple, okay?
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
You're
meet
a
you.
famous singer, right? You
Nice
clap
to meet you.
this?
Yes.
You do this? Yes. Sean?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, yes, it's very simple. I will give you a sign. You say IPC.
Okay, thank
and
you.
then you do clap, clap, clap.
Okay.
Okay. Let's try it. It's very simple. It goes like this. Let's relax, okay? It goes like this. Sana helwaya
IPC.
Clap, clap, clap. Then you try with me. Sana helwaya
IPC.
Clap, clap, clap.
Sorry, I get.
You grab here.
Okay.
And you squeeze here. And
Okay.
let's do it again. Relax. Sana helwaya
IPC.
Sana helwaya
IPC.
Sana helwa, sana helwa, sana helwa IPC. Thank you so much.
Jeg vil bare sige, hvis der er nogen, der har lyst til sådan en bog her, så kan man komme herned og købe en.
Og du vil være hernede?
Ja, og jeg vil gerne skrive sådan en ramadan-hilsen i den også, hvis det er. Så.
Det er så fint. Tusind tak, fordi I kom. Thank you for coming, all of you. And thank you for singing. It sounded wonderful. And if you don't mind, please bring the books down here.
Stop. You snooze, You're my hero.
So we're going to transition over to the debate tent now, where Clotilde, she's going to be telling us a little bit what is going on, and you will see a little bit of what's going on there. Enjoy.
Okay, right now we are in the debate tent. We will have a conversation with Jonathan Foy Rasmussen, director of...
Many aspects of Amin, and not just him being a fugitive, end of story. But like addressing a Danish audience where, I mean, most people grew up in a very different kind of reality. Do you also, like, so we need to see the human in the person who's a fugitive, but do we also need to see that there is something in the fugitive which sort of tells us something about our lives, like not being fugitives? I'm not saying that nobody here was a fugitive, but many people, usually people in Denmark, haven't been.
No, I think there's something about, you know, the universality of needing a home, of finding a place where you feel at home, and I think that doesn't just go for refugees, but it goes for almost everyone. That the sense of having a place in the world where you feel you can be who you are, truly, is something that most people at some point in their life kind of struggle with, finding that place. And some people find it, and some people don't, and some people find it and then lose it again. But finding this place in the world where you feel, okay, but this is a place where I feel safe and feel comfortable and I feel I can stay here is a universal thing.
It's the best possible way to lead on to the conversation menu. So that's what we'll do now. I think Sam and Sarah might have them lying around, and there's almost enough for everybody, but I think you try to simply, the person you're sitting next to, and if you're not sitting next to somebody, then try and see if you can find a conversation partner. It's also fine if you're 3 and 3, but try to make it 2 and 2. And while they, my dear runners, hand these out, I'm just going to read out the questions to you. Okay? Then our microphones are going to be turned off. So, first question. As we can see in Flee, it's not easy for a fugitive to feel at home in his or her homeland. Have you ever experienced not feeling at home in or alienated from your own life? That's why I thought it was such a good lead up. And when was it? Do you believe this feeling to be a part of human life in general? Second question. If your life somehow I got this wrong. If your life were to be made into a movie, with what opening scene would you want it to begin? Also, what do you think should or could be the main conflict of your life's movie version narrative? And then if you finish that in due time, you'll have about 10 minutes. Please think of a question to ask Jonas. Right? Let's get started.
So we got some more footage from the debate tent with the author of the movie Flee, a movie that has been nominated for 3 Oscars. Didn't win any of them, sadly, but being nominated is already enough for them to rent suits and throw a party. Let's see what questions the audience had for the director.
Microphone that any of you can use if you have a question. So please raise your hand. If we'll start on the 3rd row.
Okay. Hello. I imagine it's been quite the journey to launch and promote the film with all the success it's had. So my question is, what has been the experience for Emil with following this whole process? Because he's been anonymous throughout by his own choice, but there's also been the changes in Afghanistan. So could you describe a little bit how the experience has been for him and how his family is today? Thank you.
Yeah. So first of all, he's still very happy that he's anonymous. With all the fuss around the film, he's even more happy that he can see it from afar because he's really not able to small talk about these things. But of course, it became even more important to get this kind of story out there. I think for him, growing up, he didn't have a lot of stories that he felt represented his kind of story. There was a lot of refugee narratives out there that felt nuanced. So for him to be able to give his story to the world and to people who have similar experiences is very meaningful to him. So it's of course been overwhelming with all the success of the film, but he was very touched by the fact that people could relate to his story. I think he was a little concerned being double marginalized, being both gay and a refugee, that people wouldn't be able to understand or to feel his story. So he's been very touched by how the film has been seen across the world and how it's understood across borders. And his family, they've of course seen the film, they've all seen the film, and it's not an easy watch for them because it's also their traumas. But they feel the same. They feel okay, but it's so important that these kind of stories gets out there, so people see the human side of it and not just the headline or the problem of refugees, but see but there's a human being behind.
With opening up to you, do you think how has it affected your relationship with him? Are you closer than before, or has the differences created a barrier between you?
No, we're definitely closer than before. You know, I talked about this black box in the beginning, and you know, when you keep secrets, you tend to keep a certain distance to people because you're afraid of getting exposed. So the fact that this secret kind of now is out there made him relax a lot more, and you know, he can talk about things that were otherwise difficult for him, or he couldn't talk about at all. So I can definitely see that he is more calm and rests in himself more now, and also you know, just the process of making the film really brought us closer because we spent so much time together, and this thing that was between us is now gone. So it brought us closer.
I may have to ask you to come a little bit closer. Now.
Okay, so I really liked the movie, and I was thinking about the scenes in the present, which I thought was also a very important part of showing this human side that everyone can relate to. And what was the thought process on choosing these scenes, and what happened with them?
So from the very beginning, it was I started doing these interviews, and at the same time, I started just following him in his life to see what was going on. And quite early, I saw, okay, but him and his boyfriend is looking for this house. And I thought, okay, but I need to follow that process. Because, you know, being a refugee is fundamentally losing your home. So the fact that he was now looking for a home with his boyfriend, I thought, okay, but this really fits you in. And I thought, okay, but now I'm gonna follow the process, and either they're gonna succeed, they're gonna find a house and he's gonna settle down and it's gonna be a happy end, or, you know, it could be a tragedy and he's not able to settle down and he's going to continue fleeing. So I thought this is an interesting story to kind of see how he's been marked by experiences. And then, of course, having these elements in there was just crucial to get this kind of real human being, the sense of a real human being in there. And also to see how he's marked by the experiences he had as a kid.
Did you actually know his secret before you started making the film, or did you discover it in the course of making the film?
I discovered it in the course of making the film. What you hear in the film is the very first time he shares these stories. So there were these stories going around in high school that he had walked all the way from Afghanistan and that he'd seen his entire family getting killed. But he didn't say anything himself. I knew that he had lived in Russia for a while because he spoke Russian, and I knew that he had some family in Sweden, but he always said he had some cousins. I didn't know it was his actual sisters and brothers and his mother. So I knew very little when we started. Yeah, thanks.
Why exactly did you choose to put real video between the animations?
It was really to remind people throughout that in its core this is a documentary, and the reason why he had to flee was for historical reasons that happened in the world we all belong to. So just like have these droplets of archival footage throughout the film was to remind people, okay, but this is not a fiction. This is underneath the animation. You have a real person. You have a real story. So it was really to, you know, keep authenticity.
So it's not really in the movie, but if I can ask, how did this trauma affect his life in school as a student with other kids?
But I think it mostly affected him in the way that he didn't trust anyone. He had major trust issues, and he was so concerned that, because he thought falsely that if someone got to know his real story, that he would be kicked out of Denmark. So he was so afraid that he would get caught and get kicked back to Afghanistan or Russia, that he didn't trust anyone. So for a long time, and still I think it's something that he's going to have forever, he had this kind of sense, oh, I can't trust people. And there's a sequence in the film where he talks about how he told an ex-boyfriend, and then the ex-boyfriend at some point kind of threatened him to call the police. And this really is something that he was very scared about for a long, long time. So I think that's mostly it. And then also the fact that he felt like he owed, his family a lot, because they sacrificed a lot, both their own lives and money-wise. They sacrificed a lot for him to get to Denmark. So he felt like he owed them to do well. So I don't know anyone who worked as hard as he does. And that's for large reasons because of what he'd been through and the fact that he felt like he owed his family to do well.
Hello. How do you think this could, I guess for other people that maybe are looking to go through that process, how do you think this could, like, what message do you think this delivers to people like that? What would you say, like, that they should, like, how should they feel? And how should, like, they go through that process? Like, should they be strong? Should they be scared? What do you have to say about it?
For people who go through the same experiences as he does?
Yes.
I think it's really difficult, but it's really about trust and finding people that you trust. I think it's so important to have these relations, and Amin was lucky that he had his family that could help him on the way and that he could stay in touch with them. And a lot of refugees don't have the same possibilities. So I really think the important thing is to find someone you trust and start sharing so you don't carry it around by yourself, because it can be really lonely. And when you're lonely, it gets really tough. So finding someone you trust, I think is crucial.
So you said that that you learned about how his family was still alive, you know, in the movie, like that was when it happened. But how was it to film, you know, that whole conversation, you know, throughout the film? As you found out in that moment, how did you keep it kind of like? How did it all fit together if it was kind of happening while you were filming in a way?
But it was really a slow process. You know, I've done 20 interviews with him during the span of like 4 or 5 years. So in the beginning, it was just about him starting to open up, and then slowly just having a conversation. It really felt like a conversation because he felt a need to share his story, and I had been curious for 20 years about the story. So it really was just a conversation, and then slowly he would open things up. And in the beginning, he wasn't ready to share everything. But then slowly, when he started to talk about things and felt, okay, but I can do this, then slowly he could open up more and more. And then, of course, in the process of making the film, we spent a long time in the editing, trying to fit things together and figuring out what should be in the film and what shouldn't be in the film. But it really starts with, you know, the conversation. It really felt like a very symbiotic process.
Do you want the last question?
I mean, yeah, it's a very lowbrow concluding question. Then, one thing that made the film very relatable for me, I mean, I'm basically his age, is that sort of all of his cultural consumption from like when he's a kid in Afghanistan is very Western. Like he watches Jean-Claude Van Damme movies and finds him very hot, and he listens to Aha when he's running down the streets. You know, this. So it just makes the movie, like, did you deliberately sort of make that very relatable, or was it simply the culture that he was?
Well, I did deliberately put it in there, but it comes from the interview. You know, one of the first interviews I did with him, he started to talk about this Walkman that he had, that his sister had given him.
This
Walkman, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then I asked him what kind of music he listened to on that Walkman, and I think for some reason I thought he would listen to some kind of local Afghan band. But you know, to my surprise, it was the same Scandinavian pop music that I listened to in my childhood. And I was like, okay, but we need to have that in there. We need to arrive in Kabul to the sound of Aha, because it's surprising, you know, and you know, life stories are surprising. You need this, and it creates relatability, you know, because yes, I also listened to that back in my village. I also watched Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. I didn't think it was as hot as he did, but but you know, just the fact that you get the connections and the story becomes relatable was crucial. And it's always wonderful when you get surprised in films.
We should have prepared it so that Aha would be playing while we were recording. We haven't though, but there'll be Irish folk music very shortly. Jonas, thanks so much for coming, and thanks everyone for participating. There's going to be
Next up, we're just gonna take a look at the trailer of this movie that the director was just presenting, so we can have a better idea of what you can try and stream. Whatever location you are in the world is always a possibility of streaming.
Prøv en lille smule længere op. Meget lidt. Så hvis du ligesom lukker øjnene nu, ja, og prøver at trække vejret sådan dybt ind. Hvad betyder ordet hjem for dig?
Hjem er noget, som er trygt.
Kaboul, les attaques des Moudjahidines repris.
Har du nogensinde fortalt din livshistorie før?
Nej. Vi skal ud. Det er nu. Lige dårligt samvittighed, at min bror han bliver tilbage. Vi flygtede med menneskesmuglerne. Det værste mennesker i mit liv.
Har du fortalt Kasper nogle af de her historier overhovedet?
Nej. Det tager tid at stole på folk. Det går rundt. Og tænk tilbage. Så det er min fortid, og det jeg kan ikke flygte fra det, jeg har heller ikke lyst. Jeg kan mærke, at der skal ske noget. Her starter jo min historie.
And this was the trailer for the film Flee, which you just also watched a talk with the director of. And now we're going to go over to the United Nations Hall, where in a few minutes we will have Helsingør Ungdomsskole, a youth school in Helsingør, performing an excerpt of their musical Mestermanden. And we will be listening in a little bit here.
Virkelig i højere.
Han snakker på den måde, bare ikke
Er I klar?
Ja.
Det var et soundcheck.
Det var soundcheck til soundcheck.
Jeg skal lige se noget til jer. Noget, der hedder IPC-smile. Så det skal I nok. Smil. Smile.
Nå.
Det er ikke mærkeligt, at vi prøver med vores ender til at sammenligne med musik igen. Det er bare gå med det.
Anders, du er noget særligt. Du er næsten som en rigtig far. Alt du gør er næsten kærligt. Selvom andre siger, du er barbar.
Du giver os med din stok.
Når vi er som svin i flok. Hatterne til spil. Gider vilde pirouetter, danser hen og til. Sikke du kan, sikke du råbte til. Sikke en mand, sikke vi bukke. Sikke et snit, sikke du råbte til. Sikke en bandit, sikke vi bukke. Før det lille hoved til noget, hvor du har lille helvede.
Ret godt.
Rosa!
Og så lidt fransk.
Præcis. Så når, lige så snart I er del af kor, solister, så træder lige skridt tilbage, så I kan tage dem, og lige snart, når man har ingen kroner mere, så tager lige på Men kan I høre jer selv, og er I glade?
Jeg kan høre det, der synger der.
Okay, vi prøver lige. Hvad hedder det? Det bliver sådan, at I står her jo lige om lidt, når vi skal synge. Og så kommer genopstandelsen, så træder Viggo frem og synger I bliver stående. Synger jeres kor. Så kommer den sidste brik, bliver også bare stående. Disciple træder frem, prøver vi om lidt. Og så, og så står I og kigger pænt på Viggo og Helena, når de træder frem, synger brokaksen ind. Og så synger vi til sidst, så vi bliver stående heroppe igennem hele koncerten. Okay? Lige nu mangler vi stadig en mikrofon til Hauge. Han kommer lige om lidt. Vi skal bare lige prøve den sidste brik. Så alle undtagen Disciple og Hauge må bare lige gå ud og lige tage den sidste tur op. The last piece. Og den behøver I ikke.
Så ved jeg ikke, jeg kan det ikke godt sige.
Er det en holder?
Ja.
Nej, du giver os med din stok. Var det dig?
Nej, det var Helena.
Nå, det tror jeg.
Ja.
Det var Helena, der hvad?
Det var bare Helena.
Ah, det var bare Helena.
Ja.
Så lige til den her, må I gerne justere mikrofonen.
Ja, det tror jeg også. Det stod åbenbart i kommentaren. Jeg har ikke hørt noget.
det var nede i Kort Tønde. Skal vi så ikke...
Så gør vi det. Ladies and gentlefolk. Ladies and gentlefolk.
If you're under the impression that they are having some hiccups, the musicians are just getting ready, kind of warming up and making sure the sound is up to their taste. So it seems like this music school has something very powerful to offer us. Let's see when they start officially, all the students gather and we can hear them from beginning to end.
Og det kan ikke. Unison. Nemt.
Alle synger melodi.
Og så...
Ja. Så nu åbner vi for mikrofonerne. Kommer alt ud. Alle jeres hemmeligheder. Godt. Hello everybody. Now it's no longer the sound check. We are very, very pleased to welcome the youth school and the people behind the musical that was performed last week at the Culture Yard downtown. We have a proud tradition in Helsingør and in the youth school of producing fabulous musicals. And I'm so sad to say that I was not able to come and see it. I have been looking very much forward to this, hearing it now. I know most of the music already because I helped Peter and Michael when recording the demos. So I'm really looking forward to this now. The musical, I think, will be presented sort of along the way, but let's give them a big hand and
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonas, and I've been given the privilege of presenting the songs from this year's musical. And the musical is called Mestermanden, and it takes place here in Elsinore in the year 1577. And it's the grim, but also very beautiful love story of the city's executioner named Anders Aalborg and a young merchant's daughter named Man. And we visit a lot of places in Elsinore during this musical. And one of those places is a place called Little Hell, and that is the executioner's private domicile, where you find all the scum of the city collected and crammed into one place. And what a bunch of scum they are. They love to drink, they love to dance, they love to fornicate, but most of all, they love to sing. So we present to you Ild and Vilde Pirouetter.
Anders, du er noget særligt. Du er næsten som en rigtig far. Alt du gør er næstekærligt, selvom andre siger du er barbar.
Fordi du giver os med din stok.
Når vi er som svin i flok, hat og næsespil. Ild og vilde pirouetter, den tager helvede til. Sikke du kan, sikke du hugge til. Sikke en mand, sikke vi bukke. Sikke et snit, sikke du hugge til. Sikke en bandit, sikke vi bukke. Er det din lille hoved tænke noget, hvor du har lille helvede? Nu hvor du har noget tær.
Hvem dig så var min intet.
For fanden er du mere værd. Evig klæder dig fint og flot.
Djævle kongen på sit slot.
Hat og næsespil.
Ild og vilde pirouetter, den tager helvede til. Sikke du kan, sikke du hugge til. Sikke en mand, sikke vi bukke. Sikke et snit, sikke du hugge til. Sikke en bandit, sikke vi bukke. I er byen, elegance, kost og ost er i balance nu. I er byen, renaissance, så de små kan få en chance. Ding dong.
Hør vi vilde hovedknæ.
La 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 la, 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 la 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 la.
Selvom du er åndsnørsnakket, så er du den smukkeste på os.
Som den bedste påske er forbydet vi, så du er vi kan være os.
Evig klæder dig fint og flot.
Djævle kongen på sit slot.
Hat og næsespil.
Ild og vilde pirouetter, vi er bare marionetter.
Et skridt, og så er der to tilbage.
Hørte vi dig tænke, og dit hoved knæs.
Så er der 4 og et halvt skridt, før det næste dør.
Sikke du kan, sikke du hugge til. Sikke en mand, sikke du giver dit folk en renaissance. Kost og ost er i balance. Du giver byen elegance, så vi kan få en chance. Anders, vi siger halleluja. Anders, vi siger halleluja. Dans for helvede.
Okay, so a little while I mentioned this executioner, Anders. Anders generally doesn't have the best time. His face is deformed, he has very bad manners, and everyone is generally quite afraid of him. So, you know, sometimes life just gets you down, but you can reach that point where the only thing you can do is try to get back up anyways. And there's a really beautiful song that Anders gets to sing about this called Genopstandelsen. So please welcome Viggo, who will be singing this song.
Nu vågner jeg langsomt fra mørke sky. Med blødende hjerte behandlet som dyr. Jeg kan ikke væltes og tages af dag. For jeg er som fanden, der vender tilbage. Jorden den brænder, mens jeg går. Den
kommer altid igen. Selvom løgnen i verden står sandheden ned. Og selv når de tror jeg er væk, er der altid en stemme i mørket, der ved, der ved. Var hun den pige, en dyrebar skat, som også var udstødt og dømt og forhadt? Det smukkeste væsen, det skræmte blik. Hvorfor skulle hun pines? Jeg fatter det ikke. Jorden den brænder, mens jeg går. Hvem kommer altid igen? Hvem har gået så langt for at finde sit sted? Selv når der knap nok er liv, er der altid en engel, der stille går med. Det er vist vor Herre, der er til grin, som vendte mig ryggen og lagde mig blandt svin. Han svigter os alle, især de svage. Så jeg vælger fanden og vender tilbage. Jorden den brænder, mens jeg går. Hvem kommer altid igen? Selvom løgnen i verden står sandheden ned. Selv når de tror jeg er væk, er der altid en stemme i mørket, der ved, der ved. Der ved. Anders, når du vil, vi går med dig hele vejen ned. Der ved. Den anden hylder dig to S6 ad inferoren, to S6 ad inferoren. Kom nu, Anders, vi går med dig hele vejen ned.
So another character that we meet in this show is the local priest called Rasmus. Rasmus is very pious, and he's also very obsessed with the well-being of this young merchant daughter named Maren. And he sees her sort of as a wayward soul, and all he wants to do is help her get back into the light. And he will be singing a song about this, so please welcome Magnus and his choir of disciples. Hun er min So eventually, Anders and Maren meet each other, and Anders gives her exile in Little Hell to prevent her from being driven out of town. And in return, Maren teaches Anders a lot of things, and one of the most important things is that even if he looks ugly and the world hates him, he doesn't have to give that hate back into the world. He can be nice, he can be civil, speak properly, even make himself look good. And there's also a song about this in the show, surprise. So please welcome Viggo and Helena, who will be singing Kro Pakkes Nænsom.
Lad mig nu skrifte hos dig. Hør min historie og hør mine ord. Lyt nu blot. Lad mig fortælle om tiden, da alting var gråt. Alt bliver lige nu, og rettes bliv. Kro Pakkes Nænsom det i vis. Alt hvad der før var rødt, fremstod ung. Sådan blev smilet rundt. Byt nu alle grimme gloser ud med Herrens ord. Lige så snart du giver ham lov, så slettes grimme spor. Herrens ord kan siges let og uden fikundering. Brevet gør det uden at bange bare et øjeblik. Dette er sangen til os. Vi har kæmpet med modgang og trods. Toner, der ringer fra livets frigat. Jeg er dig tro. Se os gå hånd i hånd sammen ved havet i nat. Alt bliver lige nu. Rettes bliv. Så pakkes nænsom det i vis. Alt hvad der før var rødt, fremstod ung. Sådan blev smilet rundt. Jeg vil bytte grimme gloser ud med Herrens ord. Lige så snart du giver ham lov, så slettes alle spor. Mestermand og grammatus, vi finder vores tro. Herrens ord vil hjælpe os, når bare vi er to.
So Yeah, unfortunately, we did our last show of Mestermanden last week, so that means that unfortunately you cannot come see Mestermanden. However, we put on a new show every Easter, so perhaps we'll see you at the Culture Yard in the Easter of 2023. We are leaving you with a song called En klog lille plan, because this is a time of the bubonic plague. It's very horrendous, people are dying left to right, but Maren gets a kind of brilliant idea. Maybe if we did some housekeeping and cleaned away some of the filth, maybe people wouldn't fall ill and maybe less people would die. So this is the song that we'll be leaving you on, En klog lille plan. Thank you very much.
Sådan et gudsforladt sted som det her ligger nu smukt midt i bødlens kvarter. En kvinde som mig bliver nemt gjort tilpas, hvis der er frihed og gerne lidt plads. Først skal der fjernes en hel masse skidt, så skal det sorte erstattes med hvidt. Vi skal jo bo i et bødelpalads.
Det skal din kvindehånd nok få på plads.
Hør, jeg har udtænkt en klog lille plan. Her skal der laves en solig altan, pyntes med blomster, vi maler facade. Så skal de se, hvor de glor ud på gaden. Så nu skal vi vise, at Herren er med. Og så er der håb på et gudsforladt sted. Det er vigtigt, at alle går hurtigt i gang og synger den vigtige rengøringssang. Det er vigtigt, at vi gør det smart. Hør, jeg er trods alt belært. Alle tegn i tiden viser klart. Vi kan blive bedste borger. Det er vigtigt, at vi gør det smart.
Hvis det er trods alt din held. Alle tegn i tiden viser klart. Så er det slut med alle sorger.
Vi skal nok nå hele huset rundt. Vand og sætte vil fordrive ondt. Når man har fortvivlet sin bandit, ham der holder hele byen i saksen med sit snit. Angrer du nu, hvad du satte på spil? Hvad du tog med hjem tilbage hertil? Det var Guds plan, at vi skulle stikke af og skabe mesterfamilie en dag. Hør, det her bliver ny residens, og vi kan se jer på kirken imens. Tænk, at det sted her nu endelig er vores, hvor der stod helvede, der kommer et kors.
Så nu skal vi vise, at Herren er med. Og så er der håb på et gudsforladt sted. Det er vigtigt, at alle går hurtigt i gang og synger den vigtige rengøringssang.
Hold nu kæft, Søren!
Det er vigtigt, at vi gør det smart. Altså en kunst at få det gjort. Stjernerne på himlen viser klart. Det kan blive stort. Det er vigtigt, at vi gør det snart. Fælles, det er trods alt i held. Alle tegn i tiden viser klart. Så er det slut med alle sår. Vaske, skue og skrubbe. Alle rotterne skal ud af vagten. Ind med lys og luft og kærlighed, for Gud har forudsagt dem. Det er ikke sådan, når vi alle først får fat i rusten. Så skal alting pusses blank for Herre, mens vi svinger kosten.
Så er det tid at skråle på det.
Vi skal nok gå hele huset rundt. Vand og sætte vil fordrive ondt. Når
The composer is here. It's Peter. Michael and with Sarah, you have worked on this, and it's incredible what you have done. And you guys are just amazing. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for coming. And stay put. In a little less than an hour from now, at 5:45, we will have a concert here by the Middle East Peace Ensemble. Don't miss it. It's also going to be marvelous. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying with us so far for this stream. In about 10 minutes, the IPC band, from the band play class, current students, will perform in Big Hall. We'll try and get our wireless camera there to pay them a visit. In about 10 minutes.
so that you're out of the lights here. So that maybe you go over here, so that you're out of the light. So that. Yes. Oh, on the YouTube. Yes.
Can you run and check if we still have a connection?
I'll just check.
Can we still have a connection? Oh, live stream. No, it's not coming there. Well, Angelo, he says we have a gimbal. We have a gimbal that reaches here.
I wanted to do an intro though.
What?
I wanted to do an intro for this though.
Can't do an intro for that.
We have been doing intros for everything.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Felicity. We are indeed Band 1 and we will play 2 songs for you. So let's get started. The first song we're playing is a reggae song. Yeah, so feel free to vibe with us. Yeah. Okay, Sam.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Come on. fair to say. As long as you can hear me, that's the most important, I guess. So, okay, after this very philosophical question of Bob Marley, we are heading to our second and final song, which is a song that has the name of my favorite color, and the color of the light. How convenient. Yellow. And we will start when Adrian is ready on the guitar. How are you doing today? Okay, maybe I'll use this time to introduce the band. So, on my right, we have Adrian. Give him a hand. Behind him, you can barely see him, but he's very amazing. And then, or beating hard and drum, Sam. On the keys we have Joel. Or awesome bass player Ingrid. And our second guitarist and second voice Dante. And I'm Leonie. And now let's play Yellow. second band, and I'd like to welcome Uma, Fred, and Sam to the stage.
Okay, one more round of applause for band one. Our team.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's fine.
Just give them a moment to get everything settled.
Have you been having fun? Knock knock joke. Rap. Freestyle rap. Should I rap? Yeah. Give me a beat. Years. Don't mind me. I ain't got no fear. Standing on the stage about to sing for you. Don't go away. Don't go away.
now we have Sign of the Times by Harry Styles for you all. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, yeah.
For what?
The shot was a little.
There was a person standing there.
Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times.
It's not the song.
Welcome to the final show. Hope you're wearing your best clothes. Can't bribe the door on your way to the sky. You look pretty good down here, but you ain't really good. We never learned we've been here before. Why are we always talking, running from the bullets? The bullets. We never learned we've been here before. Why are we always talking, running from the bullets? The bullets. Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times. We gotta get away from here. We gotta get away from here. Just stop your crying, it'll be alright. They told me that the end is near. We gotta get away from here. Stop your crying, baby, at the time of your life. Taking through the atmosphere, and things are pretty good from here. Remember, everything will be alright. We can meet again somewhere far away from here. We never learned we've been here before. Why are we always stuck and running from the Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times. We gotta get away from here. We gotta get away from here. Stop your crying, baby, it'll be alright. They told me that the end is near. We gotta get away from here. We don't talk enough. We should open up before it's all we gotta get away. We got to get We have a few different people on stage. So we have Fred on the guitar. Lovely Fred from London. We got Jose, who we've met, but is still here.
Sam, the other Sam, there's two Sams, they both play drum. He's also from London. We have Joel on the keys. Yeah! We got Ingrid on the bass. She's also from London. This feels necessary to tell you. And then, of course, Lily, who you guys have on here.
Who are you?
Oh my God! And I'm Uma. And this is our last song. It's Kyoto by Phoebe Bridgers.
And that was the IPC band. We are going to take a break from music, roughly 15 minutes, to pay a visit to the Global Goals tent. That's number 2 on the map, where there is a talk about the Ukrainian-Danish Youth House, the culture, identity and dreams of young Ukrainians. What now?
And Jens Jørgen Nielsen, he has written several books, both on Ukraine and also Russia. And his background is, he has, what should I say, he's graduated from history of ideas, idéhistorie, and history. And he has also been a journalist in Moscow for Peacekeeping. And now he's also teaching cultural understanding and conflict resolution at Niels Brock's. And please take the word.
Okay, can you hear me? Does it work? At all? Okay, thank you for the invitation. And I just read what I'm supposed to talk about. I'm supposed to talk about history and perspectives of Ukraine war, and I have something like 15 minutes. It's totally impossible. But you have to do it anyway. You have to say something first. And thank you for the introduction. I also I read and speak Russian. Have been working a lot in Russia with Danish firms. I have also taken part in discussions on Russian television. I have taken part actually at one point in some discussions in the Party of Unity, Russian party, government party. So I think I know a lot what goes on in Russia. I also follow very much what goes on in Ukraine, and actually I have friends both in the eastern and western part of Ukraine. And then in 25th of February, I remember it clearly. I woke up and my wife, she's Russian by the way, she said, "Do you know that that Russia has just invaded Ukraine?" "No, it can't be true. I don't believe you. It's fake news. It's not impossible." I went down to make my breakfast, but then I found out eventually that, of course, they had invaded. I say the first thought I had, it was that okay, that fell into the same trap as Soviet Union did in '79, and like USA did in Afghanistan and in Iraq, because you can't win such kind of wars. You can't go in and just dictate something. It's impossible. I think that maybe Putin could say that he had some reasons to do it. I don't agree with his decisions, of course, because I don't think he will achieve. He might achieve actually what he wanted not to achieve. I think this is a tragedy of what is going on there. And then I'll say that this war is just. Some people have said that Putin he became crazy and he lost his head. I think he did some miscalculations, but I think that this war is actually a war which has been almost 30, I would say maybe 20, 15 years at least in the making, because it has been from the first century. I remember 30 years ago, I was married to a Russian 30 years ago, and we were happy and we were looking forward to a new, free, open world. And now we are here in a world that is not free, wars and threats, and we are very much more closer to a nuclear war, which we ever been in my whole lifetime, and I'm quite young. Look at my hair. So for a long time. Even I slightly remember the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62. I was not very, I didn't understand very much, but I understand there was kind of panic at this time. But I think we're still closer now, because it's like we can't control anything more. I feel like this was what is going on. I have a feeling it's like a tsunami, and you're standing one person trying to stop this tsunami. And it's not possible, but you have to do it anyway. You have to do something, find out what you can do. What I mean with that, I was very much, I even had a long talk with Mikhail Gorbachev in '99 actually, and I started to study Russian language when I heard about Mikhail Gorbachev. And I eventually met him and talked about how he felt. It was '99. It was actually at this time, it was the first time when NATO made the extension to the east. Poland, Czechia, Hungary became members of NATO. And I remember clearly, because Gorbachev was extremely disappointed, because he had a promise from Western powers. You can say it was oral promise was not written in any agreement, but I believed him. I believed in the West. And it's a very basic story in Russia. It's a very basic thing. You can't trust the West because they say something and they do something quite different. So at this time, it's also important to remember, because I met also this time with the widow of Andrei Sakharov. You probably know Andrei Sakharov, who was a very famous fighter for human rights in Russia. He died before that, but she was appalled. She said it was awful that they want the bombing Serbia without any UN agreement, and secondly they are extending NATO countries with these three countries. From this, and I also spoke with other liberal people, even some of the most Western leading democracy fighters, but were at this time very much against NATO extension. What I'm saying here, that the NATO extension, in spite of the protest of Russia, was something which contributed to this situation. I'm not saying that there's certainly, of course, not one. You can't say there's one explanation. There's one reason why this happened. But the extension of NATO, of course, without Russia, because it became very clear, at least during the first decade of this century, it became very clear that Russia was not going to be there. So the European House, of which Mikhail Gorbachev talked about so much, and which I liked, and my generation liked very much, yes, it became a house, but with Russia on the outside. And you have to remember, for 300 years, Russia has been a part of European policy. Suddenly, they were outside European policy, and they have to take, accept what NATO would decide. So what I'm saying here, when in 2008, George W. Bush, president at this time, he actually said he invited Ukraine and Georgia to become members of NATO. And this time you had not only the first three countries, you also had the Baltic countries, the former Soviet republics, you also had Slovakia, you also had Romania, Bulgaria, Slovenia, and later on other countries. And of course, if you try to sit in Moscow and look at this, you have a military alliance coming closer and closer and closer. And some of the new member states did not especially love Russia, and they had some very harsh words about it. And there was a military structure built up in these structures. So and at this time they had an ambassador in Moscow, American ambassador. His name was William Burns. And someone may know William Burns today, because William Burns is actually director of CIA. So it's not just some kind of weird left-wing something like. He's very in the center. And he said at this time, if Russia and Ukraine would become member of NATO, there would be war. He said it because there are some files which have been opened recently, and you can read it on the internet. It's very interesting because he said so. And I think he has a kind of moderating influence on Joe Biden this time, because he is, I think, generally a little afraid of what will happen in terms of a war between Russia and NATO, because a war between Russia and NATO of course, you don't have to look very much into it, because I think they will start using some low-key, low-level nuclear weapons. It might come to that. I think it's perfectly likely that it might be used, and then the next step will be some more serious nuclear weapons. I don't like to think about it, but you have to do it. You have to do it anyway. and then came, what you can has been discussed a lot. Not some would call it a coup in Ukraine, in Kiev, in 2014. There are different versions of it, and it disclosed a kind of split in Ukraine between, on the one hand, the southern eastern part and the western part. And it definitely has something to it, because it was not only in terms of language to the south, or to the east and to the south. Practically all people will be from Kharkiv and down to Donbass and Crimea and also Odessa. The majority will speak Russian. Some will speak Ukrainian, but the basic language will be Russian. To the east, to the west, to the west it will be Ukrainian. These two languages are not very. They're like maybe in the Scandinavian context. You know that Danish and Swedish are something very related. So I understand most when I read Ukraine. I can read it, or sometimes as a word I don't understand, but they are related languages, of course. And also in the east you have the traditional industrial regions. You have production of weapons, production of airplanes, production of helicopters, of lorries and things like that. And to the east you had basically some agricultural products you exported. So the eastern part was economically, linguistically, de facto a part of Russia in many ways. I would not say that even the Russian speakers are not like pro-Russian, because they define themselves as Ukrainian. Are you Russian? No, I'm a Ukrainian, but I speak Russian and I work on a factory maybe that will export to Russia. But this stopped more or less in 2014, and then we had this very, very sad story in the east, because there was what you call Luhansk and Donetsk, and they made two independent republics. First Crimea, when Crimea already had their own parliament, and which played a role in this process. We could discuss this in length. And they became independent. Of course, the government, the new government, my then government, certainly did not accept it. And then
so this talk in the Global Goals tent, it was actually Jens Jørgen Nielsen talking about the war in Ukraine, history and perspectives. I mistakenly introduced as something else that happened later. We are now going to move on to the UN Hall, back to music, because we have coming up a concert from the Middle East Peace Ensemble. Very professional musicians with interesting instruments. They are warming up as I speak. So we're going to watch for a few minutes as they finish warming up. And in 5 minutes, they will start performing.
Sage kinderlach, gedenkseltegn, nej, hvor bliver her pludselig stille. Det er, når man begynder at viske, så bliver der meget stille. Lam-du-du-du, jeg tror det er fint. Jeg tror vi er klar. I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's play some music, guys.
Yeah. So, once again, welcome to the new UN hall that apparently has a low frequency problem that we've been trying to deal with. It's some sound talk. But a long time ago when we started planning this peace festival today here at IPC, celebrating our 100th birthday as a folk high school, the first band coming to mind was the Middle East Peace Ensemble. We have had several of you visiting the school before, and it's always been an enormous and positive and fantastic experience. So a warm welcome to the Middle East Peace Ensemble. Let's give them a big, big hand.
We're going to solve the problem.
Best word to try.
Det var en meget kort koncert.
Ja, men den er god.
Bortset fra I øvede jer før den kort koncert.
Ja, præcis.
Kort, men godt.
Let's try again. Can we do that?
Hvad ligger I på det?
Altså A ligger på 440, så ligger det næste A ligger på 880, så ligger det til byen, så det ligger lavere. 220, altså det er jo et A, der ligger 220, og det ligger 220.
Jamen det kan I godt. Vi har behov for jeres vokaler.
Jamen det kan jeg bare lade stå til. Prøv at slå på det hele. Så spiller vi akustisk.
Gør vi det?
Sådan. God idé.
Ja.
Nu gør det sgu.
Prøver.
Ja!
Ja,
Yeah. Så nu spiller vi jo så akustisk.
Næsten.
Næsten, ja. Skal jeg snakke andre sprog end dansk?
You're most welcome.
Okay. Okay, hvilket sprog?
English.
Okay. Jamen, okay. Thank you very much. We are playing acoustically now. Only this microphone and the microphone for Edil will be on. And I will introduce the band. Here we have Bilal Yeshet. Bilal comes from Palestine in a city called Nazareth, very close to. And we've had the great honor of meeting his family. And behind me is my other fantastic friend, Singh. Anders is Danish-English. He has a Sikh background. No, not a Sikh background. Sikh.
He's healthy.
Yeah, she's very healthy. And this is my dear daughter-in-law, Edil Alpsoy. Edil is a specialist in singing in many styles, and she grew up in the tradition of Turkish music, Hungarian music. She's also a great interpreter of Jewish music, and she fits beautifully into our orchestra. And my own name is Henrik Goldsmith. I have a Jewish background, so we have mixed all the different cultures. And that we are going to show now with a piece that I thought it was a Jewish tango until I met Bilal. But Bilal said, no, this song is not Jewish at all, it's Arab. But then I met Edil and said, come on, it's not Jewish, it's not Arab. Of course, it's very, very popular in Turkey. It's actually the most Turkish melody of them all. So it's our. And then I met Anders and he said, I don't care, it's a very good melody. So now we're going to play it and we'll mix it with different styles and maybe we will turn it into a Danish song. So what we do is that we take melodies and we play with them and change them. And also we never prepare ourselves. We don't rehearse this. It's very important for us because music is a conversation. Music is now, meeting new people. What would you like to do now? So we are very aware. Maybe Edil will sing 2 times, maybe 3 times. We don't know. Maybe she has so many words, maybe less words. We don't know. We will find out now. So to tell you a bit about the band, it started with Anders and I, we met, and we fell in musical love, and we have been playing more than 1,000, at least 1,000 concerts together, all over the world. And what we like to do is to bring people together from all different cultures, also enemies who hate each other, even people who are killing each other. So it's not easy, but I'll tell you how we've been doing it. Like I have been working in Palestine with children. It has been a great honor for me, and I came from the other side. I came from Israel into Palestine. It was not so easy, but I met the children, and then we started singing, because everyone can sing, and we were singing without words. So now you're going to listen to a song without words, and within a few minutes you will all sing it. Boy, 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 top. Boy, 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 It goes on for maybe 5 or 6 hours. And then there's a very simple dance you can do afterwards. It's 2 steps to the right and 1 to the left. Boy, 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 So that's how we started getting friends, singing and dancing without words. So if you don't have any language, only boy, 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 then there's no argue. Of course you say boy, 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 but in principle it's very difficult. But I brought always with me this one, a very little flute, and I played with the children, and I'll play you a melody I wrote for them. Because not always, the world is not always a laugh, as you know. So they call this for the crying flute, because they hear the tears when I play it. So now I'll play a little melody for you on the flute. So when I'm meeting the children, they also want to have a flute. The problem is, if you go to some of the villages, there are no music shops. If you go to areas with war, of course, then so you have to make your own music instruments. And we just had one made here today in Højskolen. I already have a new friend. I don't know where he is, up here. Because I said, I need a bottle with some, what is it, peace. Hey, Dubey! And, can you play that? I didn't ask her before. No. No.
Nej, det gjorde det ikke. Nej, vi har nu fanget det mig.
So Edith is now a child in the village, and they all want to play an instrument. So now you have an instrument. It is not very expensive, but it works. Yeah. Hey! So we need some more. So I go into the kitchen and I get 2 old spoons, and then I can put together. Bilal, he will play the spoons now, yeah? He never tried it, right? It works. Yeah, see, he's learning. In a few hours we have a concert. but Bilal and Edith now, they just start playing. And we have a groove already. Woo! Yeah, stop. Because when I was teaching the children, they said, but Henrik, we don't want only a bottle and some spoons. We wanted to have a flute like yours, so we can play a melody. But how could I make a flute in the middle of a village where most things were broken? Well, actually that showed to be a help because there was a water pipe sticking out. So we took what we call a saw, and then we polished it, and it showed to be made of messing, brass. And then I took a machine and drilled some holes because I took my own flute and made, yeah, it fits. And then we made a mouthpiece, and it sounds really bad. But now I play on a water pipe, and it sounds like this. So we play on a bottle with peas, and 2 old, very bad spoons. They have been used for some time. No, yeah. They smell strange, I don't know what they eat. So now, spoons, bottle, and orchestra. Yeah. And water pipe. Super spoon. So why are we doing this? Why do we use our lives to try to bring people together? I'll tell you why. Because all of us come from refugee families. All of us have been aware of the fact that we are very lucky to be in a situation where my family, they escaped from Nazi Germany, Jewish family, and they were helped by so many people. And if the help had not been there, if they had not been helped not only once or twice, but numerous times, I would never have been born. So it is a feeling of gratitude. And my grandmother, she grew up in Germany, and she had 3 children. She was married to my grandfather, and the Nazis were taking over, and every month the life got more and more horrible, and some of my uncles, they got to concentration camps. People disappeared. The children were not allowed to go in normal schools. The friends didn't come to visit them anymore because they didn't have contact with Jews. So it was very, very hard for her. But in the daytime, she tried to be happy and sing with the children. But in the night, she wrote poems. And she had a dream to go to Argentina. Because she had this idea, in Argentina, you can live free. In Argentina, they don't have the Nazis, they don't have the Hitler. So let's try to go to Argentina. Some of their friends already went to Argentina. But it never became so. But the dream was there. So this song, she wrote, not the song, she wrote the words, and I wrote the song. So imagine going to Argentina. And this is a tango for my grandmother. And the words are: In stille Stunden tritt vor meine Seele dein lang vertrautes Bild so greifbar nah, dass ich aus ferner Gegenwart mich stehle und träumend schaue, was da einst geschah. She's dreaming. Oh, I want to see your face. I want to be together with you in a world of love and beauty. you all for it. We are so lucky in the band to have exceptional musicians. And maybe this instrument that Bilal plays is not the most common, especially not in the Western world, but in the Arab world, it's actually the mother of instruments. Isn't that true? Yes. So Bilal is one of the most skilled and most fantastic oud players I've ever worked with and ever met. He was educated in Jerusalem, and he worked in Zanzibar as a director of a music academy. And now we work together, teaching children free music education in Nørrebro in København. We have a school, Igil is also there, where our aim is to give all children in the world, at least we cannot do that, but we can give the ones we need, free music teaching and a free instrument. And then we play concerts, and we are together, and you know, we change the world for so many children. Really, we change the world. We have taken big kids out of criminality by showing them, and one guy said to me, he was 18 years old, that he thought it was more thrilling to play a concert than to steal a car. Yeah. But you see, that is the power of music. And as long as we play music together, we actually get much more friendly towards each other. So now I'm sure you would love to hear the instrument that Bilal has been playing his whole life and is a master of. So Bilal, please play. thank you to Bilal. But we should also listen to Singh yesterday, who is an expert in his own music. He's a musician I've been playing with so many times. One of the best and most wonderful musicians I've ever met. Because every time he plays, it's a new world. So when I'm listening to him now, it's completely like when you're listening to him, because I never know what he's going to play. And today the sun is shining, so maybe he'll play some sunshine music, I don't know, but I would like to introduce my one and only friend, well, not the only friend, but the only friend I have in the whole world.
I'm the only friend. But the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, Singh. Amazing. So now we're going to perform one more song that my grandmother wrote the words. And now you might try to imagine also how the world is these days. The world is always crazy, but now it's Ukraine I'm thinking about. There's always a place you could think about. In my family, of course, it was the war, the Second World War. So now she has escaped, but they came by luck to Denmark. But then Denmark was occupied by the Nazis, and they had to escape once more. And then in the daytime, she was trying to make the children happy, but in the nighttime, she was feeling completely alone and very desperate. So she wrote this very beautiful poem, and it says, "Ich bin allein, I'm alone." So maybe you can try to imagine how it is to keep the children happy. A song, a happy song through tears. And then when the children sleep, then you come to think about, we don't have a chance. This is the end. I'm alone. we also have a very big orchestra called the Middle East Peace Orchestra, where we have been a lot of musicians from all over the Middle East, from America, from Scandinavia, from Germany, and we have been playing with musicians all over the place, and it's very, very fascinating. And I have another background. I don't have an Arab background, so I had to learn to play Arab music. It's very difficult. I'm very stupid, and it took a while. So the first thing Bilal he told me was to play Maksum. Anyone knows what Maksum is? No? I didn't know what Maksum was. Did Anders know what Maksum was? No. But Maksum is a rhythm, and the rhythm goes like this. So that's the easy part. So you can all say that's easy, yeah? But now the second rhythm comes. So if you start with why don't you start? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're fantastic. If you stop, you see, when we are on tour, we rehearse this. So once we were on tour in France, we played very, very fast. So I had to do. Yeah, so that's training. Hey. So the piece we're going to play now is written by Anders. Isn't it?
Jo. Yes. Yes. You didn't play that for long time.
I'm very interested if you can still play it. We didn't play it for a long time, and Anders, as you heard, Anders has got very, very long and very, very, very fast fingers. He can play so fast on the accordion that actually when he was only a big child, 14 or 15, how old were you? 14. He was, this is a true story, he won the world championship.
Yeah!
And his fingers are so fast that you cannot, I mean, it's only like seeing a wind. So he wrote this very, very difficult piece, but it's written in the rhythm of Maksum. And Anders, he took it to Cairo to play with the Cairo Symphony Orchestra, and they were very happy to play Maksum because they knew what Maksum was. Anders didn't know what Maksum was, but he wrote this piece, and one day the leader of the band came and said to him, Anders, we love your piece, it's a beautiful piece, but you wrote it in Maksum. Oh, I didn't know that, he said, because he just plays by ear. Yes, and you know, Maksum we cannot play in the concert tomorrow, because the concert tomorrow is a memorial concert for the people who were dying on the Cairo Opera House for the revolution. So we cannot play your piece because Maksum we only use for belly dance and weddings. So today we don't have do we have a belly dancer, maybe? Don't force me to do it, you will regret it. But, so you must imagine the belly dancers or wedding. So now we play this dance by Anders called Arab Dance.
Yeah.
It means night and eyes, and the words are So, we're going to soon finish our concert. No, you should say, oh. I'll try once more. I have to inform you that we have to end our concert very soon. No, I think you're really bad. I'll try something. I have to inform you that in a few seconds we have to finish this concert.
We better finish it.
I don't know how to read your signal. Is that good or bad? We will finish the concert. Okay, well, we'll sing a song which is very simple. It's called Alle Brüder in Yiddish, and it means we are all brothers in this world. And if we sing together, we can be happy like a groom with a bride. And we're all sisters in this world, and if we stick together, the world will be more beautiful. And all these words I will sing, you should all sing I. Actually, in Vietnam, when we were there, we were performing for 3,000 people. And at that time, I was doing it the Jewish way. I was wanting them to sing like you did before, boy, 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 boy. But don't do that in Vietnam. No one was singing at all. They were very embarrassed looking down. And I was feeling like an idiot. Boy, 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 boy. And the stage manager was trying to stop me. Because I found out the way I pronounced this word, it means something a man has which a woman doesn't have. In a very excited position. It's not a good word to sing 500 times after that. So now we change it to I. I don't know if there's any language where I could mean anything else. But. So here comes the song. Und wir singen alle Brüder, alle Brüder. Und wir singen schöne, fröhliche Lieder, und wir feiern sich doch alle,
stochade, vi khusin mine gade, ay ay ay, ay 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 ay, ay 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 ay.
And after that incredible performance, we will move on to the common room for a book presentation. A book that has been on the making for quite a while about the history of IPC, and we will see what has been presented in the common room.
Hello everyone, and we are now here in the common room, ready to present the book about IPC, and I'll leave it to them to the presentations.
Thank you, and I'm Bjorn.
And I'm this.
And I have edited this book about the 100-year history or story of IPC.
And I have written this portrait of the founder of IPC.
And since this book has 225 pages, and this book, this very small book, has 112 pages, I will speak double as long as this, if that's okay for you, Nis?
4 times.
4 times, okay. I guess we will do it backwards in the sense that it might be logical to start with a person whose ideas brought IPC into life. What do you think?
Whatever you, up to you.
Should we start here?
You decide where.
Okay, so we'll start here. Let me first say, I've edited this book. I haven't written it. But editing, of course, can mean a lot of things. Either that you just collect the material and then send it off for print, or you work with it over a period of time. but it means that this book is a result of about 64 people contributing in one way or the other. Interestingly enough, some of them are dead, but they have still contributed because we have gone into the sources historically and picked out some of the writings that were done back in the 20s and 30s and 40s and so on. But 64 people have contributed to this, and you can always wonder what comes out of a process that involves so many people and so many different perspectives. Well, we've spent about 2 years working on that. First, about a year discussing in an editorial group, what should the focus be? What type of book should this be? And then another year bringing the articles together. I've never been a teacher here at IPC. I've never been a student here at IPC, but I first came in touch with IPC in the 70s, working for a development organization that used IPC facilities for some of its courses. And then I've known many of the teachers and also headmasters who have worked here over time. I mention that because it's probably a good idea when you edit a book like this that you're not too closely attached to the school. I know the Danish folk high school community very well. I've founded, been co-founder of one high school. I've been involved and also given lectures at others. And there are about 70 or so Danish folk high schools today. And what they are known for over the years is that they have very strong, often very strong headmasters. They have very strong ideas that they believe in, and they have lots of conflicts. Conflicts among teachers who disagree among themselves, conflicts with boards, etc., etc. So it's a very emotional environment in some ways to enter into a folk high school environment. But it's also a very interesting environment to work with because people believe in what they do. But it's also good, I think, to have a distance to that. And I've felt that in the process. There are about 30 articles in this book, and each of them tells some of the stories about IPC. But obviously, considering that thousands of students have walked through these halls, and before this was built and finished in 1967, in other halls which don't exist anymore, and now there will be new halls you can walk in, and every person has his or her own story. I think what we decided was to focus on the good stories. You will not in this book find one story that tells you, I hated IPC when I left it. I regret spending time at IPC. It was a waste of my time, and it was a waste of my family's money. Coming all the way from India, or, Japan or Korea, or wherever I'm coming from, and then wasting my time here, learning nothing, only getting enemies. We don't have those stories. They are not recorded anywhere in the material I have seen, just like it happens with most other institutions. So these are positive stories. It doesn't mean that reading through this book you will not find a sense of the conflicts that have been here over the years. They are hidden between the lines, so to say. And there have been situations where this institution was very close to closing and crumbling because of conflicts. There was a time when most of the students who came here, in the 30s, for instance, were primarily communists. And that didn't go too well with a social democratic headmaster and other more liberal-minded people. There were situations in the 70s where young people, including Americans who had left the US and stayed at this school, were part of the anti-war movement, like I was. That's why I grew up. I had that age of the people who were there back then, who were very uneasy at times with teachers and headmasters who may not be as strongly opposed to the war or publicly opposed to the war. And I'm sure if my ear was closer to what's happening on a daily basis at IPC at the moment, I'm sure that there must be discussions and disagreements about how we face the climate crisis, how strongly we oppose it, how much we demonstrate against it, or whether we just sit and exchange ideas about it. So that's just to say that you could easily have done a fantastically interestingly book about the conflicts and those situations, but we have chosen, I would say, to cut through and make an average book, which includes the first section, the basic ideas, coming from the person that Liz will talk to you about, Peter Manneke. There's an overview of what has happened. There's a chronicle of events over the years, all the basic ideas that the institution is based on. And then some highlights, where you can easily disagree with what is the highlight, what's the most important highlight. Is it the most important highlight to mention that in this school, in the 30s, Jomo Kenyatta from Kenya, the later president of Kenya, who ended up being one of the most, some would call it corrupt and rich presidents in Africa, he actually went to school here. Back then, he couldn't pay his school fee. So it was agreed that he should work in the garden and so on to cover his fees. You could easily have spent much more time talking about, you had the big event when the Indian Nobel Prize poet Tagore came here and was hosted, and hundreds of people came to Elsinore to listen to this guy. And there are many more individuals and personalities. I think what I hope will be left, and then I'll finish.
Don't have to.
What I hope will be left is a sense of the energy and enthusiasm, not only of headmasters and teachers, but of the students that have gone through the halls here over time. Because I think that the average positive picture that we paint in this book is actually very close to the truth of IPC. That people have benefited, people have continued to be connected globally after they have left the school. It has changed people's lives. They have experienced the sensational joy you feel when you meet somebody from a different part of the world and you suddenly say, right, you have the same concerns about humanity, about the future, about the climate that I have. And at IPC, we have teachers and environment that provides us with space to think that through. Space that we haven't had maybe when we grew up until now, and space we may not always get after we leave because we start working, we get our families, children, and other concerns. So I hope that this meeting place in Elsinore, where the world comes together, that this book, also for those who have not been to Elsinore, that they will get a sense of the dynamics and the energy taking place here. This book is written primarily for people who have not been students at IPC. It's not for the students. We would have done a different book if it was only for the students and staff. But it's a book you should be able to read and benefit from if you never set your feet here, and then afterwards you say, right, I have to go there, right?
Yeah.
And all because of Peter Manike. Not all, but partly because of Peter Manike, right? So over to you, Lise.
Yeah, thank you so much. I find it slightly difficult to follow you because you do it so eloquently. Actually, your enthusiasm in presenting the book is one of the key things that is characteristic of the founder of this school. He was called Peter Manike, and he died years ago in 1981. So I have to also to start by admitting I've never met him. I have heard a lot about him. I have digged into his writings, and he did a lot of writing by hand, and he was an enthusiastic speaker, I understand. He was a man of the word, and maybe I can later on be supplemented by lady there, Nana, who knew him extremely well. So maybe you can add to what I say, because I can only somehow reflect what I've understood from my reading. I've been a careful reader, and I hope that is to be reflected here, because I ended up getting a picture of a man who was extremely dedicated, who was, maybe I could say, a bit ruthless. He never stopped. He had an idea, he would follow it through, and he never stopped. If he was stopped at the main entrance, he would go to the back door, and if that was closed too, he was climbed through the window in the basement. He managed to found this school because of his extremely engagement and willpower. Peter Manike was brought up in the countryside. His father was a teacher in a rural area. Gosh, that was correct. Yeah. The father was a teacher as well as a farmer. It was a combination of the jobs, and it was a Christian house. So Peter Manike was brought up here to respect what he himself said was the dignity of labor. He was very impressed by people doing some manual labor. Unfortunately for him, his father died when he was only 10 years old, and that left his mother rather destitute and without money. But they were helped by the father's family. They financed his later on education, and at that time he felt for the first time, we understand, a sympathy for poor people, because he felt himself belonging to the poor group of people, because he had to live by help from the family, and he could not attend the big feasts there were among students, because it cost money to be nicely dressed and things like that. So he had to stay outside, and he himself writes that he looked very much at these beautiful young girls from the middle class attending the balls. He could not. So he had to study, and he said, well, maybe I did too much studying, but I had to do it, I had to do something. And he eventually came to Copenhagen, started at the university, and there also he worked on a voluntary basis, which was called a settlement in Copenhagen. It was primarily young students, left-wing young students, doing social work among the deprived people in the poorer area of Copenhagen. So he was very socially conscious of the need to help to other segments of society. But he was also somehow religious. And I need to tell you, I was quite surprised when I read that in 1917, and for the young ones of you, it was the middle of the First World War. Denmark was not at war, but he was a soldier. It was what we call some security forces, so he was in uniform actually. And then he decided there, he heard about his fellow soldiers talking about now they wanted to go to war and you have to kill the enemy and stop this. And he says, well, I was not going to kill. I was going to stop the war. I was going to make peace. Not in a way that I would dictate others to follow me, but I would try to indicate how we could stop. I will devote my whole life to that. He did that in the middle of the war. And by good luck and good friends, he managed to go to England in the middle of the war. England was fighting, Germany was the main, at the opposite end, the main foe of that. And there he visited the Quakers, you know, the religious moments of the Quakers. They are really peace-loving people. He was very inspired them because they were against war and they were very interested in manual labor. That was also one of the key points of Manneke. So he worked with the Quakers and they were already acquainted, knew a lot about the Danish folk high schools. They knew it and they had actually sent delegations to Denmark to learn about Danish folk high schools. And he came over there and said to them, I wanted to make an international high school. Where should it be? And they told him, of course, an international folk high school must be in Denmark. That is where you had the cradle of the folk high school. It should be in Denmark. And he got the support of a lot of important people in England. And not only, say, moral support, because they made him make a committee to support the founding of the school. And he also got some money from the Cadbury, the chocolate company Cadbury. They gave him nice, handsome sum of money. And so he came back to Denmark and said now, somehow his idea had more materialized in the Quaker connection with those people. Now it must be built here. He had no money except for the chocolate money, and were not that many, but he got the support of influential Danes whom he had met at the settlement. They helped him and they managed to get a substantial amount of money. It was 20,000 Danish crowns at the time, but that would amount to more than $1 million today from the owner of the East Attic company. That is a big trade company. So already there you can see he had an idea. He could attract important people. He could convince people that it was a good idea. And he then, with the good friends he formed, and that was in 1919, they got together these good, well-meaning, clever, and very intelligent people got together and made the idea and formulate what kind of high school, international high school should it be. And they managed. They managed to collect more money, not very much, but they collected money and they bought this farm that was where you had seen the main house over here. That was the building of the farm they bought here. That was the money and that was the start. And I guess you can understand from what I've already told about him that he was extraordinary. He had the idea, and he himself explained that when he went to England, he had got a religious inspiration. And when you read that today, you think, a religious inspiration, what is that? And he also talks about that he believed in miracles by praying. So I said, well, what kind of guy is that? Was this to be an international high school built on Christianity? And to some extent it should be. It should be, say, the foundation should be Christianity as being a good thing. But he never asked the teachers should be Christians or that they should teach Christianity, not at all. But the basic principles were the principles of Christianity. But he was as inspired by, as Bjørn named it, the folk high schools in Denmark. he had never been to a folk high school until later in his year himself, but he had understood that the way you had folk high school, the way you teach young people there, that is the foundation for what they will never later do in their life, what kind of life they will lead, what kind of inspirations will they have. So that was, he believed that, and he said, well, our folk high schools are based on Danish values, on Danish norms. Is that something that we should bring other people to Denmark to feed them with our ideas and our thinking? That was not his thought at all. He thinks nationalism is a good thing. You should respect your own nationalism, but you should also respect others. And when you know your own nationalism, you know your values, you know your norms, then you can exchange with others and learn from their norms and their values. So even if it was based on Danish values and norms, it was only as a starting point, you can see, to exchange values and norms with other cultures. That was his fantastic idea. And he managed to, as I said, found the school and open it in 1921. And the first students, if you think you have to work here, the first students, they actually built up the whole school, right from the start, from furnitures to later on to the halls, and they did a lot of manual work. And Peter Manniche himself, respecting manual work, was not a very good worker himself. He realized that, but he inspired people, so he went around with those working at the buildings or later on in the garden. But what he managed to do was also to get the interest of the world, because if he had not got more interest to the school outside, it would not have survived. He had the committees in England, later on in Germany to support, and later on in the United States of America. Some of these committees also sent financial support, but primarily they supported it by sending students to the school. So a lot of students would come from the committees in England, later on in the United States, and from Germany. They would come here because they were recommended and found and supported by the committees so that they could come here and be students. That was the start, and Manniche himself, he gave lectures, primarily on Grundtvig. Maybe you have heard about the Danish philosophy. The students here, I can understand, thought that they got a little too much of Grundtvig, but that was the way he was lecturing. And then if he was on thin air sometime when he didn't know how to do, then he made a performance. He participated when you had amateur plays, but he also stood on his head. You have seen some of the books. He did something to amuse, and from what I understand, he was popular with the students, except for his lectures on Grundtvig, and except maybe also in the beginning, also, but that was not his fault, from the food they got. It was very primitive and very simple, and not as nice and as you get it now. But this eccentric man, he was eccentric. Some people loved him and thought he was fantastic. Others said, well, he's a bit too much. But he traveled a lot, and he left it here for the teachers, to some extent, to run the school, because he himself had no talent in organizing things. He needed somebody to do the organizing. He had the ideas, he had the talent for attracting people, for attracting money to some extent. One attraction was his lovely wife, who inherited money, so she financed it substantially to the school. But he himself was the eccentric. He traveled a lot. 1 year, 7 months he was gone from the school. And that could not happen today, that the headmaster would leave for 7 months. But he went around the world. He went around the world twice, actually, and more than 50 times to the United States, but also to China, to Japan, and a lot to India. And in all those places he gave lectures on the folk high school movement and the cooperative movement that has been a follow-up from the folk high school ideas. That he lectured and was very popular in those places. So the school, and you have indicated problems, some problems, and some of the criticism against him was that he was too much away from the school, that he didn't participate in organizing things, that he left too much to the teachers. But then when he finally thought, well, enough is enough. So in 1954, he said goodbye to being the chair of this school. And he was at the age where you could retire, but he did not. He started on his next project, which was to build a high school for students from the developing countries. Because what he had said, I wanted with this school to build a bridge between, say, people and cultures. But we must understand that now you have a rich world and you have a developing world. We have to bridge between that. We have people from the developing countries to come here. If not, this is exclusively an international school for the rich part of the world, primarily from Europe maybe. So he started on that. It took him 9 years to work with the Danish government and with the help of a good friend of his to get money from a foundation from the Rockefeller Foundation in the United States to start a high school for the developing countries. Also here, not north of, but close to here in Holte, from the Rural Development College. And that was it, yeah. So that was it. It ended after 9 years, unfortunately, and he then started working with the Middle East, trying to cooperate and make peace in Middle East. There is no peace in Middle East, everybody knows that. But he tried, and he worked with peasants in Egypt to try to make them work together and make also a folk high school in Egypt. That didn't materialize, but till almost the day he died, he worked on the project and he never gave up. And I think the best example is this IPC. Had it not been for him and his enthusiasm, it would never have materialized. And I think some of the enthusiasm, and you presented the book with the same kind of enthusiasm, it's still here, and that's why it has survived 400 years. So buy this fantastic book and be as inspired as we have been. Thank you very much.
And also, if you read Danish, you can buy the Peter Manneke book.
Yeah.
There is an idea of,
it will be
having
it will be
in
edited
English
and you will have
at some
an English
point.
version. Yeah.
So. Okay, any questions before we finish?
We have spoken. I have spoken too much.
Go out and buy the book. I don't know if the students get it free of charge or how the rules are.
They must get it at a reduced price, I think.
We hope so.
Where can you buy it?
Out in the garden.
Okay.
There's a stall.
Yeah, it's a stall.
You can buy it. And if you buy both of them, you get it at a bargain price. So do that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Anything you like to add?
No, not really, no. It's true, he was a very enthusiastic person.
Yeah.
Till the last day.
Yeah.
The last thing he said to me, he could hardly speak, he said, remember the other is always right.
Join me to the next event.
See you.
Okay, that was
All right, so it seems like we are reaching the end of the day here. There was much more that we couldn't fit in the stream, but it's been a little over 9 hours, and we are getting a bit tired here. So we are gonna sign out with our students and their welcome on the first day. That one of the teachers recorded a very nice footage. All the students with the flags. This is for the welcome. All the guests when they came for the first time. The first day. So I hope you enjoyed. It was a very rich, very diverse, a very IPC day, and we hope that some of you who stayed until the end got a chance to relive and your IPC kind of moments, and to enjoy the new building and all the performances, all the guest speakers, and everything that we had to offer today. Thank you so much for watching.